to HOJO Radio.
Welcome, William Bendix.
Nobody can act up to par with a nasty cold. I check my cold distress the fast way, with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
4-way is the fast way to relieve those cold miseries. Then you feel better quickly.
4-way cold tablets, only 29 and 59 cents.
The story of Joseph Pulitzer, a man who was born in Austria-Hungary in 1847 and rose to the pinnacle of success, is an inspiring example of the power of the will to do. St. Louis, Missouri, 1868. 2 men are talking in the office of the Westliche Post, a German-language newspaper. They are the renowned Karl Schurz and Dr. Emil Pretorius, fellow owners of the paper.
I told Willich to come in and settle the matter about a new reporter. I can quite fathom his objections to Arenberg. The man's an A-1 reporter, but he seems to be set on young Pulitzer.
I suppose he feels young Pulitzer is more pliable. But Joey Pulitzer has a mind of his own.
Our Deutsche Gesellschaft Society made no mistake in helping that young man. I wish there were more like him. Ah, here you are, Willich.
Good afternoon, Pulitzer.
Good afternoon.
Well, gentlemen, here he is, the Post new reporter. Congratulations, Pulitzer. Going to black your fingers with printer's ink, eh?
Well, I, an unknown, an immigrant selected for such responsibility, it is like a dream. But let me tell you, sir, I am not afraid. My ambition is to fill Mr. Willich's place. When he moves up, of course.
All in good time, Joey. Newspaper work calls for a long apprenticeship.
But I mean to work hard. Tonight I'm going to work on my English.
But the Westliche Post is a German newspaper.
Yes, of course it is a German newspaper. But I didn't mean to talk so long. Auf Wiedersehen, gentlemen.
Willich, there's a young man who will be a good newspaper man, or no newspaper man at all.
Well, he'll do. I'll make a good wheel horse of him. Keep him on the right path. You may find yourself with a racehorse instead of a wheel horse. This is the land of opportunity, we're told. And Joey Pulitzer has the nose of an opportunist.
Joseph Pulitzer quickly progressed and soon sold the interest he had acquired in the Westliche Post and purchased the St. Louis Dispatch, merging it with another paper, the St. Louis Post. And quickly a powerful and profitable newspaper arose phoenix-like from the ashes of 2 failures. Faced ultimately with a nervous collapse, Pulitzer left St. Louis for an extended stay in Europe. We find him just returned to the hotel where he and Mrs. Pulitzer are awaiting the boat.
Do sit down and stop pacing, Joseph. And you might as well tell me. It's plain you're up to something.
My dear Kate, I'm restless because I'm so eager for our sailing.
You had another of your ideas.
Well, the New York World is for sale.
Oh, Joseph. I knew I'd never get you on that boat. And all those lovely clothes I was going to buy in Paris. But the New York World. Joe, it sounds so expensive.
$346,000. That's what Jay Gould wants.
Must you take on so much responsibility? You know the doctor warned you about your nerves and your eyes.
I know, but the New York World could do so much for the Democratic Party. I'd make it an organ for true Jeffersonian democracy. But am I the man for such a responsibility? No, I may not be equal to it. This isn't St. Louis.
Joseph, what is that poem of Goethe's you're so fond of quoting?
Oh, that? Wealth lost, something lost. Must bestir myself to get more. Honor lost, much lost. Must win fame that the world may forget. Courage lost, all lost. Better thou hadst ne'er been born.
You believe that, Joseph? It's your entire credo. Of course you must buy the world.
Well, thank heavens it was you who was foolish enough to marry me, Kate. There aren't many wives who'd put up with such a disagreeable and changeable husband.
And now take me out to dinner. And I warn you, it must be very good to make up for those Paris frogs.
The best champagne in New York. We'll make it a feast as a reward for your wisdom and good counsel. Oh, I like the name of our newspaper, The World. It may be expensive, as you said, but it's going to be expansive, too.
The New York World, a dull conservative paper, was revitalized. Circulation skyrocketed. But Pulitzer's active participation in its management was limited to 4 years. Increasing physical suffering and warnings from the greatest physicians drove him on a tour of the globe. In Constantinople, he is talking with one of his secretaries.
This cable from Colonel Davis is most disturbing, Ponsonby. I will not tolerate office dissension. Editors should be above such pettiness.
Cables like this should not be allowed to fall into your hands. They're too upsetting.
Nevertheless, I must know everything that goes on. It even drives me frantic not to receive the World until 3 weeks after it has been read at home.
But you've built up the most competent staff of any newspaper in the world. They can certainly carry on for a year without you.
Incredible things may happen in a year. How can I expect our staff to carry on when they crawl like children?
Please don't get excited, Mr. Pulitzer.
Well, I can't stay away a full year.
Unless you submit to the doctor's orders, it may be much longer.
Now, let me see the cablegram again.
Yes, sir.
I must dictate a reply. Oh, whatever is the matter with me? I can't see the writing. Confound this country and its sudden twilights anyway.
Twilight?
Certainly, dusk in the middle of the day.
Why, it's still bright daylight, Mr. Pulitzer. You must have...
Ponsonby, you'd better call the hotel physician. I must have strained my eyes. Where is that Italian doctor, Kate?
He's in consultation with a specialist.
Oh, why must they fire those plastic guns?
It's the Italian artillery at practice, just outside Naples.
Yeah, with my head as a target. Every shell is bursting my brain.
Ponsonby is endeavoring to have it stopped.
What do the doctors say?
They say you must reconcile yourself to a long restaurant.
And just how do they propose that I direct my newspaper?
Joseph, the world for itself. Your job now is to take care only of yourself.
Kate, I want the truth.
You may as well know, Joseph. Your condition isn't absolute blindness. Yet unless you compose yourself, it will end in that.
Blind, eh? Well, I shan't let it defeat me. I won't be tossed overboard. If I can't see for myself, I'll make others see for me. Nothing can stop me. There's too much ahead.
No, Joseph. Nothing must ever stop you. You've half your life ahead. And so many of us to guide. Oh, here's Mr. Ponsonby.
The firing has ceased. What a relief. Is this your doing, Ponsonby?
Just a little wire pulling. After all, the Italian government is quite aware of your importance.
Ponsonby, I just got the truth out of Mrs. Pulitzer about the blindness.
Oh, I'm...
Being matters. The thing for me to do now is to plan how to do without sight. I'll need more secretaries. I am going to prove that I can direct the New York World even if I can't be at my office. Oh, Kate, I'm afraid this is going to be hardest on you, tied down to a helpless blind man.
If you're helpless, what about the rest of us? We'll travel, Joseph, and I'll be your eyes.
With a yacht, we might do it. Yeah. I'm afraid the noise, the heat, and the cold of New York would be too much for me. And now, Ponsonby, suppose we get to work on those letters.
You're wonderful, Mr. Pulitzer. Simply amazing.
Rubbish. Even if I can't see, I can still think.
For 24 years, Pulitzer continued at long range to direct his devastating fire against governmental corruption, prejudice, and falsity. Crossing and recrossing the Atlantic, cruising along Mediterranean shores in his palatial yacht Liberty, on which he made his permanent home, he continued his amazing career. Pulitzer's fortune grew, and as it did, his benefactions, usually secret, grew in number. One plan in particular lay very close to his heart and commanded his deepest interest. He is discussing it now with Mrs. Pulitzer while cruising the Mediterranean.
The trustees of Columbia University have at last agreed about my plan for creating a school of journalism.
Agreed? I should think they might. $2 million.
Yes, I'm firmly convinced that before this century closes, colleges of journalism will be accepted as a feature of specialized higher education.
Here is Mr. Ponsonby, Joseph.
Oh, you have the memorandum completed, Ponsonby?
Yes.
This is something I have decided to include in my will, Kate.
Oh.
An idea I had in conjunction with founding the School of Journalism.
It's a series of prizes in the interests of letters and good newspaper work.
To be awarded in America, of course. In fact, an incentive to Americanism.
There are to be substantial awards for newspaper work, novel, biography, a book of poems, history, and so on.
Joseph, this is the finest thing you've ever done.
You see, Ponsonby, when I was a young man, there was one time when I was badly in need of a helping hand. Someone to point the way. Well, that aid was given to me.
Oh, but you really needed no help, Mr. Pulitzer.
Everyone needs encouragement at some time or other. Otherwise, the creative spirit in many of us languishes and dies. I believe in giving a hand, particularly to youth. In their ideas lies the salvation not only of the press, but of our country, the world, and all civilization. If I can help fan the creative spark into flame, I shall feel that I have not lived in vain.
Death claimed the pain-racked publisher October 29th, 1911. During all but 4 of his 28 years of proprietorship of the world, he was an invalid, and most of the time he was blind. Yet, to the very end, he was true to the pledge of Thomas Jefferson, his idol. I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. Joseph Pulitzer, champion of freedom, crusader for justice, humanitarian, was truly a captain of industry.
Tomorrow is the beginning of another weekend. 2 whole days to relax and have fun. You'll be planning picnics and backyard barbecues. Just be sure there's plenty of Pabst Blue Ribbon cooling in your icebox. Tomorrow morning, ask your dealer for a case. In cans or bottles, Pabst Blue Ribbon is the finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
PenPal Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
You ready, Mama? Is the store locked?
Just closing the back door. You're finished,
Yep.
store?
Busy week, good week.
And the money?
In the valise, ready for deposit first thing in the morning.
Oh, a customer. It's too late.
No, it's not too late. Maybe he needs something. Wait, I'll...
Oh, it's 2 customers, Sal. 2 men.
2 is better than 1. Come in, gentlemen, come in. What can I...
You're an old guy, Pop. I wouldn't want to hurt you. But if I had to, I would.
You want...
The valise, Pop, the valise.
No, It's already... You're not rich.
Frank, maybe he doesn't understand polite talk. Now, give me that valise. Frank, talk to the man so he'll be sure and understand.
The Big Story. Here is America, its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Cleveland, Ohio. From the pages of the Cleveland, Ohio Press, the moving story of justice and a guy named Joe. Tonight, to William Miller of the Cleveland, Ohio Press, goes the Pell-Mell Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pell-Mell.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pell-Mell? There's a reason. Pell-mell famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different. Really outstanding. Pell-mell. For Pell-mell's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you.
4 notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pell-mell famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the story as it actually happened. William Miller's story as he lived it. Cleveland, Ohio.
You sit at your desk, William Miller of the Cleveland Press, writing the story of a brutal holdup. A man and a woman, both in their 60s, owners of a small dry goods store on East 102nd Street, have been beaten and robbed. The sum taken, $2,000, represents 10 years' savings for their kind of people. Their attackers were kids, 119, 121, to whom money is the final goal, and to whom a storekeeper and his wife are just 2 people in the way. You write that bitter news story, and 2 months later you write with satisfaction that one of the robbers was sentenced to 15 years in jail. The other robber was never picked up, but you're happy with the one they got. You enter his name in the back of your mind under the category Louse. Joe Mantell. Louse. That done, you forget about him. Until 4 months later, the phone on your desk jogs you back into remembrance.
Miller speaking.
Receptionist, Mr. Miller. There's an old woman out here to see you.
Well, who is she? What does she want?
Wouldn't say.
Ask her name. I'm busy.
Yes, sir. What is your name? Thank you. Mrs. Mantell, Mr. Miller.
Mantell? I don't know any. Oh, Joe Mantell. She anything to do with him?
His mother, Mr. Miller.
What do you know? Yeah, send her in. I'd like to hear what she's got to say. Yeah, send her in.
You're very kind to see me, Mr. Miller.
You read the stories I wrote on your son, didn't you, Mrs. Mantell?
Yes, I did.
Well, then you know just how I feel. I'm only sorry you didn't get 25 years.
I'm not a proud woman, Mr. Miller. If, to get to the truth, I have to scrub floors or take a little insult. My mother doesn't mind that, Mr. Miller.
Look. What do you got to say?
Joey didn't do it any more than I did.
The jury thought otherwise.
Joey wasn't there. He wasn't near the store that night.
You said that in court.
I know I did.
Well, what do you want anyhow? A man gets a trial, a fair trial, a jury of decent, honest people find him guilty. What more do you want?
Mr. Miller, I'm a reader of your paper 15 years. I like the way you write.
I know all that.
No, that's not flattery. It's the truth. You remember the Sullivan boy about 8 years ago, Mr. Miller? He was found guilty by a jury of honest people, too, but you wrote about it, and you helped prove that he was innocent. And the Ginsburg girl, that was about 4 years ago.
Look, I studied your son's case. The only thing that makes me sore was that they didn't catch the other crook, and your son only got 15 years. Those people were in their 60s, Mrs. Mantell.
I'm 67, Mr. Miller. At 67, a woman don't lie. My boy was home in the garage fixing the car.
Why was he fixing a car in the evening?
Because when a boy wants to make a new start, he don't care if it's afternoon or evening.
Meaning what?
Joseph Mantell, my son, was a bad boy. And it's a mother saying that, Mr. Miller. When he was 16, he stole a car. At 18, he robbed a candy store. So, of course, any jury would say that at 19, he'd hold up another store and steal $2,000.
And beat up the storekeeper and his wife. I'd say the same thing.
You see, the night of the robbery, he was going away. I got $300 together, all I could spare. You see, My husband is dead. And we bought Joey a second-hand car, and he was going away. I was sitting on the steps that night, and he was in the garage fixing the car.
What's California like, Ma?
Oh, it's nice, Joey. A boy could, well, he could find himself there.
You don't know me, Ma. I got 2 strikes against me.
If he tries hard, he could find himself.
Ma, sometimes I think when they handed out luck, I was out for a beer.
Now, don't make smart jokes, Joey.
Okay. They must have seen you coming when they sold you this jalopy.
It'll get you to California, and that's all I want. Look, Joey, people in California never heard of you.
I know. No, it's not so easy. Cops heard of me, Ma. And other kinds of people, too. Don't kid yourself.
But you got nothing to be ashamed of. You did your time for the wrong things that you did. You'll go there and make a new start.
Yeah, sure. Who knows? Maybe I'll be the next Van Johnson. Joe Mantell in Home on a Range, playing at your...
What is it, Joey?
Okay, Mantell. Come along.
What's the matter? Officer, what's happened?
Didn't he tell you?
No.
You'll find out. Let's go. The sergeant is waiting for you, Mantell. And the judge and the jury, and I think there'll be a nice, comfortable cell, too. Now, come on.
That's the God's truth, Mr. Miller. He was going away to turn over a new leaf, too.
Okay, Mrs. Mantell, I heard you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got a lot of work to do. 3 witnesses saw him.
Maybe Joey was right. 2 strikes against you, he said. Chances are you strike out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Take that door out, will you, Mrs. Mantell? I'm not a charitable institution, and I'm not a dope either.
And that's all. You close your mind to it. Happens every day. Every crook with a mother is innocent. You go back to the real world of being an honest reporter, and then something happens, and you realize that you haven't shaken the Mantell case from your mind because...
You write this story, Smitty?
Yeah, why?
About the 2 guys that held up the gas station?
Told you I did. Something the matter?
Oh, no, nothing. Just... What, did you see the crooks?
Sure, I saw them. Hey, what's eating you?
Just this. The 2 criminals, Bud and Frank Enright, 19 and 21, in addition to robbing the attendant, beat him cruelly as well. The injuries may prove fatal because the attendant was a man well in his 60s.
So?
Well, nothing. Just reminds me of another case. I just wonder if... Nah, 3 witnesses couldn't be wrong. The jury couldn't be that wrong. Nah. Or could they? Hey, Smitty, what jail are those 2 crooks in? Sergeant, can I see this Bud Enright?
Sure. It's a free country. What's the point, Miller?
Well, I just I want to make sure I didn't insult an old lady.
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about, but go ahead. Go as far as you like. Only leave him in the cooler, will you?
You look like him. You know that, don't you?
Like who?
Like Joe Mantell.
Who's he?
The boy who was sent up for beating and robbing a couple who ran a dry goods store on East 102nd Street 6 months ago.
So what? I look like him.
Did you do that job?
Don't be stupid.
Now, look, Bud, you're in a bad way. You may get life. You know that, don't you?
Oh, get out of here. I got a right to be alone.
You and your brother stuck up that couple, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, we stuck him up and tipped the cops to pick up this Mantell.
Now, what do you got to lose? Tell the truth. Maybe an innocent kid is up for 15 years for what you did.
My heart's bleeding. Now get out of here and leave me alone. What kind of jail is this, anyhow? Anybody can come in here and say anything he wants. Leave me alone.
Mr. Jenkins, you identified this man as the robber of the dry goods store.
Look, young man, I testified to that effect in court. I don't see
and
why...
And this is the man, isn't it? This is his picture?
That's right. Now, if you don't mind,
This is not Joe Mantell.
What?
That's right. This is Bud Enright, not Joe Mantell.
But
Then you're not sure it was Mantell who held up that store. It might have been this man.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. That's all I wanted to know. this the man, Mrs. Smothers?
This one? Oh, it certainly is. I'd know his face anywhere. He came in our store just...
Well, this is not the man your testimony convicted, Mrs. Smothers. This is another man.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, that's terrible. You're sure?
I told you I didn't do it, Miller. When are you going to leave me alone?
Enright, I've got affidavits from 3 witnesses saying you were the man, not Mantell. From the storekeepers, too. Now, why don't you stop it? You're going to get life anyhow. Play ball, maybe something can be done.
I don't want any part of it.
Oh, look, maybe it's a stupid thing to say, Enright, but how about a little thing like your conscience? How about a little thing like that fact that this kid's mother is sick to death because... Enright, I swear I'm going to haunt you till you tell me the truth. I'm going to...
All right, shut up.
I got a statement right here. I'll read it. And read it carefully.
Okay, let me see it.
Well, there it is, Commissioner. The works. Signed confession by Enright, affidavits of error by the witnesses, and now all you have to do is see the governor.
Suppose we go slow, Miller.
What do you mean slow? Everything's right here in front of you, Commissioner.
Sure. What is the confession of a life termer worth? What did you offer him to sign it? Sympathetic treatment in your paper? No. Feed a little sentiment to most crooks, they'll oblige you. What have they got to lose? That confession isn't worth the paper it's written on.
What about the affidavits of the witnesses? What about Mrs. Smothers, who owned the store?
What? That they made a mistake? That they said Enright was Mantell? I could get them to say Mantell was Enright, or maybe somebody else. Maybe instead of making one mistake, they're making 2 mistakes. What proof have you got? Real proof. Absolute proof that would warrant our reversing a jury.
But this man is innocent, Commissioner.
I know. An innocent man is in prison. Makes a great story. But how does this one strike you? A guilty man is pardoned. How do you like that story?
Mantell didn't do it. He was fixing his car that night. He was going to California.
A jury thought otherwise. 12 honest men and women, as honest as you or I. They thought otherwise. You think you've got enough to throw that decision away?
Well, look, in the Sullivan case, in the Ginsburg case...
Oh, sure. You batted 1,000 there. Only this time you might be batting 0. Nothing you've shown me would make the governor give Mantell a pardon. Nothing. I want proof, Miller, proof. Maybe this will sound high-handed to you, but it happens to be my philosophy. The philosophy of the courts of this country. A jury has the last word. Trial by jury is the pillar of decency and law. You don't throw that over for a whim or an idea, or even because a smart reporter comes in and presents you with something that indicates maybe, just maybe, something is wrong. Think that over, Miller. At any time you want to speak to me again, come right in. I'm honest, but I'm hard-headed. You'll be the same.
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story, but first a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pell-Mell? There's a reason. Pell-Mell famous cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, there's one cigarette that's really different. Really outstanding. Pell-Mell.
When you pick up a Pell-Mell, you can see the difference, you can feel the difference. And when you smoke a Pell-Mell, you can taste the difference.
For Pell-Mell's greater length of traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos filters the smoke of this longer, finer cigarette. Gives you that smoothness, mildness, and satisfaction no other cigarette offers you. 4 notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package. Pell-Mell famous cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild. Now, back to your narrator, Bob Sloan. and the big story of William Miller as he lived it and wrote it.
You walk out of the commissioner's office, slowly weighing his words, because you're just a reporter, Bill Miller. A reporter for the Cleveland Press. You think over what he said, that courts and trial by jury are the pillars of our society. And you know he has a point, a big point. And so, as you move ahead now, you look for proof. Proof that'll be important enough to reverse a decision by a jury of 12 men and women, tried and true. Your first step is taken with a specialist, Dr. Thompson, an expert with a lie detector. You two sit down with Joe Mantell, and as the doctor gives him a test for truth, you can hear his heartbeat.
Now, just relax, Mr. Mantell, if you please, and answer the questions I'll ask you.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Are you innocent?
Yes, sir, Doctor, I am.
Where were you on the night of the robbery?
Fixing my car.
What kind of car was it?
A Chevy. Convertible.
How many times were you convicted before?
Twice. Both times for robbery.
But this time you're innocent.
Yes, sir, I'm innocent. I never...
Very well. Mrs. Smothers, the storekeeper, said you hit her husband on the head.
That's a lie. I never did. I wouldn't hit a man old enough to be my father.
All right, Mr. Mantell, that'll do. That'll do very nicely.
Now, just sit still, Enright. This is a lie detector.
I signed your statement, didn't I? What are you going to bother me with all this for?
Just answer the questions, and nothing's going to happen to you.
All right, Mr. Miller, I'm ready. Now, Mr. Enright, describe what happened when you went into the store.
I walked in, me and my brother. They wouldn't hand over the money, so I took it. They had it in a little valise.
And then you hit him.
Frank hit him. We wanted to be sure they wouldn't call the cops.
Then you walked out?
And we put out the lights and then walked out.
How much money was in the valise?
$2,000. Ain't that enough?
Your brother says you hit him.
And he's a liar. A dirty liar.
All right, Mr. Enright. Fine. Thank you.
Now, do me a favor, Miller. Get that Mantell punk out of jail and leave me alone.
I'll try, Bud. I'll try.
The tests, Commissioner, establish, in my judgment, the innocence of Joseph Mantell and demonstrate that Bud Enright was telling the truth when he admitted the robbery.
I see.
Well, what do you say, Commissioner?
Lie detectors are funny things. Tell me, Doctor, how do you explain this chart? The wild beatings and vibrations during Mantell's testimony, if he was telling the truth.
Well, he's young and excitable, and anyone would have such reactions.
Then they're not conclusive. He might have had the same reactions if he were lying.
Well...
Commissioner Enright's chart shows that he wasn't lying.
Now, to me it doesn't.
Well, why doesn't it?
Because... Check me on this, Doctor. The lie detector breaks down when it comes to hardened criminals. I mean a man with a record who over a period of years has built himself up to lie evenly. Such a man could fool a lie detector, right?
Well, there would be some difficulty in such a case.
Read Enright's record, Miller. 7 major crimes in 6 years. Everything from smuggling to assault to arson to robbery. Such a man is constitutionally unable to distinguish between right and wrong.
But for heaven's sake, Commissioner...
I still see a jury of 12 people deliberating in a closed room, settling the fate of a man. I don't see this kind of half evidence changing what went on in that room.
Well, what do you want?
I want a reason. A better reason than you've given me for reversing a jury.
You write articles in your paper, Bill Miller. Articles pointing out the validity of your case. You call upon outstanding citizens to rally around the innocence of Joe Mantell. You bring support to your case in the person of the most respectable citizens of Cleveland. And then you go to see the commissioner once more.
No, I won't change my mind.
Well, Now, look, this has gone beyond the stage of reasonable doubt. Here are the names of 200 of the most prominent citizens of Cleveland.
I was just as impressed with the names of the witnesses and the storekeeper's wife. Size doesn't change this. And the importance of the people who signed doesn't change it. They didn't sit on that jury. They didn't hear all the evidence.
Well, suppose I got the jurors themselves. Would that change your mind?
How could you do that? That jury was impaneled over a year ago. A lot of those people are, who knows, all over the state, maybe some out of the state. How could you get them?
But suppose I did. What would you say then?
You really believe in this, don't you?
Just as much as you believe in the sanctity of the courts.
If you'll get the jury, Miller, I'll get you some action from the governor.
Now you've said something, Bill Miller. You're going to get the jury to reverse themselves. And in saying it, you've said a mouthful. Because just as the commissioner thought, half the jurors can't be located easily. Some have moved to other cities, some to other states. But you go after them. You reach them wherever they are and present the testimony of the witnesses. You show them the photos. You bring in the lie detector tests. And finally, after a year of hard work, you've got 11 jurors agreeing that Joe Mantell should be pardoned. But 11 isn't 12. And the 12th juror, Mrs. Anna Ryder, can't be found anywhere. And then your phone rings.
Miller speaking.
Mr. Miller, this is Mrs. Mantell.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Mantell. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. And I haven't had a chance yet to tell you how much I appreciate all that you've done.
That's all right, Mrs. Mantell. I wish I... You know, I haven't been able to finish what I started.
Yes, I know. Mrs. Ryder, the 12th juror.
Yeah, we can't find her anywhere.
But that's why I called you. I found her.
Yeah, we've done every... You found her? Well, where?
Oh, that's just it, Mr. Miller. She's very sick, and she's in the hospital.
Well, could we see her?
Well, I don't know. The doctor says her condition is very serious.
Well, give me the name of the hospital. Maybe we can do it, Mrs. Mantell. Maybe we can. And that's the story, Mrs. Ryder.
Thank you for coming. You see, I'm dying, Mr. Miller.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, yes, I know. But I thank you for coming. Always since I saw your first articles in the paper months ago, always there was a little cloud of doubt in my mind. And if I died with such a thing on my conscience...
No, you mustn't talk.
No, you see, his mother... This innocent boy's mother, she might have been me. No, Mr. Miller, I thank you for coming. You have a paper for me to sign? Give me the paper and bless you. Bless you for coming.
I'm so glad you came, Mr. Miller. Joey is so happy since he was pardoned by the governor.
Well, I'm glad, too, Mrs. Mantell. It's a very nice party.
Yes, it's a coming home party and a going away party, too. Did you have some turkey?
Yes, thank you, I did. What do you mean, going away?
You haven't seen Joey, have you?
No, I was beginning to wonder where...
Well, he's out in the back in the garage, fixing up the car. He said he don't want a party. He just wants to go away. He's changed, Mr. Miller, thanks to you. No chip on his shoulder now. No 2 strikes against him. Go out, Mr. Miller. Shake his hand and wish him luck. Joey'd like that better than anything in the world.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from William Miller of the Cleveland Press with the final outcome of tonight's big story. The cigarette that's really different. The longer, finer cigarette that's really outstanding. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall-Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The longer, finer cigarette in the distinguished red package, PenPal. PenPal Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from William Miller of the Cleveland, Ohio Press.
Couldn't write story of my meeting that day with Mantell. A little too personal, a little too private. But could tell that by way he said hi, useful life had been reclaimed. Feeling was justified when 2 years later received postcard from Mantell in California. He was happy, had a good job, doing well. Many thanks for tonight's Pell-Mell Award.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. The makers of Pell-Mell Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pell-Mell $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pell-Mell Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Indianapolis Star. Byline, Robert Early. A big story about racing cars, reckless men, and a driver who gambled and lost.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Arnold Pearl. Your narrator was Bob Sloan, and Arnold Moss played the part of William Miller. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Miller. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pell-Mell Famous Cigarettes.
Billy Brown, the smoothest, coolest guy in town. The chicks all seem to dig his jive. Hey, tell us, Bill, how can we arrive? It's easy, Jack. Any gal gets sent when you flash a smile by Pepsodent. You'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Pepsodent's new improved formula cleans teeth whiter than ever. Tastes brighter, too. New formula Pepsodent contains IMP. There's nothing else as good at getting teeth white.
You'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you the true and tender story of a girl and a boy and a golden shamrock, starring Miss Dorothy McGuire. For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. They have the pride of craftsmen in their name, Hallmark, Hallmark. That's why Hallmark cards are the kind of cards you can be proud to send, proud to receive. So when you want to send the very finest, look on the back for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. To be doubly sure, always look in the back of the cards you choose for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Now to preside over our program this evening, here's our regular master of ceremonies, the young Broadway actor and producer, Richard Calmer.
Thank you, Tom Shirley, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards felt there was no nicer present they can give you for St. Patrick's Day than to invite Dorothy McGuire to play our little Irish girl tonight. So here she is. Welcome, Dorothy.
Thank you, Dick. I hope it won't distress you to learn that my forebears lived nearer the River Dundee than the River Shannon. But I don't have to be Irish to send you a Hallmark card on St. Patrick's Day, do I, Dick?
You certainly do, Dorothy. Tonight you're Colleen by proxy and the darling of our hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen Dorothy Maguire and Claudia, The Spiral Staircase, The Enchanted Cottage. Great roles that have taken her right to the top. Tonight, she plays a little Irish girl, luckily or perhaps unluckily in love. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards present on the Reader's Digest radio edition, Sweet Rosie O'Brady, starring Dorothy Maguire.
We were sitting at a table in a nightclub. Dan, his mother, and the old gentleman I used to work for until Dan came along and gave me a new ambition in life. We were to be married sometime in June. And like all the other fashionable brides-to-be, I was in New York picking out my trousseau. Slowly, carefully, expensively. Oh, yes. The wife of Dan Furness had to be dressed expensively, with almost a completely new wardrobe for every hour of the day. Imagine little me in $60 hats and nightgowns that cost more than the winter coat I'd been wearing for the past 5 years. I should have been the happiest girl in the world. Perhaps I would have been if we'd gone some other place for dinner. Any place but here.
Well, hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Dan.
Got an extra hand I can hold under the table? Or are you too busy eating?
Oh, I'm never too busy to hold hands.
Hey, they're cold.
Well, that's why I'm marrying you, dear. You can give up squash and devote your mornings to warming my hands.
How about your feet?
Oh, they're like ice.
Want them defrosted?
Oh, Dan, please. Your mother and Mr. Grant, everybody can see what you're doing. Oh, drop something, Dan?
No, Mother.
Oh, Dan. I can't stop him, Mrs. Furness.
Well, I refuse to be a witness to this exhibition. Charles, let's dance.
Yes, certainly. Would you excuse us? Indefinitely, Mr. Grant. Yes, I thought so.
Dan, you mustn't say things like that.
Oh, Mr. Grant knows I'm only kidding. Besides, I want to be alone with you.
Alone with all these people around?
I don't even know they're here. All I can see is two big blue eyes, little button at the nose, and a mouth that was custom built to my specifications.
Oh, darling, you're such a fool.
Good fool.
Wonderful, wonderful fool. That's why I'm so terrified of losing you.
How can you do that? I'm right in the palm of your hand.
Oh, Dan. You do love me, don't you?
More than anything else in the world.
More than...
What?
Nothing.
Say, what's the matter, darling? What's bothering you?
I don't know. I'm just funny tonight.
Why? Come on, tell me. You act as if you were worried about something.
No, I'm all right, dear.
Margaret, now what's wrong? You keep looking at me as if I were 1,000 miles away. Look, I want to help you, darling.
Oh, I know, Dan.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, stop playing with that pin and tell me what the matter is.
Well, maybe it's the pin that's causing the trouble.
What?
I'm afraid you'll have to make it a foursome again, Dan. We're back.
Oh, good heavens, Margaret, why such a long face? You and Dad look as if you'd already been married.
Oh, we're just practicing, Mother.
Well, I'd hardly say that Margaret was. She's somewhere off in the clouds. A penny for your thoughts, young lady.
A penny? Why, you're a biker, Mr. Grant. I'd give her $1,000.
I suppose Dan would have given $1,000 to know what I was thinking. And yet, if I'd told him, he'd have been terribly disappointed. I was thinking about that pin, the one I'd been fingering unconsciously all the while he was asking me what was wrong. It was just an ordinary gold pin in the shape of a shamrock, and underneath the top leaf were 3 engraved words, Sweet Rosie O'Brady. Those words didn't mean very much now to anyone else but me. But some 40 years ago, when this pin was made, they meant a great deal to the young jeweler who made it, some 40 years ago.
You're going to go blind working on that pin, Charlie. Well, if I do, it'll be worth it. She that pretty? She is from the first row on the aisle, and they won't sell me a seat any closer. Oh, showgirl, huh? Showgirl? She's the whole show. Haven't you ever heard of Rosalie O'Brady? No, not in Brooklyn. Well, she doesn't come from Brooklyn. She comes from Dublin. Dublin, Ireland. And she's a star. Oh. You want to see her picture? Don't tell me she gave you one. No. I took it out of the frame in the lobby of the theater. Hey, she's real pretty. You ought to see her on the stage. She's got a voice like Jenny Lind. And a figure like Lillian Russell. Stop looking at her figure. You wanted me to see her picture, didn't you? Well, I didn't want you to look at her like that. You're going to get into trouble, Charlie. Making pins for a woman like this is an expensive proposition. She probably eats at the Astor. I don't care where she eats, as long as I can be with her. Phil, don't you understand? I'm head over heels in love with her. We're going to be married. Married? When? Well, I don't know the exact date. I haven't been introduced to her yet.
Sweet Rosie O'Brady. It's adorable, Charles. Adorable. But you really shouldn't have made it for me.
Why not? It couldn't have been made for anyone else.
Oh, I don't think you'll understand. Only two kinds of men give me gifts, and you're not like either kind.
Well, perhaps I'm in a class by myself.
That's just it. You are. You're not the stage door Johnny type, and the other type is always over 50, very rich, and bored with being married.
Oh. What does that make me?
A very sweet boy who's fallen in love with love. You'll get over it, Charles.
Why should I? I like being in love with you.
But you're not in love with me. You're in love with a girl who sings and dances and makes witty remarks for 2 hours on the stage until the curtain comes down. She's very pretty, easy to get along with, and she looks like an ideal mother for all your unborn children. The only trouble is she doesn't exist.
She does for me. And I'm not a boy, Miss O'Brady. I'm very much in love with you.
Oh, don't say that. I shall never know what to do with you now.
Well, that's simple. Marry me.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't, Charles. I'm married already.
Married?
Yes. Happily married. My husband's waiting for me in the next room.
You have a...
Terribly sorry, Charles. He's in there having dinner with our 3-year-old daughter.
That 3-year-old daughter grew up to be my mother. Yes. Sweet Rosie O'Brady was my grandmother, and a nicer, kinder, more thoughtful granny nobody ever had. Like so many musical comedy stars in the Broadway galaxy, she was a big name in her day, and a forgotten one when that day was over. The money she'd saved after a lifetime in the theater was pitifully little, and she stretched it thin, helping others, helping me. My folks were never very well off. And I remember when I was graduated from high school, the only present I got was a shamrock pin from my grandmother.
Go ahead, Margaret. Sure, and take it. I only wish I could give you something better.
Oh, but it's yours. I mean, it's so personal.
Oh, nonsense. I haven't looked at this pin in 20 years.
You're just saying that. I know how much it means to you. You've told me about it dozens of times.
Sure, and I've told you about my career a dozen more. I don't need this pin to remember, girls. I've got it all right here in my heart.
But sometimes
you like to give away something that's dear to you. Didn't they ever teach you it was more blessed to give than to receive?
Sure, is that why you're so blessed, Granny?
Go along with you, girls. These pins and programs and newspaper clippings are all part of a scrapbook that's closed many years ago. When I die, they'll just dump it into the ash can.
Don't talk about dying, Granny.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop being so sentimental. You'll have blubbering in a minute. Just take the pin and wear it in good health, dear. I want you to have it.
Well, with that inscription on it, my name isn't O'Brady.
I don't care what your name is. You're the spitting Irish image of me, and you know it.
Oh. Is that why you want me to have the pin?
Of course it is. What difference does it make what your real name is? As far as I'm concerned, you're Rosie O'Brady.
Sure, and a proud Rosie O'Brady I am. A moment ago, Mr. Grant offered me a penny for my thoughts. Yet he of all people might have known what I was thinking. He of all people might have known why my hands were so cold, why I couldn't eat any dinner. Did he know? Why was he looking at me so thoughtfully? Perhaps he, too, was thinking back to that first day I'd met him. The day I was sent to see him about a job.
Yes. It's a secretarial job, Miss Hanson. Being a writer, I need a sort of combination sounding board, typist, critic, and amateur psychiatrist.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you think that you could be all those things for $35 a week?
Well, it doesn't really matter what I think, does it?
No, I suppose not. Still, it's helpful for a writer to be surrounded by reassuring people. Yes, very often I... What did you say your name was?
Miss Hanson.
No.
Margaret Hanson.
No. It's funny, I could swear that I have seen you somewhere before, and yet I... Have you ever been to the University of Michigan?
No, sir, I've never been to any university.
Oh, well, doesn't really matter. I just thought that you... Confound it, I keep thinking that you're an actress, or a murderess, or somebody that's been in the papers a great deal. Have you ever...
No, I've never done a thing.
Good Lord. I know. The pin. Where did you get that pin?
Why, my grandmother gave it to me.
Your grandmother?
Yes.
Where'd she get it?
Well, really, Mr. Grant...
Oh, come, young lady. Very important. I see that pin.
Well, all right.
Yes, thought so. Sweet Rosie O'Brady. She gave it to your grandmother.
No, sir. Rosie O'Brady is my grandmother.
Of course. I should have recognized you the minute I saw you.
Why? Who are you, Mr. Grant? I mean...
Yes. Of course you wouldn't understand, Miss Hanson. Well, now, you see, I am the man who made this pin.
Oh.
See, I was a jeweler at that time, and I'm very much in love with, Well, that is, your grandmother was a very beautiful woman.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you're just like her.
I think I'd better be going, Mr. Grant.
Going? Good heavens, I wouldn't consider letting you go. Sit right down here, Miss Hanson. You got the job.
Dorothy McGuire will be back in just a moment with the second act of tonight's drama presented by Hallmark greeting cards from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. Now, here's Dick Calmer.
One day, the famed sculptor, Michelangelo, was working on a statue in his studio when a visitor came in. The visitor expressed surprise. He thought the statue appeared to be finished. Oh, no, the sculptor replied. Not finished until I give more expression to the eyes. But that's just a little thing, said the visitor. The great Michelangelo smiled. Little thing? But, my friend, perfection is nothing more than careful attention to little things. Yes, little things can make a big difference in works of art and in greeting cards, too. We think that difference shows in Hallmark cards. You see, the folks who make Hallmark cards aren't making just cards. They're making Hallmark cards to express cheer and happiness as thoughtfully and sincerely as you would greet a friend yourself. That's why Hallmark cards say what you want to say the way you want to say it. For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. That's why discriminating folks look on the back of the cards they send and receive for the three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. And now, back to Dorothy McGuire and Sweet Rosie O'Brady.
So long ago that I met Dan. Mr. Grant introduced us. Purposely, I thought. Somehow, that pin I wore and the memories he had of Sweet Rosie O'Brady made him take a fatherly interest in me. And I couldn't help but notice that he went out of his way to play the part of Cupid. He kept me working late one night, the same night he invited Dan Furness for dinner. So it was only natural for me to stay on and join them. But Mr. Grant didn't have to play Cupid very long. And that night, when Dan took me home, we stood in the doorway and talked until the morning sun reminded us that it was dawn. Good heaven, Dan. It's morning.
Already?
Oh, it must be. Unless the sun is up awfully early today.
Well, for Pete's sake. I bet you're dead tired.
I've had a wonderful time.
Just standing here in the hallway?
I should have said goodnight to you hours ago.
Well, as I remember, you did, but I just didn't go home.
I don't think I let you. But, maybe I'd better now.
All right, Margaret. I'll go.
Oh, well, let's just have one more cigarette, and then I really do have to go in.
Say, I got a better idea. Let's make it a kiss instead of a cigarette. How about it? Will you kiss me goodnight?
Oh, well, it's morning, Dan.
All right, then. Kiss me good morning.
Then you'll never go home.
Oh, yes, I will.
Dan, what are you doing?
Kissing you.
You shouldn't have done that.
Why not? I'm one of the family.
Are you? I've only known you a few hours.
Well, I've known you much longer. 6 years, to be exact.
What do you mean?
Well, 6 years ago, I drew a mental picture of the girl I was going to fall in love with. I knew exactly what she'd be like. Her hair, clothes, the way she talked. Everything. And your head, to a T. From the tip of your nose to the smile of your Irish eyes.
Oh, those mighty kind words, stranger.
They're most true words, darling. I'm in love with you.
Dan.
And I'll tell you something else, too.
What?
I'm going to marry you.
Dan never cared how poor I was, and I was in love with him, not his money. But, inevitably, I had to meet his mother. Sit down, Miss Hanson. Thank you.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Mother, let's not make this a 21-gun salute. I brought Margaret here to meet you, not to exchange credentials.
Dan, if you're going to make fun of me.
Mother, I'm not making fun of you. I just know how Margaret feels. But the poor kid, she's scared to death of you.
Are you, dear? Am I that forbidding?
Well, it isn't you, Mrs. Furness. It's just that, well, the idea of meeting someone you're hoping to make a good impression on.
Well, then, I'm in the same boat, Margaret. After all, if my son wants to marry you...
Your son more than wants to, Mother. Your son is going to.
Oh, Dan. Dan, please.
Thank you, dear. Give us a chance to get acquainted, Dan. Now, you're from Boston, aren't you, Margaret?
Yes.
Did you go to school there?
Yes. High school. I've never been to college.
Oh.
Mother...
Dan, will you please be quiet for a moment? As soon as your engagement is announced, every society editor in New York is going to be after me for a story. I've got to know a little about Margaret's background.
I'm afraid there isn't much, Mrs. Furness. I'm just an ordinary girl who happens to be very much in love with your son.
I know, dear. But for your sake, as well as Dan's, it would be better if his friends thought of you as one of their crowd. Then you wouldn't have to bother explaining who you are or where you come from.
I'm not ashamed of who I am, Mrs. Furness.
But of course not, darling. I'm just trying to make it easier for you. After all, you want to be popular with Dan's friends, don't you?
I want to be popular with Dan.
Then take my word for it, Margaret. Just be vague about your background. I'll manufacture some harmless little story for the newspapers. And if anybody ever questions you, just laugh it off by saying your folks came over on the Mayflower.
In Dan's crowd, it always seemed to matter who you were as well as what you were. They were birds of a feather. And it was important for me to be one of them, for Dan's sake and mine as well. The only trouble was, I wasn't one of them. And it made me wonder if Dan and I would ever be happy together. It made me wonder. It made me cry.
Oh, darling. For Pete's sake, what are you doing?
I'm thinking about you.
Well, that's a fine thing. I thought I made you happy.
I am happy, dear.
Well, if you are, I'd hate to see you when you're sad. What's the matter, honey?
Everything.
Well, what do you mean? When did all this happen? What's going on here?
I don't know. I just feel sort of scared about our getting married.
Scared? Oh, what's wrong, darling?
Nothing, I suppose, but it always frightens me when I think about all your money and the elegant people we go around with.
Now, Margot, I thought we weren't going to talk about that anymore.
Oh, but Dan, we've got to talk about it now, because it'll be too late after we're married.
Too late for what?
To find out if it'll hurt you if your friends don't accept me. After all, they don't love me the way you do, and I never want you to be embarrassed by me or my folks either.
Oh, good Lord, sweetheart.
My folks will want to see us, Dan. They'll want to come to the wedding.
Well, of course.
Don't you care? Won't it bother you to have them around? Think, darling. Think how you feel when you see me being as proud of them as you are of your folks.
Margaret, look. Now, let's settle this thing once and for all. I'm marrying you because I love you. Because I know you're the sweetest girl in all the world. And as far as I'm concerned, that's all that counts.
Are you sure, Dan? Are you sure it's not just your heart talking?
Oh, darling. You know I'm proud of you, don't you?
Yes, darling.
Well, then, how could I ever be ashamed of your family?
Did he mean that? Did he really mean what he said that day? It's so hard to know how anybody really feels deep down inside. It's so hard to know how you yourself feel. That's why I've been so nervous all through dinner. That's why I'm so terrified right now. I should have insisted on going someplace else as soon as I found out about her. I should insist on going someplace else now before the... Oh, it's too late now. I could have gone an hour ago, but I can't go.
We have a special show for you tonight. A show featuring all the biggest stars on Broadway. Yes, the biggest stars on Broadway 40 years ago. Tom Forte, even Willie Jones, the Sandler Brothers, and the sweetheart of them all. And here she is, Sweet Rosie O'Grady.
The blue cool spotlight in the same sort of hourglass gown she'd worn in the days when men drank champagne out of her slippers.
Oh, thank you, my friend. It's so good of you to remember. In the shade of the old apple tree, where the love in your eyes I could see.
Her voice was gone, of course. And the wrinkles in her neck looked horrible under layers of grease paint. Her hair was thin and her hands were gaunt. And all that was left of her were her two lovely blue eyes. And as soon as I saw her, I knew she'd taken this engagement only because she needed the money.
Oh, she's awful, isn't she, darling?
Is she, Dan?
She's the image of our laundress, Dan. Remember Mrs. O'Leary?
That's right, Mother. She looks just like her. Only I think Mrs. O'Leary had a better voice.
Darling, please.
What's the matter?
Why, it's degrading. A woman that age making a spectacle of herself. How can she do it?
Oh, no, don't be unkind, Mater. She's probably somebody's grandmother.
That woman you're talking about, that woman who's making such a spectacle of herself is somebody's grandmother. She's my grandmother.
What?
She's a fine, noble woman, and I'm proud of her. All her life she's been good to the people around her, taken care of them, given them money. That's why she's here now, because she's too good to ask for anything in return. No, leave me alone. I'm going backstage to wait for her, to tell her how proud I am to be your grandmother, and none of you need bother coming with me. I knew it was the end, but I didn't care. I turned my back on all of them and ran out into the street without even saying goodbye. And when I looked for the alley outside, I looked for it to go backstage to the dressing room. Oh, Dan. He was all I could think of as I ran to the stage door and asked the doorman to show me to a room. When I got there, Dan was waiting.
Hello, sweetheart.
Dan, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you. You didn't give me a chance to catch up with you, so I took a shortcut through the stage.
Oh, it's all right, Dan. You don't have to say goodbye to me. I understand how you feel.
Do you?
I think I do.
Oh, I love you, Margaret. I want to marry you.
Oh, darling, don't say that.
I love you. Can't you hear me?
Oh, Dad. Put your arms around me.
Oh, sweet. Come on, honey. Knock on the door. I want to meet your grandmother. My grandmother-in-law.
Oh, darling.
Thank you, Dorothy McGuire, for a fine performance. Remember, when you want to greet a friend, send a Hallmark card. And sure, next Monday you'll be wanting to greet all your friends, for St. Patrick's Day it is. So get you down to your Hallmark dealers tomorrow and make your selection of Hallmark St. Patrick's Day cards for all your friends, whether Irish they be or not. You'll find Hallmark St. Patrick's Day cards with their shamrock, their special greeting, and just a bit of blimey. A perfect way to tell your friends you remembered them on St. Patrick's Day.
You're cordially invited to be with us again next week at the same time for another fine dramatic program brought to you by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards. If you enjoyed tonight's show, won't you please tell your friends about it and ask them also to tune in for next week's program sponsored by Hallmark greeting cards. At that time, you will hear a story by one of America's best-loved writers, O. Henry. Our star will be one of Hollywood's most glamorous leading ladies, Miss Jean Tierney.
Appeared through the courtesy of David O. Selznick, producer of the Technicolor picture Duel in the Sun. Miss McGuire was supported by Chet Stratton in the role of Dan and Carl Swenson as Charles. Sweet Rosie O'Grady was dramatized by Robert Sloan from the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. The Hallmark program was directed by Mark Slobe, with music especially composed by Jack Miller. To be doubly sure of the finest quality, always look in the back of your cards for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. This is Tom Shirley speaking for the makers of Hallmark greeting cards and for your friendly Hallmark dealer. You'll find a wide selection of Hallmark cards in America's finest shops and stores. Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the...
Aunt Sally, come here. I want to see you alone.
More secrets, Betty? Well, the house is full of them.
Now the door's closed, we can talk. Aunt Sally, what can I give Mother for Christmas?
Did you ask her, dear?
Yes, and she just says all she wants from me is love and kisses.
Well, I did hear her say she needed more stockings. How about getting her some of the lovely sheer ones we saw in the store today?
But she always says sheer stockings are extravagant.
Not necessarily, dear. They wear very well if you're careful about washing. Just dip them in Lux suds every day. Lux keeps the silk nice and springy, so it doesn't break so easily into runs.
Then I'll tell you what. I'll buy some and tell Mother I'll Lux them for her every time she wears them. I'll buy a big box of Lux and give it to her with the stockings.
Now, that's a real Christmas gift, Betty.
Okay, I'll get some Lux Flakes right away.
And be sure to use nothing but Lux Flakes, dear. You know, rubbing stockings with a cake of soap is bad for them. And some soaps are strong, too harsh for delicate silk things.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Sally. You're an angel to help me. Mother's the most perplexing person on my list.
Stockings for Christmas and Lux Flakes for stockings. A perfect combination.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Presenting Clive Brooks in The Secrets of Scotland Yard.
How do you do? Is there such a thing as the perfect crime? If so, it's no place in this program. For we're concerned with the majority of crimes, the imperfect ones. And yet, every so often there comes a crime so very near to perfection that the criminals themselves must have believed at one stage of the game that they would really get away with it. And yet, invariably, they were wrong. Such is our case today, a classic in the annals of the tricksters. You've heard the expression safe as the Bank of England. For more than a century, that expression has signified the stability of a great British institution. Stability, yes, but invulnerable, I wonder. The title of this program is The Bank of England Robbery.
an island site in the heart of the city of London is the home of the Old Lady of Threadneedle Street. This is the affectionate name by which the Bank of England is known the world over. Her stone walls are guarded at night by a company of guardsmen, and her gold and good name are guarded by day by the vigil of the clerks and managers. This is as true today as it was equally true almost 100 years ago. The time is the year 1873. Strolling along a city street in the summer of that year are two men. One is an inspector from Scotland Yard. The other is the famous American detective Arthur Pinkerton, who was over in England at the time in connection with some investigations for one of his American clients.
Oh, a beautiful day, Inspector Shore.
Yes, Mr. Pinkerton, you've certainly brought the fine weather with you.
I guess it's just a fallacy in America, but we always believe you have nothing but rain and fog in England.
Well, I certainly wouldn't like to conceal anything from you, Mr. Pinkerton, and we do have our fair share of fog and rain, but all the same, I think...
What? Wait a minute.
Oh, what is it?
See those two fellas ahead of us?
What, you mean those two businessmen?
Yeah, and unless I'm very much mistaken, they're in a pretty queer business.
Oh, can't say I recognize them. Look, they're crossing the road.
Come on, we'll keep on this side, but try to draw level.
No, they're strangers to me.
But not to me. Unless I'm very much mistaken, their names are George Bidwell and George McDonald. Bidwell has been mixed up in crime all his life. McDonald is a convicted forger. Both of them are well-educated and will stop at nothing. I didn't know they were in England.
Well, thanks for the information. Oh, by the way, Pinkerton, do they specialize in any particular type of crime?
Yeah, robbing banks.
Detective Inspector Shaw arranged for the men to be shadowed. For the next few months, Scotland Yard kept a close watch on their movements. As an additional precaution, Scotland Yard sent a circular letter to the London banks, warning them of the presence of Bidwell and MacDonald in Europe. However, the majority of the banks had their own system of precaution, and the bank managers were not very impressed.
Another of these circular letters from Scotland Yard. I don't know what they take us for. A bunch of fools, I suppose. A couple of American tricksters over here. I suppose they think they can get away with the sort of trickery they use in New York. Oh, they get as surprised as they tried over here. I'd like to see them try.
His wish was to be fulfilled. The months went by, and no more news was heard of Bidwell and MacDonald. They both went over to the continent, and Scotland Yard gave up their watch. Then, a few months later, Scotland Yard received an urgent message from the Bank of England.
Thank goodness you're here, Inspector. Immediately my attention was drawn to this forgery, I sent for you personally. I felt that if any man could help us, it would be you.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mr. May. Well, now, suppose you give me all the facts of the case.
But this morning, I had a message from Colonel Fraser, who is the manager of our West End branch. Among the bills cleared by him yesterday were 2 notes to the value of £1,000 each, in the name of a very respectable financier, Mr. Blydenstein.
You mean that these notes were signed by Mr. Blydenstein and were, in fact, promissory notes to the value of £1,000 each?
That is correct. Each notes such as these, provided they are genuine and signed by a reputable banker or financier, are accepted by the Bank of England as full security. In fact, just as if they were actual money.
And in due course, these bills go through to Mr. Blydenstein, who pays them, and the transaction is completed.
Yes, of course. Such bills are usually post-dated. In fact, that is the reason they're lodged with the bank. On the date stated, they would go to Mr. Blydenstein, who would pay up.
And these bills were, I presume, credited to the account of one of your customers at the West End branch?
Yes, the account of a Mr. Warren, a businessman of considerable interest. He's an American.
Oh, an American. You say he has considerable interest. Has he had the account for the bank for a long time?
Not a very long time. No, I've had a talk with Colonel Fraser, and I gather, in point of fact, he's only had Mr. Warren's account for about a year. But that, of course, is explained by Mr. Warren being an American. He's over here in connection with the construction of the new Pullman trains. He's having a number of these trains built in Birmingham for use in England and on the continent.
Oh, how did you know this?
He told Colonel Fraser.
I see.
Now, I should not want you to think that Colonel Fraser relied on Mr. Warren's word concerning his stability. During the past year, a considerable amount of business has gone through his account. I need hardly add that there's been no grounds for suspicion in connection with Mr. Warren's account. We've had bills against some of the most reputable bankers and financiers in Europe, including Rothschild. And in every case, the bills were genuine, because they've been met.
Yes, but this one against
Mr. Bleidenstein.
Yes, this is a forgery.
That is correct. And the awful thing is that we might not have known it for some time if it hadn't been for the mistake.
Oh, what mistake?
Well, I told you, these bills were made out to be payable on a certain date.
Yes?
Well, on this particular bill, there was no date. It was noticed by one of the clerks, and Colonel Fraser sent it round to Mr. Bleidenstein to have the correct date added. It was then we learnt it was a forgery.
When did Mr. Warren hand this bill into the bank?
He didn't actually hand it in. I understand that he's been away in Birmingham for the last few months, and he had been in the habit of sending bills by registered post.
Sending bills? Oh, in fact, you mean that he's made a habit of this sending bills?
Yes.
And what's the state of his account?
Well, there's about £5,000 in it. A very considerable amount of money has passed through the account in the past few months, and most of it has been withdrawn through checks made payable to a Mr. Horton, who has an account at the Continental Bank in London.
Mm-hmm. And what money has been paid into Mr. Warren's account to meet these checks?
Not much money. Most of it is represented by bills which will fall due during the next few months.
Oh. And in the meantime, the Bank of England has credited Mr. Warren. About how much money do these bills represent?
Well, I've only glanced at the figures, but I should estimate it must be something in the neighborhood of £100,000.
£100,000. Mr. Warren didn't do things by halves. Immediately, Scotland Yard acted. Obviously, the account at the Continental Bank, in the name of Horton, was the means whereby the criminals were extracting the money. On the very day while Mr. May and the inspector were visiting the Continental Bank, a young man came in to cash one of Mr. Warren's checks.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I've come to cash this check.
Oh, thank you. It will just wait one moment, will you, sir?
Yes, that's the account.
All right, Mr. May. Just one moment, please.
Yes? Anything the matter?
I'm a police officer. If you'd accompany me to the manager's office, I'd like a word with you.
The young man, whose name was Noyes, turned out to be the clerk to Mr. Horton. He denied all knowledge of the plot and said that he'd only been in Mr. Horton's employment for a matter of months.
We've checked up at the lodging house where he's staying, and I gather that he talks quite freely of his post with Mr. Horton.
When did he meet Horton?
Who evidently put an advertisement in the newspaper saying that he was seeking a situation and could put up some money as a guarantee of his being trustworthy. He gave Horton £150 to keep in trust. Needless to say, Horton has disappeared. All the same, I don't quite trust Mr. Noyes. I think he knows more than he's saying.
Further inquiries revealed that Noyes had come from America and that he'd arrived only 6 months ago. Pinkerton, the American detective, was now back in New York and acting on behalf of the bank. He helped Scotland Yard with information they urgently needed. Pinkerton advised London that a relative of Noyes had received that same month a draft for £1,000. For a junior clerk, Mr. Noyes was very well paid.
It's no use, you know. You'd better tell us the truth. Where did you get this £1,000?
What £1,000?
Did Horton give it to you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where is Horton? I warned you before, you'd do well to tell all you know.
But the gang had chosen well. They knew that Noyes would keep his mouth shut. Already, however, the gigantic proportions of the crime had aroused the indignation of the country. It transpired that every one of the bills held by the Bank of England were forged. All the genuine bills that had been passed through the account of Mr. Warren during the previous year had been used by the gang both to create confidence in Mr. Warren's stability and to act as a basis for the forgeries they were planning to carry out. The Bank of England, to use an American expression of a different generation, had been taken for a ride. Needless to say, Horton, Warren, and every trace of the money had completely disappeared. The hunt was on. Feat of detection on the part of Scotland Yard and Pinkerton to identify Horton and Warren as George Bidwell and George MacDonald. The only pity was their previous warning to the London banks was not taken a little more seriously.
We know for certain that MacDonald left England before the very first forged bill was lodged at the bank. He was taking no risk. He went to France, and so far we haven't picked up his trail. But we've reason to suspect, however, that he's headed for South America.
But what about the money?
No, that isn't going to be easy to trace. After Noyes cashed the check at the Continental Bank, he took the banknotes to the Bank of England and exchanged them for gold sovereigns.
Surely we can find this hoard of gold?
Hold on a minute. I believe they changed the gold back into notes, back into gold sovereigns, and then into American bonds. One can't help admiring their thoroughness.
I really cannot share your admiration.
No, Mr. May, I don't suppose you can. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that if MacDonald has got away, Bidwell is still in this country. We're having every port watched, and we're putting our own Scotland Yard men to keep an eye on the American boats. I don't think he'll get away.
George Bidwell was a man of infinite resource. He actually followed Noyes on his visit to the bank on that ill-fated day. And he'd seen him come out, accompanied by a police officer, and immediately realized that the game was up. To endeavor to get out of England in any ordinary way was out of the question. Although Bidwell was only some 40 years old, he'd spent the greater part of his life dodging the police of various countries. Having destroyed all the evidence at his lodgings, he made his way to one of London's great railway stations. He took the precaution of having a porter buy his ticket to Dublin, and then, to quote his own words,
I intended taking the 9 p.m. mail train, and as a precaution, I waited until the last moment, after the passengers were on board and the waiting room doors shut. As the mail was being transferred from the wagons to the train, I took the opportunity to walk through the big gate unobserved amid the rush and confusion. The car doors were all locked, but on showing my ticket to a guard, he let me into a compartment. No doubt supposing that I had obtained admission to the station from the waiting room and had been loitering about. The same was probably the case with the 2 or 3 other men looking out of the waiting room window at the platform, whom I judged to be detectives. The train rolled out of the station, and soon I was leaving London behind at the rate of 50 miles an hour. After midnight, we took the steamer to Holyhead, and arrived at Dublin about 7 a.m. I should not have felt so comfortable throughout this night's journey had I known that the telegraph was flashing in all directions.
£500 reward for the capture of George Bidwell, who is supposed to be one of the persons engaged in the great bank forgery. He is an American citizen, about 40 years of age, a dark complexion, and is alleged to be in Ireland.
Bidwell went on to Cork, and as he left the station, was followed by two detectives. One of them inquired whether he'd ever been there before. With a haughty yes, he walked slowly away. He made his way to a wharf where a tender was waiting to convey passengers and mail to the liner SS Atlantic.
On entering, I found the place crowded and the tugboat ready to convey the passengers to the steamer Atlantic. Before attempting to step aboard the tug, I took a look around and saw my two detectives standing back in one corner with their eyes fixed on me, all but their heads being concealed behind the crowd, waiting to see their friends off for America. Apparently unconscious of their presence, I threw my papers one by one down among the passengers, and as the deck of the boat was 8 or 10 feet below, the detectives could not see to whom they were being thrown. I stood leaning on the rail for a short time, gazing at the scene, then left the wharf, not even glancing in the direction of the detectives. I felt that any attempt of mine to embark would precipitate their movements. Therefore, I at once abandoned all ideas of taking passage for Queenstown.
Bidwell was luckier than he realized at the time. On that trip, the Atlantic struck a rock off the coast of Nova Scotia, and of 1,002 people aboard, 560 lost their lives. All the rest of the evening, George Bidwell spent in trying to shake off the detectives who were shadowing him. Quite likely, these men were only acting on a general suspicion and did not care to take any definite action till they were made more sure that he was the wanted man. He stayed that night at a commercial hotel. When he went to the post office, where he'd arranged to collect mail in the name of Bodle, he realized that he was being watched. He hired a jaunting car and set off to the country.
Sure, you're a nervous man, sir.
Nervous? Why should I be nervous?
And why should you tell me in any case? You need not be frightened of me, sir. There's many a true patriot in Ireland that's nervous these days. I know you're a patriot, sir, and there are many doing what you're doing.
How do you know I am?
Trust in me. There are many in Ireland who will protect you.
When they reached a small town, Bidwell dismissed the jaunting car and decided to stay the night at an hotel. Glancing at a recent paper in the sitting room, he learned for the first time that his real name was known to the police, and that he was suspected to be in Ireland.
I sat in a hotel, utterly dumbfounded, bewildered, paralyzed. I'd experienced some shocks, some takedowns in my time, but never one to compare with this. Arousing myself from a state of mental stupefaction, hitherto unknown, I put the paper into the fire and retired to the room allotted to me.
But in the morning, he was off on the road again, posing as a Fenian, an Irish revolutionary. He managed to make his way to Dublin. He put up at a small hotel and might well have escaped detention if he hadn't left behind him his scarf with the initials GB. This was seen by one of the maids.
I found this in his room, sir. He must have left it out when he was packing.
Ah, this is our man, all right. I want every man you can spare to watch all the trains from Dublin tonight.
Very good, sir.
He must not get away. He must not get away.
But he did, to Belfast, where, pretending to be a Frenchman, he managed to get on a boat to Glasgow. From there, he went on to Edinburgh, where he posed as a German medical student. For over 3 months, he lived there, corresponding with friends in America and successfully concealing his identity. Every day, he went for a brief stroll to buy the latest Edinburgh and London papers. The newsagent, not entirely taken in by Bidwell's disguise, felt there was something suspicious about this customer. He happened to mention it to another customer who worked for a firm of lawyers. And among the clients of this firm of lawyers was the Bank of England. By such a slender chain of circumstances and luck, information concerning this mysterious stranger came back to Scotland Yard. Bidwell was followed. He took flight, tried to get away. This time he did not succeed.
I tell you I'm no Fenian.
I live.
And what do you want me for?
For forgery.
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do.
Meantime, the arrest of the other principal in the conspiracy was no less tinged with melodrama. There was a worldwide hue and cry. In America, Pinkerton was leading exhaustive inquirers into the background of the gang. A trail, in the end, led to Cuba, where other members of the gang were found and arrested. As for MacDonald, he fled aboard the liner Thuringia, and his arrest was only achieved after a melodramatic boat race in the New York harbor. And what of the loot?
Among the few clues which had not been destroyed by MacDonald and Bidwell was a letter which mentioned a certain Major Matthews. With his name as our guide, we went through the shipping records of every mailboat company. And at last we found trace of a trunk of clothing which had been sent to the depot of the North Atlantic Express Company in New York to be called for by Major Matthews. Wrapped up in the soiled linen were found 3 bundles of bonds to the total value of almost $300,000.
And if those of you who are inclined to think that the modern criminals know more tricks than their predecessors, remember this amazing story occurred in 1873. When the various accused came to trial in August of that year, there was such a vast array of evidence against them that there was little to be said in their defense. It says much for their characters that they were principally concerned in seeing that the innocent did not suffer for their actions. Bidwell spoke of the manager of the West End branch of the Bank of England.
I should like to say concerning Colonel Fraser that I hope as the years go by, his resentment against me will wear away. I know that a lot of people have blamed him, but I should like to say that any other man in London, however able, had he been in Colonel Fraser's position, would have been deceived by us. I'd like to say how sorry I am that he was deceived. That is all I have to say.
The commercial world was horrified by the revelation that the greatest bank in England could be tricked, deceived, and despoiled. In those days of harsh sentences, the criminals could have little hope of mercy. On the 8th day of the trial, after the men had been found guilty, the Lord Chief Justice proclaimed sentence.
You, who now ask for mercy, and who are not restrained by respect for law and honesty, must be met with a terrible retribution. And it should be well known that persons who commit crime, which only persons of education sometimes commit, will be sure to meet with a very heavy punishment. I cannot see a reason to make a distinction in the sentence I am about to pass. In regard to that sentence, if I could conceive any case of forgery worse than this, I should have endeavored to take into consideration whether such punishment less than the maximum might have been sufficient. But as I cannot conceive a worse case, I see no reason for mitigating the sentence. That sentence is that each and all of you be kept in penal servitude for life. And in addition to that sentence, I order that each one of you shall pay 1/4 of the costs of the prosecution.
20 years were passed by before the last of these criminals was released. Bidwell lived to write the story of his infamous crime. As for the rest, there's a trace. Have you noticed one thing about this story? At each stage, The almost perfect crime was spoilt not by the vigilance of the bank or the law, but by those little errors which, as we've learned in the series, time after time give the criminals away. If Bidwell had been a little less greedy, he might have escaped. Remember, those two bills which led to their downfall were not detected because they were forged, but because he'd forgotten to fill in the date. Again, after all Bidwell's ingenuity to avoid arrest, he put the police on his trail in Dublin by forgetting to pack his scarf. The Bank of England robbery was called the crime of the century. But like most other crimes, it was far from being perfect. Well, that's all for now. At our next meeting, I hope to be able to tell you more of the secrets of Scotland Yard.
The Secrets of Scotland Yard is distributed by the Center for Telecommunication Services, the University of Texas at Austin, by special arrangement with the Overseas Programming Companies Limited. This is the Longhorn Radio Network.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A police officer is shot down on the front steps of his home. There's no apparent motive for the shooting. The assailant escapes in a blue sedan. Your job, get him.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima, best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Sunday, May 23rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was off duty reporting back in on an emergency call. It was 5 minutes past 3 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. How is he?
He's dead.
Oh? Went kind of fast, huh?
I just got the call a couple of minutes ago. He died in Wet Hospital. Friday, Ben, let's go. Thad Brown's office.
All right.
How did it happen, Skipper? Haven't got all the details. Guy used a shotgun, point blank. Fillmore didn't have a chance.
Chief of the detective's office, he got crime lab? Yeah, out there now. Right.
Chief Brownigan?
Down the hall is Captain Wayne, intelligence office. Said to have you wait.
Okay, we'll be inside.
Right.
You want to fill us in, Skipper?
Not much to tell. Fillmore was working the day watch out of robbery. He left work at 6 o'clock last night, drove home.
Yeah?
He had dinner, then he and his wife went to a show. He got home about 11:30, went to bed.
Yeah?
About 1:30 this morning, the front doorbell rang and Fillmore answered it. His wife said she heard him open the door, and there was a gunshot. She ran to the front door in time to see a guy jump in a car and drive away. Fillmore was lying on the porch, chest ripped open.
You say the guy used a shotgun?
Yeah.
No other information on the car he used?
Blue sedan, that's all the wife could tell us. She didn't get the license number. Said it looked like a new model car.
No physical evidence.
Haven't found anything yet.
Here's the boss.
Chief?
Elliot, you brief Friday and Romero?
Told him much as I know.
Any idea what the guy's motive was?
Revenge.
Any leads?
Just one. Then White Intelligence came up with it. A guy by the name of Jake Carver.
Carver? Not familiar.
He got out of Folsom 3 days ago. Served 7 years armed robbery.
Yeah.
Fulmore was the man who got Carver and sent him up. The time he was sentenced, Carver swore up and down he'd get Fulmore when he got out. Hot-headed punk.
Where do we look for Carver?
Already checked where he's supposed to be staying. Not there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a list of guys he used to run with before he went to Folsom.
Thanks.
Let's see, Joe.
Here it is. Ralph Danton, Ernie Travis, Jaime Flores.
Carver been seen around town since he got out?
Once that we know of, in a bar out on Sunset Boulevard. Flores was with him.
Well, how about Travis and Danton? They still around?
Let's see. Travis went east 2 years ago. Danton's around. Still runs with Flores. That's where you start.
Flores?
Yeah.
Okay. Any reason?
2. Flores' sister used to go with Carver.
Yeah.
Flores owns a blue sedan.
3:20 a.m. We checked Jaime Flores' last known address, the old 76 Hotel down on South Alameda. Flores had moved. His forwarding address was his mother's house, 1232 Alabama Street out in Boyle Heights. His mother told us Jaime was living on County View Avenue in Highland Park. 4:30 a.m. We located the address.
No garage here. Wonder where Jaime keeps his car.
Not parked on the street.
Yeah? What do you want?
Police officers.
Oh.
Like to talk to Jaime Flores?
Jaime? It's late. We're in bed.
It's important. We'd like to talk to him.
All right. Wait. I'll go get him up. Jaime. Come on, get up. Come on, Jaime. Cops at the door want to talk to you.
What'd they say?
They want to talk to you.
Okay, baby. Yeah, officers. What can I do for you?
You Jaime Flores?
That's right.
We're looking for Jake Carver. You know where he is?
Wish I did. I'm through with that guy.
Why? What's the matter?
He borrowed my car day before yesterday. Said he'd only be gone a couple hours. I'm still waiting.
You own a blue sedan, is that right?
Yeah, 48 Chevy. Why'd he crack it up?
Couldn't tell you. Do you have any idea where we can look for Carver?
If I did, I'd be looking myself.
Do you know if Carver's got a gun?
Why? That punk pull a job?
Does he have a gun?
In the trunk of the car. I use it on hunting trips.
What kind?
Shotgun.
4:45 a.m. We got out a broadcast and an APB on Jake Carver, containing a complete description of the car and its license number. Roadblocks were set up on all main roads leading out of the city, and police details at the airports, bus depots, and the railroad terminals were alerted. All of the people whom Carver was known to have run with before he was sent to Folsom Penitentiary were rounded up and brought in for questioning. While Captain Elliott from Homicide supervised the interrogation, Ben went across the street to check with the coroner at the morgue. I contacted Lee Jones at the crime lab. 6 a.m. We met in Chief of Detectives Thad Brown's office.
Crime lab find anything?
Single footprint, that's all. Jones found it in one of the flower beds in front of Fillmore's home.
Is it tie-in?
Size 10. That's Carver's size.
Well, that'll help.
Is there any indication Carver might still be in the city?
No, there was a good 3 hours between the time Fillmore was shot and the roadblocks went up.
What about Carver's pals? Did they help any?
Well, Flores is the only one who admits seeing him since he got out.
What about Flores' sister, Dorothy?
She lives out in Long Beach, and Cena's and Burton are bringing her in now.
That guy, Flores, did you question him again, Elliot?
Yeah.
You satisfied with everything he told you that he knows?
That's right. He doesn't seem to be too close to Carver. No record of any correspondence with him while he was in Folsom.
How about the coroner's report now?
Shotgun, close range, hit him hard.
Well, there's mugshots of Carver. They out?
Photocopy's still working on it. Turning out 2,000.
Excuse me. Brown speaking. Albert. Right. They got Dorothy Flores in the interrogation room. You want to talk to her, Elliot?
Ben, you and Joe talk to her. Tell Encinas and Burton to check in here. I got another angle I want them to start on.
Right, let's go, Joe. He must be as mad as a hatter. 3 days out of Folsom and he kills a cop.
Yeah, if it was him.
You got any other ideas?
We need more than a footprint. We got to find the gun, and we got to prove that he used it.
Hi. You two going to take over?
Yeah, Lloyd. You and Gil check in at the chief's office. The captain wants to see you.
Okay. You want the policewoman to stand by?
It's fine.
Let's go, Gil. See you guys later.
All right.
Come on. You're Dorothy Flores?
Yeah,
You know why you're here?
Jake Carver. That's what they told me.
That's right. You know where he is?
No.
Have you seen Carver in the past 3 days?
Look, I don't want any part of the guy. He's nothing to me. He never was.
You used to go around with him, didn't you?
7 years ago, before he went to Folsom.
Mm-hmm. What happened to your eye, Miss Flores? Those bruises there on your arm.
We had a party. I fell and bumped myself.
Looks like a pretty new black eye. Did you have the party last night?
I told you, Jake's nothing to me. He's a crazy hothead. I don't want any part of him.
Was he around to see you last night?
I used to go with him, that's all. I don't care what happened to him.
You saw him last night, huh?
I didn't.
This is on a murder rap, Miss Flores.
I didn't want to see him. He came to my room. He forced his way in. I didn't want any part of him.
When was it?
Early this morning.
What time?
About 2 o'clock, maybe 10 after. He wanted money, acted like a crazy man. I told him I didn't have any money. He slugged me. That's how I got this mouse.
What do you want the money for?
He said he got the cop who set him up. He had to get out of town. He took my purse, $48 in it.
Was he driving your brother's car?
Yeah. I didn't want any part of him. I got nothing in this.
Did he tell you where he was headed?
Mexico. He's got friends across the border. Tijuana.
All right. Stay with her, Ben.
And get a stenographer, too, will you?
Yeah.
Righty.
The Flores girl, Skipper. Carver saw her this morning. Admitted shooting Fillmore. She says he's headed south for Tijuana.
Maybe he stopped off on the way.
How do you mean?
The drugstore in San Pedro just held up. Owner was shot and killed.
Yeah?
The guy was driving a blue sedan.
An immediate alert was teletyped to the coastal town south of Los Angeles in the vicinity of San Pedro. The San Diego police were alerted, as were the Mexican authorities in Tijuana and other designated points of entry along the California-Mexico border. 7:50 a.m. Ben and I, together with Lloyd Barton and Al Chambra of Homicide, drove down to San Pedro and checked in with Lieutenant Maxwell at San Pedro Homicide.
What kind of a gun did the guy use, Lieutenant?
I checked the body. Looks like it could have been a .45.
No chance it might have been a shotgun?
No, not that kind of a wound.
Who saw the guy make his getaway?
My wife did. We live right across the street from the drugstore. Wife heard the shooting, ran to the window. She says it was a blue sedan.
She didn't see the license plate?
No, I got a look at the car before it disappeared. It looked like a Chevy to me.
There's been no sign of it since the roadblocks went up?
Not yet. It's pretty hard to understand.
How do you mean?
Take a look at the map here. Here's Palos Verdes and Clifton to the west. Roadblocks there.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Here's the roadblock to the north, just this side of Harbor City. Another one northeast, near Wilmington.
Yeah?
This one here, outside of Long Beach.
Had 4 roads to pick from.
They're all blocked off, huh?
No turnoffs, no detours. All the roads are under patrol.
You think he got south beyond Long Beach before the roadblocks went up?
Not a chance.
Yeah, it's hard to figure.
He could be hiding out somewhere along the way.
Excuse me. This is Lieutenant Maxwell. Where? Okay, be right there.
Anything?
I found the car off the Coast Highway, blue Chevy sedan.
How about Carver?
Bloodstains in the front seat. That's all they found.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to an actual police case. Here, step by step, are the reasons why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers from coast to coast.
Step 1.
The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality.
Step 2.
Long cigarette smokers discover Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Step 3.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima extra mild. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
And that's why more and more smokers every day agree
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Yes, the name Fatima on that golden yellow package is your insurance of an extra mild smoke.
So enjoy king-size Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
8:45 a.m. We found the blue Chevrolet sedan. It was lying overturned in a ditch just off a dead-end road on the edge of a grove of eucalyptus trees. Oil was still dripping from the crankcase. There were bloodstains on the upholstery in the front seat. In the glove compartment, we found 2 empty shotgun shells. Ben marked them with his initials for evidence and wrapped them in a handkerchief. The fingerprint men were called. We fanned out and started a search of the general area.
See if we can't pick up a trail in this eucalyptus grove here. Sure has got me beat.
What's that?
The car all smashed up back there, blood all over. The guy must have been hurt. How'd he get this far away from the car?
What makes you think he did get far?
Either that or he's hiding right under our nose.
Yeah.
No sign of a trail through here?
No, there's nothing. There's a clearing up ahead. Come on, let's cut through this brush here. Ben, come here.
Yeah.
Take a look. The trunk of this tree.
Brown smears on it. The blood?
Maybe. Look, higher up on the trunk there is the same thing. Wait a minute.
Up in the tree. Can you see anything up there?
No, the branches are pretty thick. Trees go pretty high up. Good 60 feet up there.
Come here, Joe.
Yeah?
Follow my hand. Oh, no, just over to the left where I'm pointing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, come here, Ben.
You all right, Joe?
Yeah. Can you see him?
Yeah, up near the top.
Right. Stay off, Burton. Don't come in the clearing. He's up in one of the trees.
Throw that gun down, then come down yourself.
All right, Ben.
Ready, Joe.
It's Carver.
Shotgun's over there. You alive?
Yeah.
It's a hard tree to climb. Wonder how he got up there.
I don't know. But this was the only way to get him down. We called an ambulance and had Jake Carver taken back to Los Angeles to the county hospital, the prison ward. We took the shotgun and the empty shells and booked them as evidence with the property clerk. The wrecked blue sedan was impounded. 2 counts of murder were filed against Carver with the district attorney. There was still one important piece of evidence missing, the .45 pistol used in the robbery and murder of the San Pedro druggist. A month passed. While Carver recuperated in the prison ward of the county hospital, we were busy building a case for his conviction. We still had only enough evidence to convict him for one of the murders. Another 2 months went by. On August 30th, Jake Carver was brought to trial for the shotgun murder of police officer Robert Fillmore. 10 days later, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to a life term in Folsom Penitentiary. Knowing that we didn't have enough evidence to convict his client for the murder of the druggist, Carver's lawyer demanded an immediate trial on the second charge. Wednesday, September 12th, 10 a.m. I was called at the chief of detective's office.
Friday? Sit down.
Thank you.
Elliot and I have been talking about this Jake Carver thing.
They set the trial date yet?
Starts next Tuesday. Bringing Carver down from Folsom tomorrow.
It's bum luck. We're not going to convict him on the evidence we've got. We don't even have the gun.
We've got to get a conviction. He beat the death rap for killing Fillmore. If he gets over this one, it means he's still eligible for parole.
Yeah.
So he serves 10 years, maybe. Good behavior. He gets out and he's ready to start in all over again.
Yeah, if we could just sew him up for killing that druggist, we could put him away for good.
I don't know how, Skipper. It's a pretty good bet that no jury will convict him unless we find that gun.
We got another out. Just one.
What's that?
If we can get Carver to admit he killed that druggist.
It's a neat trick.
When you and Ben got him last May, did he see you at all? You think he could recognize you again?
Well, couldn't have gotten a very good look from where he was up in that tree. Ben did all the testifying at the trial. I wasn't even there. No, he wouldn't know me. Why?
When they bring Carver down from Folsom tomorrow, they'll put him in county jail while he's waiting trial.
Yeah.
Chief figures if we could plant you in the same cell with him, there's a chance he might talk, if you play it right.
No, I don't know. He's no beginner.
Neither are you. You've carved enough of the right bait at the right time, and there's a chance he'll put his foot in it.
Maybe. All right, will you set it up with the county jail?
Yeah, and remember, he's a killer. Don't take any chances.
Suppose he gets wise.
Well, then we'll know you tried.
The following day at 2 p.m., I was booked at Central Jail as Joe Ramos, a robbery suspect. Ramos was the actual name of an eastern thief whom we knew was not acquainted with Jake Carver. After being mugged and fingerprinted, transportation officers took me to the 12th floor of the Hall of Justice, where I was booked into the county jail. After that, I was taken down to a cell block on the 10th floor known as the High Power Tank, where prisoners charged with major crimes are held. During the day, the individual cells are left open, and the prisoners are allowed to visit with one another. I was taken back and shown the cell I was assigned to. Jake Carver was already there. He was playing two-handed poker with another inmate on the lower bunk.
Here you are, Ramos. This cell here. You can take the top bunk.
All right.
How many cards you want?
Make it 2, Jake.
Hey, move, will you? I want to get in my bunk.
Come on, make your bet.
Says 2 cigarettes.
You're 2, bunk you 6.
I said I'd like to get in my bunk.
Go on, Sam. Play the game.
Okay, we'll see you.
Maybe you didn't hear me, Sam. I said I want to get in my bunk.
I heard you, Mac. I don't like shoving around like this.
All right, now sit down. What's your complaint?
Didn't they tell you when you came through the door? They bury you in the hole for beefing in here.
Then as long as I'm in here with you, let's get it straight right now. Don't bother me. And while you're at it, keep your rum-dum pals out of here, you understand?
I don't think I do.
You'll be around quite a while, smart guy. I won't forget this.
Oh, yeah.
Chow time. Come on, here it is. What are you doing down there, Dobbin?
Nothing. I always sit on the floor.
Get back to your cell. Chow.
Yeah. See you, Jake.
What's this junk they feed you?
Boiled beef, boiled potatoes. It's a habit with them here.
Junk. Can you buy from the outside?
Candy. Sometimes pie. Guy comes around in the morning. Who are you?
Joe Ramos.
Ramos, huh? Chicago?
I've been there.
So have I. I'm Jake Carver. Hiya.
All right.
What are you up for?
Talk to my lawyer.
You got a smart mouth.
You got a big one. You take care of your own worries, huh? I'll take care of mine.
I ain't got any worries. I got it made. Hey, you want that piece of bread?
I don't want any of it. Take it.
Tell the truth, I never had it so good. No witnesses, no evidence. You can't touch me.
Sure. That's why you're in here. 3 days passed. By playing the part of the tough gunman from Chicago, I succeeded in getting close to Carver. Because of the close confinement, I was with him almost constantly, but he still refused to confide. In a roundabout way, I pressed him as much as I could for the answer without making him suspicious. No results. 8:55 p.m. Sunday, 2 days before the trial opened. Sam, Jake Carver, and I were playing blackjack in the aisle just outside our cell.
All right, Sam, hit me.
There you are.
Okay, I'm good.
Ramos?
I'll stand.
18. Pay 19.
That's all for me.
Me too. I'm going to hit the sack.
Yeah, just when I start to come back.
Always crying.
Hey, Ramos, seems to me I remember you. Haven't I seen you around City Hall?
Sure. I live there.
All right, it's time. Lock up.
No, seems to me I remember.
Ramos? What's he talking about?
I don't know. I got a headache. It's killing me.
Yeah? Well, let me crack your neck. It'll help it.
No, it's no good. You got any of them brown pills?
Come on, I'll crack your neck. Loosen up those nerves. Always helps me.
Yeah?
Yeah, here, let me show you. Come on, turn around.
Take it easy.
Just relax. Let yourself go.
Yeah?
I'll get my hands around the back of your neck. Come on, relax. Well, this won't hurt you.
All right.
You got to be careful with this stuff. You could break a guy's neck, you know?
Take it easy, huh?
What's the matter? Come on, relax.
All right.
Let me get a better grip on your neck.
Take it easy, huh?
All right, now. Yeah. All there is to it. How's that?
Oh, that's not bad. Feels a little better. That works okay.
Sure. Hey, I noticed you had a visitor today. One of the boys in the East?
No. A friend of mine out here. He just got in town. The coppers are trying to pin a killing on him.
No? Who is he?
Max Wesley. A good man. Tried to say he pulled a job down in San Pedro.
Pedro, huh? What kind of job?
Stick up. Drugstore a couple months ago.
Yeah? That's what they got me on, you know?
It's funny. Oh, I think I'll get some shut-eye.
What about this job they're trying to hang on him? He tell you?
I don't remember. The guy who ran the store was shot up, I think. Died. Max wasn't even in town when it happened.
Happened in May? Last May?
I don't know. I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah.
Hard bed.
They didn't have nothing on Max, huh? They let him go.
Oh, not yet. He's out on bail.
No, I mean, no evidence on him. No gun, huh?
Yeah, they got a gun. I think that's what Max said.
Where'd they find it, he say?
I don't know where they found it. Go to sleep, will you?
He mentioned anything else about Pedro, like San Pedro Hills?
Yeah. Maybe that's where they found it. I think Max said that.
That couldn't be. All right. Understand that. Hey, Ramos, it wasn't the Harbor drugstore, was it?
What's eating you anyway? Will you go to sleep?
Look, Ramos, I gotta know. It's important.
What are you talking about? I gotta get some sleep.
Will you listen a minute? I ditched a gun down there in the San Pedro Hills.
All right, what are you worrying about? They don't send you up for hiding guns?
Listen, I'm hot on that job. They got me on one murder rap. If they tag me on another one, it's for keeps.
What do you want me to do? Talk to the governor?
Are you sure this guy Max said that they found a gun?
Now, look, Carver. Max said they found a gun in the San Pedro Hills. Now, you get on down in your bunk and let's talk about it in the morning, huh?
What kind? Did he say what kind?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Was it a 45?
Something like that, yeah, 45. I guess that was it. Now, listen. Got that jailer barking down here.
Quiet down in there.
All right. You go to sleep now?
Can't be. It's not the same one. They couldn't have found it. They haven't talked to me. Ramos. When did they find the gun? Did Max tell you that? When did they find the gun? When?
I don't know.
He didn't say where?
San Pedro Hills.
Ramos, I gotta know. Wasn't by a covert, was it? On the hill road?
I don't know. I'll ask Max the next time I see him. Is that where you ditched yours?
They couldn't have found it. Nobody could have. This covert, see, back on the road.
Yeah.
There was a piece of cement broken off the bottom edge of the covert, kind of a hollowed-out space inside. I pushed the dirt all around it. You gotta ask Max. Ask him where they found that gun.
Yeah, I'll see him Wednesday. I'll ask him.
You gotta find out. They could put me away for good.
What are you worrying about? They haven't paired you up yet with the gun they found?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Maybe they didn't figure it. Maybe they forgot.
Maybe.
Yeah. Cops are dumb. They forget. That's what everybody says, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what everybody says.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On September 18th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 91, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima, best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
murder gun, a .45 caliber automatic pistol, was recovered from the San Pedro Hills, and Jacob John Carva was brought to trial. He was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. The jury again refused to recommend the death penalty. Carva is now serving a life term in the state penitentiary without possibility of parole. You have just heard Dragnet, authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police, W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Dragnet wishes to thank the editors of Radio Best magazine for their considerate appraisal of this program. For those of you who may be interested, a novelized version of Dragnet appears in the April issue of Radio Best.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
We're not one for bragging, but if your party's lagging, just remember where there's life you'll find Bob Hope.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, way out west Hope, who says if you want to be a Western pal to your gal, just say, listen, Sal, use Pepsodent, and you won't have empty molars in the old corral. Or, this is Bob, Income Tax Hope, telling you we're paying more taxes and using more Pepsodent this year so we can be armed to the teeth. Yes, sir, I've been busy all week trying to fill out my income tax. Blank. This is the time of the year we all try hard to make deductions on our income tax. It's like trying to tilt a pinball machine with Morgenthau sitting on the end of it. I sent Henry Morgenthau a big tube of Pepsodent so I can clean him while he's cleaning me. No, really, I went down and paid my tax the other day without a single complaint, without a whimper. And in 2 more days, the Novocaine should all wear off. And I happened to mention to the income tax clerk that I was working for Pepsodent. Clerk says, we have a little radio program of our own. It's called Truth or Consequences. But when it comes to income tax, I'm lucky I'm living in California. Where else could I take off $5,000 for umbrellas? I shouldn't say that because the weather is beautiful now. We're now having the kind of weather we weren't having when we said we had it. But, weren't we? But the sun has been shining beautifully for a whole week now, and I've got a wonderful tan on my face. That is the part above the waterline. Sun finally came out. A Democrat took his first look at the sun, smiled, and said, I knew Roosevelt would come through. But really, it's amazing what happened on Sunset Boulevard. When the water finally went down, they found 2 taxis, 3 buses, and an octopus who'd taken a wrong turn at Redondo Beach. At least the rain fills the yard with beautiful flowers. This is the only part of the country where you can pick water lilies and sit on the roof at the same time. And the fruit packers out here have a new idea this year. The oranges are all stamped grown in California in spite of everything. But regardless of the weather, they always dress the same here. Back east, everybody bundles up in the cold weather. Out here, when you see a guy with an overcoat on, it means he hasn't been to Santa Anita. Ted, it's wonderful the way you can pick oranges right off the trees out here. They told me at the hospital as they removed the buckshot. But gee, the way things grow out here in California, why, only last week I planted a little bit of a tree, and already it's dead. I want to tell you, and everything in California grows so fast. In fact, every time the stork delivers the baby, he throws in a package of blue blades. I'll be back. Wait a minute. Every time the stork delivers the baby, he throws in a package of blue blades free. I should have gone to the third grade. They told me it was swell there. But this... But I want to tell you, this is beautiful country out here, and what a view from Hollywood Boulevard. I'm doing great tonight, huh? I got a nice throat, too. I wish my agent had 10% of it, that's all. But what a beautiful view from Hollywood Boulevard. Go ahead, talk to each other while we rehearse, will you? I'll start over. This is beautiful country out here, and what a view from Hollywood Boulevard. Where else can you stand in the street, look up, and see snow-covered mountains and have your pocket picked at the same time? Thank you. I'm glad it's over, too.
Mr. Hope.
Yes?
Mr. Hope, I represent the Rainy Day Savings Association.
Yeah, what do? Save them up and send them to Florida?
Oh, no, you misunderstand, Mr. Hope. This is about money. Have you enough money put away for a big rain?
No, but I've got quite a bit. I've got quite a bit.
I say, have you enough money put away for...
Just read your lines. I'm lousy.
Mr. Hope, I'm simply asking a very question.
You think I was wearing my galoshes over my mouth, wouldn't you?
I would like to talk about money, Mr. Hope.
If you feel anything, I'd cut in anywhere. It's all right.
Have you enough money put away for a big rain?
No, but I've got quite a bit put away for a drip, and I do mean me.
Surely, Mr. Hope, you must have heard about that old saying, take care of the pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves. That's the way to make both ends meet.
I knew there must be an easier way than the way they do it on a massaging table.
Well, I can see I'm not getting any place with you. Well, how about you, Mr. Baker? Do you know a good thing when you hear about it?
Say, I should say I do, brother. That's why I've been so hepped up on Pepsodent Antiseptic. You see, you can save real cash when you use it because it lasts 3 times as long and makes your money go 3 times as far. Now, here's the reason for that. Pepsodent Antiseptic, even when diluted with 2 parts of water, kills germs in seconds. And even after the dilution, it's a more effective germ killer than many mouth antiseptics used full strength. A United States government ruling provides that when the word antiseptic is used on the label, the product must kill germs. Standard laboratory tests are used to prove the germ-killing properties of all antiseptics. Now, many antiseptics do no more than just pass those tests. But Pepsodent does more, lots more. It passes these rigid tests even after it's diluted with water. So there you are, ladies and gentlemen. You can have the protection of Pepsodent Antiseptic and at the same time save money because it lasts 3 times as long. For these raw, changeable days, it's a good idea to have Pepsodent Antiseptic in your home. Use it as a gargle frequently. All you have to do to have this protection is phone your druggist and order a bottle of Pepsodent Antiseptic, the kind that lasts 3 times as long.
With a twist of the wrist, with your lips that insist, with that come hither look in your eye. Just when I think we through, you do magic and make me love you. At the drop of a hat, it's as easy as that, with the merest attempt at a sigh. When I'm sure you're untrue, you do magic and make me love you. Guess I'm just, after all, at your beck and your call. Seems we'll never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I'd be back on your list. It doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I get away from your very persuasive allure? With a twist of the wrist, I'm yours.
Look in your eye.
Looking at you, there is nothing to do but love you. At the drop of a hat, easy as that. Stop that sighing. Never untrue, it's the magic of you. I love you.
Yes, I'm just after all at your beck and your call. Seems 'twill never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I'll be back on your list. Doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I get away from your very persuasive allure? With a twist of the wrist, I'm yours.
You ought to know I mean it. That's it, baby, I'm yours.
Yes, sir. That was Skinny Ennis and the Six Hits and a Miss singing Twist of the Wrist from the sensational New York production Crazy with the Heat. Say, Bill Goodman.
Oh, hello, Bob. You know, Bob, it's kind of tough getting back to work after all the fun we had over there at Catalina Island.
Oh, it sure is, Bill.
When we got there, did you see those pretty girls in short bathing suits standing with the ocean in back of them?
Oh, was that the ocean in back of them?
Gee, what a place that Catalina is. And those girls over there are so young and fresh, you know, just like little buds.
Yeah, I saw you trying to collect a corsage. Say, how big was that bathing suit your girl was wearing? Well, my girl's was even smaller.
You know, Bob, if girls' bathing suits get any smaller, they'll have to go in the water. I thought it was darn nice of you, though, to take your girl on that swell boat trip to Catalina.
Oh, it was nothing.
Gee, she rows well, doesn't she?
She could have done better with oars. Say, you disappeared that first night, Bill.
Yes, I did, Bob. I wanted to be alone, so I just sat in front of the window in the dark for hours, just staring out.
Gee, could you see her from your place, too? I spent the next afternoon lying in the warm sun. Did you see me out there?
Yes, I saw you, all right. Was that a bathing suit or a bet you had on?
Why, it was a bathing suit. Did you think the sleeves were too long?
Well, yes, I did, Bob. It'd be nicer if you let your fingers show a little. Gee, what an old-fashioned suit.
Why, Goodman, I thought my bathing suit looked very modern since I had the skirt shortened. I think it looks better above the knees.
Say, Bob, did you see Skinny Ennis in his bathing suit? He's thinner than I thought.
Yeah, he's the only man I ever saw swim out of his bathing suit without touching the sides.
Skinny Ennis made a big mistake, you know. He walked out on the shore and opened a big beach umbrella. It was too bad it was such a windy day.
Yeah, but I hear he made a wonderful landing at the Union Airport.
Say, by the way, did you see me swim underwater, Bob?
Yeah, you were good at swimming underwater. Where'd you learn to grab your nose and hold it so long?
I've been in this program 3 years, and he asked me a question like that.
Say, but I'm glad we went over to Catalina. Those little trips really helped me. I wonder where I should go next. I wonder where I should go next. No coaching from the audience, please.
Say, Rob, did you see the Chicago Cubs training over there?
Sure, Bill. That wasn't a very high fence. I even brought one of the Cubs back with me. Ladies and gentlemen, as a special treat, it is my pleasure to present one of baseball's outstanding pitchers and personalities at present in training with the Chicago Cubs at Catalina Island, Dizzy Dean.
Thanks, Bob.
Well, how are you, Dizzy?
Fine, but don't call me Dizzy.
Why? I thought everybody called you Dizzy.
They do, but somehow in this program I resent it. You see, it's only my bullpen name.
Well, if it isn't Dizzy Dean, what is your right name? You know, the name on your bank account, on the checks you sign.
Oh, that's Mrs. Dizzy Dean.
Dizzy, you actually mean she wears the baseball pants in your family?
Yeah, and on her in this town, they'd look good.
Say, you're playing with the Chicago Cubs, aren't you? You know, Dizzy, I was just thinking, you with Mr. Wrigley and me with Pepsodent, we're both living off gums, aren't we? Tell me, does Mr. Wrigley make you work during the off-season?
Does he? Bob, you know those three little green men that dance around advertising his gum?
Why, yes.
Well, this winter there were 4 of us. Say, Bob, you seem to enjoy it when you were over watching our spring training. You ought to come over and visit me again on the island. Maybe next Friday.
I can't, Dizzy. That's the day I visit my brother on his island.
By the way, do you know my brother? Daffy?
What do? Use your own punctuation?
Listen, when I see a coma, I emphasize it.
What's that?
When I see a coma, I emphasize it.
Coma? I don't like to get personal. Did you ever room with Maxie Rosenblum?
Only when I went to Harvard.
Let's get back to the dull stuff. Say, Dizzy, I was sorry to hear you had a little trouble with your arm. What was the matter?
Well, my doctor thought it might be a bad tooth. He wanted to pull it, but fortunately a friend of mine had told about Pepsodent toothpaste.
Yes, go on.
Boy, on this program you have to sweat for your money.
Well, listen to this. I know a lot about baseball myself. When I was a kid, I used to pitch for the Eagle Knob Skunks. Remember that time I met you? I was with the Skunks then, and you helped me quite a bit.
Shucks, Bob, that was nothing. Anybody could have told you about Lady Esther.
Well, when I played ball in those days, I used to have trouble with my batting. I'd always swing and miss.
Did you ever connect?
Yeah, one day I hit a long drive to the outfield. I slid in the first, then I slid in the second, then I slid in the third, then I slid in the second.
What'd you go back to second for?
My pants. I got to be a pretty good batter, though. One thing those pitchers couldn't do was scare me away from the plate. I remember one fellow threw a ball straight at my head.
What happened, Bob?
I heard a rhapsody. Say, Dizzy, while you're here in Hollywood, is there anything I can do for you?
There sure is, Bob. I'd really like to meet Hedy Lamarr.
Hedy Lamarr, huh? Well, take a train to Kansas City, Diz. The line starts there.
I've been meaning to ask you, Bob, what's all this I hear about Hollywood wolves?
Oh, that's just a guy that likes to walk down Hollywood Boulevard and look at all the pretty girls and wants to talk to them and get to know them.
Oh, well, I'll be darned. I'm a wolf.
You know, Diz, you'd be pretty popular with the girls if you were as big and strong as I am.
Are you kidding?
Wait a minute, Dizzy. I think I'm as strong as you are. Let's shake hands and see who has the strongest grip.
All right. Put your hand in mine. Now squeeze.
Now will you put it in my pocket for me? Thank you, Dizzy Dean. And Dizzy will be back with us in a few minutes, folks. And now a funny little story about a funny little fellow whose name was Alexander. The 6 hits and a miss, Pauline, Professor Colonna, Bill Goodman, Brendan Cavina, and Skinny Ennis's orchestra will help me tell you about Alexander the Swoosh.
Here comes little Alexander, what a funny-looking gander.
He's half swan and he's half goose.
Ha, 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 he's just a swoosh.
Oh, mother, mother, mother goose, why am I not like brother goose? The other geese just laugh at me and call me a catastrophe.
Swoosh, swoosh, Alexander is a swoosh, swoosh. Alexander is a swoosh, half swan, half goose. Alexander is a swoosh.
Whenever they play hide and seek, I hide my head 'cause I'm a freak. They say my pappy was a swan, a good-for-nothing vagabond.
Swoosh, swoosh, Alexander is a swoosh, swoosh. Alexander is a swoosh. Big feet, big beak. Alexander is a freak.
They're so unkind, but I don't mind their slander. I'm just disturbed because I heard they're gonna cook my goosey gander.
Guess you'll have to run away. We know what they'll do if you stay.
I'd rather be a refugee instead of chicken fricassee.
Swan, swan, Alec is a half a swan. Swan, swan, Alec is a half a swan.
What would I be if my father were a gopher and my mother had been a raccoon?
Now, let me see. I could be a half gopher and half raccoon.
Gosh, that makes me a goon.
Check.
Goose, goose, Alec is a half a goose. Goose, goose, Alec is a half a goose.
Suppose my mother was a badger, and suppose my father was a stag.
I'll run that down. That's half badger and half stag. Oh, sister, that makes you say you're lonesome, aren't you?
They're unkind, you need not mind their slander. You don't need to be disturbed.
The gonna cook your goosey gander.
Now, supposing my mother was a dragon, and let's say my father was a skunk.
Let me have that, bud. That's half dragon and half skunk?
You dig me.
Oh, brother, you ain't sober, are you, huh?
Swoosh, swoosh, Alexander is a swoosh, 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 Alexander is a swoosh.
Now, on my father's side, I'm a jaybird, and they say my mother was a turkey. I died very young.
Oh, no kidding. Half jaybird and half turkey?
Oh, that doesn't make me very perky, does it?
That's our lesson for today. Teacher, can't we go and play?
Yeah, but look, what's half swan and half a goose?
We don't know.
Oh, what's the use? What are you laughing at, Kelowna?
Alexander is a swan.
Alexander is a
Oh, you can really empty a studio, that, Jerry. That was the entire mob and Jim the cop, ladies and gentlemen.
Say, Bob, who's that girl over there at the piano? What's she doing all alone? She looks like she hasn't got a friend in the world.
Gosh, I feel sorry for her. As a matter of fact, she hasn't got many friends. A swell kid like that, too. I met her for the first time at Helen's about a month ago.
Well, what's the payoff?
Well, we were telling all about our lives. Heart-to-heart stuff, you know. Would have been okay over the telephone, but not face-to-face. Oh, it's a darn shame.
Yes, it is a shame that anyone need suffer from this kind of a whispering campaign, especially when it's usually so easy to avoid. There's no trick at all in keeping your breath sweet and pure. Why, in just a few seconds, Pepsodent Antiseptic makes your mouth feel refreshed and your breath fresh and clean. Here's all you have to do. Before you go out where you'll meet people, gargle with Pepsodent Antiseptic for a few seconds. It gives 3 times as much safe breath protection because even when it's diluted with 2 parts of water, it's still an effective antiseptic. And you can see what this means in money saving. Because it lasts 3 times as long, it makes your money go 3 times as far. Now, don't run the risk of offending when it's so easy to guard against it. Just keep a bottle of Pepsodent Antiseptic handy as your breath insurance. Get a bottle tonight at any drug counter.
How much longer must I wait, Dizzy? Tell me.
Well, folks, here we are in the 9th inning of this great baseball game. Bob's Hope team is out there in the field. There's the hit. It's a high fly ball. Hope himself is out in the field, and he's going to try to get it. He's circling under it now. It's coming down. Is there a doctor in the house? Well, Bob Hope is forfeiting the game. He's going back to the locker room to see if he can sign up some better players for his ball club. We take you now to the locker room where Bob is trying to sign his star holdout.
You like pitching tomorrow, Dizzy?
Sure, Chief.
Think you can win?
Sure, Chief.
Know what'll happen if you don't win?
Sure, Super Chief.
Well, then, we're ready to draw up your contract, Dizzy. Here's my lawyers, Blitz, Fitz, Mitz, and Barney Dean.
How'd that Barney Dean get in there?
He owns a fountain pen. Now, Dizzy, if you'll just sign this.
Now, wait a minute. I won't sign this baseball contract, Hope. I don't like it.
Why, there's nothing wrong with that contract. I copied it right from the one Paramount gave me.
That's what I don't like about it. Why should I have to carry out the garbage?
I don't carry out the garbage at Paramount. My nose turns up like this naturally.
I don't know whether I like this contract or not. Where's the part where it says how much money I get?
Right there in the white print. Now, come on. Now, come on, Dizzy. Sign up, and remember, you'll have to abide by our training rules. You can't go out with girls, understand?
Listen here. If I want to go out with a girl, I'll go out with a girl, see?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Has she got a friend?
Never mind. Never mind. I ain't going to sign.
Listen, Diz, you better sign with me because right now my assistant is in New York trying to sign up one of the greatest baseball players of all time, Babe Ruth. Hello?
Great news. This is your assistant, Kelowna, and I'm in New York talking with the babe. She said no.
Professor, you're supposed to be signing up a baseball player.
Well, I have. I've just signed up a trained bear to play second base.
A bear? Kelowna, that's dangerous.
Oh, nonsense. This bear is trained, and I've got him eating out of my hand. In fact, I'm going to feed him a little piece of candy now, and he'll eat it right out of my hand. Here, nice bear. Eat this piece of candy. Yes, boss, I've got him eating right out of my shoulder.
Kelowna, how do you always get into foolish predicaments?
I got a season pass.
Well, you know, Diz, I really don't need you. I'm negotiating with another great picture. Did you ever hear about Skinny Ennis?
Sure, I know all about Skinny Ennis.
Isn't it a shame? I'll get it, Diz. Hello. Hope's Pepsodent Polecats. Our catcher's sly, our pitcher's mysterious, and we expect to win the World Series.
He's delirious. Listen, Hope, great news. I just found a baseball pitcher who can pitch a curve, a spitball, a drop, and a fastball all at the same time.
Professor, in order to do that, a player would have to have 4 arms. That's impossible.
You hear that, Joe? Is it impossible? Well, stop shaking one head yes and the other one no.
Professor, you signed up a baseball player who has 2 heads and 4 arms?
Yes, 2 arms face one way and 2 arms face the other way. It's wonderful.
What's so wonderful about it?
He can scratch himself any place.
Kelowna, you irk me.
No, you irk me. You're a bigger irk.
Say, Diz, look out the window. Here come the pitcher and catcher Kelowna signed up for me yesterday. Let's listen to what they're saying.
Brenda, what is it, Cobina?
Isn't it swell us being baseball players?
Yeah, but you take the game too seriously. What an argument you gave that umpire because you didn't like his decision.
Oh, I didn't mind his decision, but I got awful sore when he dusted home plate with my hair.
Yeah, at least he should have taken it off your head first. Cobina, do you really like being a baseball player?
Sure. Oh, I haven't had so much fun since I was in Seattle during the blackout.
Oh, gosh, baseball players are so romantic. I was out with a baseball player once. He was with the Yankees.
With the Yankees? Where'd you meet him, walking through Central Park?
No, marching through Georgia. Say, you went out with a baseball player from the house of David, didn't you?
Yeah. He had a great big bushy beard all over his face.
Did you neck with him?
Yeah. It's the first time I ever kissed a guy and had 2 helpings of shredded wheat. Oh, you know, every time I wanted to kiss him, he'd cry so hard tears rolled into his beard.
Well, what did you do when you wanted him to kiss you?
Oh, I'd just say, shoot the shrubbery to me, blubbery. Oh, come on. Here's Bobsy's office. Let's go in.
Hello, Bobsy.
Oh, hello, girls. And when I call you that, I'm spreading propaganda.
Hey, what is this?
Oh, Dizzy, let me introduce you formally. These are Brenda and Cabina.
Hello. Nice to meet all the DiMaggio boys.
Say, Dizzy, just put your arms around my neck and show me how to play baseball. Come on, put your arms around my neck.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's not baseball.
Every game I try to play, some wise guy's got to umpire.
Oh, now get out of here. I've got to talk to Diz. Say, Diz, now that I see what kind of baseball players Kelowna sent me, there's nothing I can do but hire you at whatever salary you want. It's my only chance.
Well, Bob, I'll sign, but only if you give me a salary of $50,000 and 10% of the gate on weekdays and 15% on Sundays.
Okay.
Gosh, Bobsy, how are you going to figure that out?
Oh, don't worry, Cabina. I've got this automatic adding, subtracting, and multiplying machine here. It'll add up those figures in a jiffy, and I'll finally have Dizzy signed. Here goes. I press the button on the adding machine. Anybody got a pencil? Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, we're going to have a big show because we're going to have the groaner, old Bing, back here. And we're really going to do a little road of some kind. I don't know. But Bing Crosby will be here next week and the regular gang. Good night.
Don't forget next week, ladies and gentlemen, Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. This is Bill Goodwin saying goodnight for Pepsodent. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Morning, sir. Help you?
I hope so.
Engine, huh?
Hasn't got the pickup of a kitty car.
Well, it's misfiring some.
Some? Mister, half my plugs are on strike. Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Yeah, probably your rings are sticking, maybe your valves. When was that carburetor cleaned?
Not too recently. Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Your car's not in such bad shape. All you need's a tune-up.
A tune-up? A $50 tune-up?
Now, relax. We'll add a can of K-Site tune-up to your gasoline, another can to your oil. That'll clean your whole firing zone. Valves, rings, plugs, carburetor, everything.
Mister, you're pouring it on.
No, you pour it in. $1.25 a can at most any service station. Results guaranteed or double your money back.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Carnew, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. You folks haven't noticed it, the month of September is almost gone. In lots of homes, heating plants have already been in operation. In many others, they soon will be. What happens when the heat comes on? Well, for one thing, there's less moisture in the air, and everything tends to dry out. Also, there's apt to be more dirt in the house. And those are two important reasons why good housekeepers make sure every fall that their floors, furniture, woodwork, and leather goods are all protected with a coat of Johnson's Wax. The wax helps to keep wood and leather surfaces from drying out. In this way, it acts as a preservative, a protection for so many things around the house. Your floors, your tabletops, windowsills, Venetian blinds, and your luggage and other leather articles. It makes your daily and weekly house cleaning so much easier because dirt just doesn't cling readily to a Johnson Wax surface. Today, it pays to protect your things with genuine Johnson's Wax, entirely aside from the fact that a regular use of this wax polish adds great beauty to every room in your home. Well, here they are again at 79 Wistful Vista, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Heavenly
sunny days, McGee. Sit down and relax.
Oh, dear.
Stop your pacing. If you can't consider my nerves, think of the shoo-shoo fun.
I can't help it, Molly. I'm just full of spent-up energy. I'm restless as a kitten.
Well, how a man who gets as much rest as you do can be restless is beyond me, dearie. What do you want to do?
I don't know. I just want to... What was that?
What was what?
Listen.
Oh, that's that Great Dane that belongs to the people next door.
Great Dane? Sounded like a horse to me.
I know. They've been feeding him so much horse meat when he's at the moon.
Did you know they've taken in a roomer next door?
Yes, I've seen her going in and out. Very attractive girl, too. What does she do?
She's a procrastinator at a burlesque show downtown.
A procrastinator?
Yeah. She puts things off. Hey, I wonder if there's any of the gang down at the club. I could lick my weight in cribbage players tonight.
McGee?
Huh?
We have an extra room.
Good for us. I guess I'll call the club and see who's hanging around.
Maybe we could rent it to some war worker or somebody. You know, rooms are awful scarce in town now.
On the other hand, if I could just find one pigeon to play gin rummy with, I'd... Rent what?
The back room. Wouldn't be any trouble and might bring in $8 or $10 a week.
We can't rent that back room. I got my moose head in there.
Put the moose head in Uncle Dennis's room. He won't mind.
Why should he? He's even glassier-eyed than the moose.
Now, you stop picking on Uncle Dennis. He only uses it for medicinal purposes.
Yeah, I know. I saw him sitting in a medicine cabinet on Oak Street last night. That guy in the white coat must have been the intern. Give me the phone, Molly. I'm going to call the club.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the Elks Club at 790. Oh, is that you, Mert?
Oh.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's that, Mert? You did. Had a nice saddle of mutton and somebody swiped it. Well, I should think you would be, Mert.
Would be what, dearie?
Saddle sore. What's that, Mert? They don't? Well, they didn't hear either. Oh, well, probably got a big game going on down at the club and took the receiver off the hook. Well, thanks anyway, Mert. No answer.
You know, if there was somebody in that back room, there'd always be somebody here if we wanted to go out at night.
Go out where?
Oh, to a dinner or movie or something.
Oh, let's go to the movies.
All right. Say, why don't we stay here and listen to the radio? Bob Hope is on tonight, you know.
Oh, I think that guy's a phony.
What?
You can't tell me he makes that stuff up as he goes along.
Say, did you hear him last week kidding Mrs. Roosevelt about traveling so much?
Yeah. He was just sore because he had to come home before she did. Boy, did you see that pan of his on the cover of Time magazine?
No, was it good?
Good. Did you ever see a relief map of the High Sierras? I'll tack a necktie under it and you got hope. I always thought he was a young guy.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I read someplace about a golf match he played, and it said he was in the 70s.
No. It's pretty gutsy of an old guy like that to go booming around in a bomber. What movie do you want to see?
You select one.
Okay, let's go to the Palace.
What do they got?
They got the best candy of any theater lobby in town. Let's go. What do you say?
All right, dearie. I'll powder my nose and get my purse. I'll be with you in just a minute.
Ah, there goes a good kid. Best wife a man ever had.
What was that?
Oh, nothing. Yes, sir. If I had it all to do over, I'd marry her again as quick. Even if her old man still thought I was a no-good bum. She's the one that's always... Oh, dear. Hope that ain't Doc Gamble. He's a bigger bore than the big-inch pipeline. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, sis. Now, whatever your business is, if any, make it snappy if possible, because we're going to the movies if it ain't too crowded.
Oh, why don't you go to the Orpheum, mister?
Why?
They got Frankenstein meets the Wolfman.
Oh.
Boy, is that a dilly. Willie Toop sat behind me and couldn't even see the picture on account of my hair was standing on end all the time, I bet you.
Well, I guess I'm too sophisticated for that stuff, sis. I go for the polite drawing room comedy type of stuff like that there, Pastel.
Oh, yeah? Don't give me that, mister. Last Saturday I saw you sit through a Hopalong Cassidy Western 3 times. And when you came out, you were walking bow-legged.
Well, that wasn't from watching the picture. I stopped in on my way home from the grocery and was sitting there with a sack of potatoes between my knees. Now, look, sis, we got to be going, so if you don't mind, I would...
Hey, you know, I go to the movies all the time, mister.
You do?
I was the one this app.
Mm-hmm.
They had Frankie Sinatra in person.
Thrilled you right down to your bobby socks, eh?
Oh, brother. I guess I'm just a slick chick, mister.
Yeah. Well, maybe you are, but you can't roost here. We're going out.
Okay, I'll go. My uncle's home anyway, and I want to see him. You know, he's a stomach gunner in a flying fortress.
You don't mean a stomach gunner, sis. The correct term is...
Please, now, mister. There's a lady present.
Okay, lady. Now, scram, will you?
Sure. My uncle's more fun to talk to anyway.
Oh.
And boy, do those aviators eat. You know, he had 7 scrambled eggs for breakfast.
Wow. How does your mother feel about that?
Oh, she don't care. She says that's wise. Out of the frying pan into the fryer, she says. So long, mister.
Give me 2 tickets, the main floor. Wait a minute. How much is the main floor?
65 cents, sir.
How much are the loges?
Loges are 85 cents, sir.
What? 85 cents for loge seats? Are they studded with diamonds or something?
The loge seats are upholstered, sir.
So what? So am I, but I don't nick myself 85 cents every time I sit down.
Now, McGee, stop arguing and buy a couple of tickets. You're holding up the line.
Now, don't hurry me, Molly. I'm fighting for a principle here. Now, look, sis, you know and I know that 85 cents for loge seats is ridiculous. It's inflationary. Let's see your ceiling prices.
There are no seats on the ceiling, sir. The second balcony is as close as you can get.
Oh, a smarty skirt, eh? Well, how much are balcony seats?
50 cents, sir.
50 cents for balcony seats? Why, how you can see better from up there than you can from the main floor. And you charge less. Now, that don't make sense, sis. Now, look at here.
Oh, dear. Heavenly days, McGee, you're keeping 40 people waiting.
So what? I'm fighting for them as much as I am for myself. Hey, I know one of the stagehands here. Let's go see the picture from backstage.
Don't be silly. We wouldn't understand a word from behind the screen. Why, the sound would be backwards.
Huh? Oh. All right. Quit pushing back there. Now, take it easy. The theater ain't going anywhere. Give me 2 main floor seats, sis.
I have some money if you're short, McGee.
Thanks. I got the exact change. Here, sis, $1.31.
Well, that's 1 cent too much, sir.
Yeah, I know. I'm giving you a penny for your thoughts. And that's the biggest profit you'll ever make. Come on, Mrs. McGee.
I don't think you're very nice to that girl, McGee. She didn't do anything.
Well, gee whiz. I never like to buy anything unless I dick her a while. Bargain is one of the few luxuries you can buy these days.
You lead the way, dearie. My eyes are no good in the dark.
Okay. Hang on to my coat.
Oh, dear. It's as gloomy as a broadcast from Berlin.
Here's 2 seats, Molly. Right in there. Oh, I'm sorry, sis. Come on, Molly. Maybe farther down.
In here, McGee. That's it.
Nice timing. The feature's just over. I hope there's a newsreel tonight.
Yeah?
I always like to see the new battleships sliding down into the water. Always reminds me of my fat Uncle Herman getting into the bathtub. He was one of those guys that...
Quiet, dear. You're disturbing people.
Oh, let him go. I forgot to get some candy. I'll be right back. Hold the seat for me.
All right, but hurry now.
Hey, Usher, where's the candy display? Never mind. Oh, I see it.
Well, hello, pal.
Wilcox. Well. As the fellow says to the racing board when they gave him another A card, long time no see.
Well, Fibber, where's Molly?
Inside. I just come out to get a hunk of candy. What are you doing loafing around this theater lobby?
I'm waiting to talk to the manager. You know Sigmund Wellington?
Siggy? Oh, sure. He's secretary of the Chamber of Commerce. Kind of a dope.
Well, I don't agree with you, as usual.
Huh?
I think Wellington's a pretty bright guy. Been around, too. Managed theaters all over the state of Texas.
Yeah, well, that's what he says. Sue will get you 10 that he thinks the panhandle is a facial massage. What you want to see him about, anyway?
Well, it's confidential.
Oh, come on, you can tell me. You know how I am, Junior. Telling me a secret is just like whispering it to your little pillow on your little trundle bed.
I know. There'll always be a slip on it.
Oh, come on. What you want to see Wellington about?
You won't say anything?
Cross my heart.
Okay. Look, it's about the other theaters in town.
Yeah?
Yeah. They can't understand how he manages to keep all his woodwork and these paneled walls and the doors and everything so gleaming and shiny when help is so hard to get. They think he's holding out on them.
Well, what's the secret, Junior?
Well, it really isn't any secret, pal.
Yeah?
Anybody can buy Johnson's wax. And there's nothing like it to protect and beautify all wood and enamel surfaces.
Yeah?
And particularly in a theater with thousands of people passing through every day, smudging everything with fingerprints.
Oh.
Why, Johnson's wax is the answer to a theater manager's prayers.
You're not just saying that to try and sell more Johnson's wax.
You see, Wellington is the only married theater manager in town.
Oh.
His wife told him all about Johnson's and how it saves her hours of housework and guards against dust and dampness. That's how he got ahead of those other fellows.
Well, what are your plans, Junior?
Well, I'm going to ask Wellington to ask his wife to tell the other theater managers about Johnson's wax.
Well, look.
Yeah?
Why don't you tell them about it?
Well, doggone me. I never thought of that. Gee, thanks, pal. I've still got time to call on all of them tonight. I'll see you later.
That guy pulled my leg as often as I suspect him of pulling it. I'd be 19 feet tall. Oh, well. Hey, sis, give me a chocolate bar.
Oh, what kind, sir?
Oh, give me a O. Henry. I'm in a literary mood.
That will be 5 cents, sir.
Price is no object, sis. Now, let me see. 5 cents, 5. Uh-oh. I bought the tickets for the last bit of change I had. Hold the candy a minute, sis. I got to get some dough for my wife. I'll be right back.
Well, hello there, McGee.
Oh, Doc Gamble. Hi, Doc.
What are you doing? Buying some candy to build up your strength so you can pull yourself out of your rocking chair that you've got wedged in on account of getting so pudgy with too much candy?
Don't give me that routine, Doc. Hey, where you been all summer? I haven't seen you around.
Took my first rest and vacation in 30 years. Went hunting out in Wyoming.
Great country, Wyoming. Einstein Hemingway used to go hunting around out there, Bob.
You and who?
Einstein Hemingway. You know, Ernest Hemingway. Writes movies.
Oh, yeah. Kid's got a great future.
Yeah. That's what I always told him. Stein, I says, those movies you've been writing are pretty good, I says. That Farewell to Arms and For Whom the Bell Tolls, but why don't you settle down and write a book?
That's what I like about you, McGee. Always inspiring people to do things.
Oh, well, shucks.
They'll do it sometime, too, and we'll find your body stuffed in a culvert.
You got a morbid sense of humor, Doc. How was the hunting out in Wyoming?
Great. Never felt better in years. Dropped 15 pounds the first day out.
Yeah? What'd you do, lose your knapsack? Hey, Doc, you got a nickel on you? I just discovered I didn't have any change.
Sorry, my boy. All I have is some big bills.
You're telling me. Well, I'll go back in and get some dough from Molly. Are you going in the theater?
No, I just got a phone call. Got to rush across town and tell some darn fool that his daughter, that he thinks is going to be a son, won't be here for another week.
Oh.
See you later.
So long, Doc. Now, let's see. Hey, hold that candy bar for me, will you, sis? I'll be right back as soon as I get a nickel from my wife. Dadgummit, I missed the newsreel. Now, let's see. Where was Molly? Hey, hand me your purse, quick. Oh, what the? Oh, my gosh, I'm in the wrong aisle.
Oh, purse snatcher.
Why not turn around? Wait a minute. Get it out. Let go of me. It's all a mistake. Hey, Molly, where are you?
Over here, McGee. I'll see you in the lobby.
Oh, my gosh, get every hand from me. I'll get licked. No. Take it easy, folks. It's all a mistake. I was only trying to...
This way, McGee. Hurry into the manager's office.
Oh, lock the door, Molly. Lock the door. If they catch me, they'll lynch me up to the nearest lamppost.
My. For goodness sakes, what happened?
Oh, I went for candy. No money. Came back. Wrong aisle. Asked some woman for her purse. Thought it was you. Phew. So I...
Company coming.
Don't open that door. Don't let him in. They'll mob me.
Answer the phone.
You answer. I'll move the door in front of the desk. I mean the desk in front of the mob. The phone. I'll answer the desk. You hold it. That woman, she may have a gun. Oh, this is awful.
The King's Men and Pistol Packin' Mama.
Listen to the story of a gal that's known as May. She shot me with a 44. I'll never be the same. Oh, lay that pistol down, babe. Lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama. Lay that pistol down. Take it from me, you should never flirt with that woman down Texas way. Cause if you do, I'm telling you, here's what you'll be having to say. Lay that old pistol down, babe. Lay that old pistol down. Pistol packing mama. Lay that pistol down. Oh, Happy made a batch of corn and the revenuers came. Their draw was full, so now they know you can't do that to Mame. Lay that pistol down, babe. Lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama. Lay that pistol down. I took another lady to the county fair. Thought I'd have a little fun. But there was Mame taking aim. Now I'm on the run. Lay that pistol down, babe. Lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mom. Please. Hey, lay that pistol down.
I wish that phone would stop ringing. It makes my nervous.
Well, anyway, the crowd seems to have quieted down.
Answer it, Molly. Tell them they got the wrong number.
That wouldn't help. They just try again. Palace Theater, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Just a moment. McGee, do you know anybody named Bottlenose Gilroy?
Bottlenose Gilroy? Why, sure. He's the stagehand I know that works here.
Well, he says you can unlock the door now. The mob is under control and the manager wants to come in.
Oh, swell. Tell Bottlenose okay.
Hello, Mr. Bottlenose. Thank you very much. We'll open the door. Yes, thank you.
Oh, hi, Wellington, old man. Sure, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, is everything under control?
Yeah.
My.
Of course, madam, everything is under control. Any theater manager who is unversed in mob psychology is unworthy of his salt, which is an old expression derived from ancient times when salt was an extremely valuable commodity.
Oh, I'm sorry I caused such a disturbance in your flicker tent, Wellington, but it was strictly inadvertible. What happened was I mistook some old grab bag for Molly in the dark and asked her for her purse. And she yipped like a banshee and the battle was on.
A significant demonstration of war nerves, my dear fellow. It is an apt illustration, if I may say so. May I say so?
Well, indeed you may.
Thank you. It is an apt illustration of a current wave of irresponsible hoodlumism. We of the theater are deeply perturbed at the unmanly conduct of some of our shall we say, patrons?
He left.
Patrons. Speaking for the community as a whole, and this community is one of the worst holes I've ever... Practically beside the point, I shall continue. What I mean to say is something must be done to combat this epidemic of hoodlum-ism. Otherwise, and I say that advisedly, otherwise many responsible executives, of which, and I am one of them, might be forced to seek other means of livelihood.
I see. You mean if you can't control your customers, you're liable to get fired, huh?
Admirably, if somewhat brutally put, madam. And now, if I may quote almost any radio announcer, and now, charming as this has all been, I must ask you to relinquish possession of my sanctorum, sanctum, sanctor...
Okay, Bud, okay. Furthermore, we'll let you have your office back. Thanks for the use of the bomb shelter.
That's all right. Excuse me very much. A moment. Hello. Yes? I want purple umbrella? I shall have the usher look for it. Don't mention it, madam. Goodbye.
Somebody lose something?
Someone is always losing something in the theater, madam.
Oh.
We find so many lost articles that, as I often say, that is, quite often, at closing time, my office closely resembles the city dump. And now...
Okay, we're going, Bud. Thanks for everything, and don't apologize for us being so badly scared in your theater. Just slip us a couple of passes sometime. That'll square it.
You're sweet. Good night.
Oh, my. Shall we go home, McGee?
Oh, I want to see the rest of the show. Come on, let's go. Missed the newsreel again. Let's go home.
Fine, we can come back next week.
Yeah, what's the next feature?
Heaven can wait for 2 weeks. They say it's a very good...
Hey, Molly, look. There's Latrivia.
Well, heavenly days. Hello, Mr. Latrivia.
Hello, Molly. Hello, McGee. Nice to see you.
Well, how's everything in the Coastal Guard, Latrivia? What are you doing in town? Sailing the bounding Main Street?
No, I came to see Mr. Wellington, the manager of the theater. Do you know him?
Oh, quite well.
Yeah, I went to school with him, Latrivia. He and I slept in the same geometry class. Pal of yours?
Oh, no. I'm seeing him on business for the Coast Guard. At every performance next week, we're putting on a recruiting talk.
You need more men?
We need more women.
That's a kind of a chronic complaint with sailors, ain't it, Latrivia?
This is a recruiting campaign for the Spas, McGee. Oh. That's the women's division of the Coast Guard. And a wonderful organization for women between 20 and 36 who really want to do something in this war. I have a selfish interest, I'll admit, because every woman who joins relieves a man for frontline duty.
I know how you must feel, Mr. Latrivia. Where do the Spars train?
At the Biltmore Hotel in Palm Beach, Florida.
Oh, gee, honest? Must be wonderful to stay at a swell hotel like that and pay off in salutes. Hey, how much jewelry are those Spars allowed to wear, Latrivia?
Well, I don't know. Just the essential minimum, I suppose. Why?
Oh, just wondered if they were allowed to wear clanking bracelets and stuff. You don't want Spars that jingle, jangle, jingle. Don't you get it, kids? The joke lies in the similarity of sound between spar and spur.
Ain't funny, McGee.
Really? I thought it rather amusing.
Say, what do Spars do in the Coast Guard, Mr. Latrivia?
Well, they act as chauffeurs, cooks, stewards, bookkeepers, teletype and telephone operators, and 100 other things. Almost everything but actually manning the boat.
You're going to be in conference very long. Maybe you could come home with us and have a cup of coffee.
Well, thank you very much. But some other time, Mrs. McGee. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, McGee.
McGee, Coast Guardsman Latrivia said good night.
Huh? Oh, excuse me. I was thinking.
About what?
Women being sailors. Must be strange to have a sweetheart with a mustache in every port. Well, times do change. Now, good night, Latrivia.
See you soon, I hope.
Yeah.
Well, come on, McGee. We've had enough excitement for one evening.
Yeah, I guess so.
Pardon me, sir. Do you still want this candy bar?
Oh. All right, sis. There, do it that. Give me a nickel, Molly.
Sorry, dearie, I can't.
Why not?
I forgot to tell you, but during the confusion, somebody snatched my purse.
Somebody... Oh, sure.
If this were a quiz show, I might be asking you this question. What do children and dogs and delivery boys have in common? And if I told you it had something to do with your kitchen floor, I'm sure you'd have the answer right away. Sure, they all track in dirt and rain and snow onto that floor, and you're the little woman who has to clean it up. Of course, if your floor is protected with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, you just relax and say, oh, what's the difference? Because you know that a damp cloth will wipe up those cracks and that dirt in a jiffy. And the linoleum itself will not be harmed because the glow coat keeps it safe. Yes, it saves in two ways. Saves you work and saves your linoleum. The regular use of glow coat makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer. And you know, of course, that Johnson's glow coat is self-polishing. It needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow coat keeps linoleum colors fresh and bright, and that's a good point, too. Wherever you have linoleum floors, in the kitchen or the bathroom or the front entrance, it will pay you to protect them with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to be back with you again for another season, and we're very happy to announce that we'll have with us this year that live wire with the deadpan, our old friend and yours, Ransom Sherman.
Yes, and we're looking forward to the next 38 weeks.
How many, Molly?
38.
Only 38 shows to go. My gosh, how the time flies. Good night.
Good night, all.
You know, everybody's working at top speed these days. The times demand the best we've got. And the best, when it comes to coffee, is measured in terms of flavor. The demands we place upon coffee today are greater than ever before. Every cup must measure up. Every sip must hit the spot. Now, not only to fill its all-important place as part of a good meal, but for the boost fine coffee gives, the lift to help you get things done. And besides that, since the shortage makes rationing necessary, each cup should make up in excellence for the cups we don't get in between. Now, to fill the bill and more than fill it, get Chase and Sanborn coffee. You'll marvel that a single cup can hold so much delicious flavor. The secret is that Chase and Sanborn is more than one coffee. It's the finer ones blended. And today our experts are turning out the richest, most satisfying, most flavorful blend of our entire history. You want all the flavor you can get, so get all the flavor you can. Every time you part with a precious ration coupon, ask for Chase and Sanborn. Naturally, nowadays, with so many others buying Chase and Sanborn too, your grocer may sometimes run out. If he should, please understand and cooperate. And the next time, be sure to ask again for Chase and Sanborn coffee.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The Jack Benny Program.
Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now we take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. It's early morning. Jack is still asleep, and Rochester's in the kitchen preparing breakfast.
Hello, Mr. Benny's residence. Mr. Benny's residence, star of stage, screen, and radio. So whether you go out or stay home, he's got you trapped. Who? Oh, hello, Sam. I'm glad you called. Hurry right over and return that suit I rented you. The boss is back. I know your week ain't up yet, but I'll give you your money pronto, pro rata, and providing I'm alive when you get here. That's right. And Sam, we should pass the word along to the rest of my clientele. Goodbye. Well, I guess I'm safe now. Uh-oh. I'll have to dig up some excuse about Mr. Benny's tuxedo. Doggone, when I rented out for Jerome, how did I know they was going to cremate him? Oh, well, I'd better prepare breakfast before the boss gets up. Coming! Oh, it's you, Mr. Milkman.
Good morning, Rochester. I see by this note you left you want me to start delivering milk again and stop leaving cream.
Yeah, Mr. Benny's back.
Oh. Say, Rochester, is it true that Mr. Benny is going on the air for a new sponsor?
Yes, sir.
Well, look, you tell Mr. Benny I'll be listening to him. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, by the way, there's a little matter of last month's bill. Here it is.
$28 for cream. Okay, I'll write you out a check for it.
Wait a minute. Is that a pair of dice you're taking out of your pocket?
Mr. Milkman, lay that bill down on the ground.
Oh, but Rochester, now look, I don't want
It's too late now. I'm wound up.
Oh, all right.
Here goes. There it is in black and white.
Doggone, I've been homogenized again.
Well, goodbye and bell up next month.
Oh, Rochester. Rochester. Rochester.
Oh, good morning, boss. Sit right down and have your breakfast.
Thanks. Gee, it's good to be home.
Good to have you home, boss. You'll never know how much I miss you.
Did you, Rochester?
Yeah. The 3 months you were away, this whole house was so lonesome. I'd go into the living room and see your big easy chair with no one in it, and I'd feel like crying.
Gee.
The trees outside were in bloom, but they looked barren to me.
Oh, Rochester.
The birds were singing, but I never could seem to hear them. The sun was shining, but I never saw it.
Really, Rochester?
Yeah. I never got up till 8 o'clock at night.
Now, cut out this nonsense and get me something to eat. What are we having for breakfast?
Huh?
I said, what are we having for breakfast?
If this was last season, I could mention it.
If this was last season, you'd have to mention it. Now, get me my breakfast.
Okay. Okay, I'll get you coffee.
You won't sleep till 8 o'clock at night anymore. Rochester, shut off the egg timer.
But I'm getting your coffee.
Shut off the egg timer.
Okay.
Rochester, answer the door.
You told me to shut off the egg timer.
Answer the door.
Okay.
Rochester, answer the phone.
You told me to answer the door.
Answer the phone.
Boss, I can't be in all those places at once. I ain't General Patton.
We'll talk about your rank later. You stop the egg timer and answer the door. I'll answer the phone. Or the door, rather. Da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. Oh, boy, it's good to be home. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-dee.
Hello, Jack.
Mary! Gee, it's good to see you.
Gosh, Jack, you look wonderful. I got to give you a great big kiss.
Oh, Mary, not out here on the front porch.
Another one.
Mary, please, you're embarrassing me.
One more, Jack.
Mary, for heaven's sake, put me down. Please.
Oh, Jack, what are you ashamed of? I haven't seen you in 3 months, and that's a long time to go without a kiss.
Gee, Mary, you mean you haven't kissed anybody for 3 months?
Leave me out of it. I'm thinking about you.
Oh, thanks.
Gosh, Jack, it's good to see you. How was your trip?
Come on in. I'll tell you all about it. Mary, believe me, it was wonderful doing shows for the boys overseas. What a great job those kids are doing. And you know what? If I were 20 years younger, I'd be right out there with them.
You said that during the last war.
Well, I meant it then, too. I mean, Mary, stop mixing me up. I was in the last war. Remember, I was in the Navy?
Oh, Miss Livingston, hello. How are you?
Hello, Rochester.
Mr. Bentley, that telephone call was from your sponsor.
My sponsor?
You act like you're surprised you got one.
Well, I'm surprised he called. I wonder what it's about. Maybe he wants to... No, he wouldn't be giving me a bonus so soon. I wonder what it can be.
Well, maybe he wants to know who you're going to have for a singer. You still haven't got anyone to replace Dennis Day.
That's right, Mary. You know, confidentially, I've been considering Bing Crosby for my singer.
You know, he's starting to get popular now.
Well, Jack, I don't want to disillusion you, but you're not going to get Crosby for $35 a week.
I wasn't thinking of $35.
You ain't gonna get him for what you're thinking either.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, Jack, what are you talking about? You can't hire Crosby. He makes thousands of dollars a week.
Well, hey, maybe I could get his little son, Larry. He sings, too. Or for $5 more, maybe I could get the twins.
Why don't you wait another year? You might have more to choose from.
Oh, well, I'm not going to worry about it now. I'll find a singer. Come in! Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Jack.
Hiya, Mary.
Hello, boys.
Oh, Jack, that trip did you a lot of good. You look wonderful.
I feel good, Don. I really do. Although I lost about 10 pounds.
Well, I lost some weight, too, but on me it isn't noticeable.
Really, Don? How much did you lose?
84 pounds.
Don, you didn't lose it. You just misplaced it.
You know, Jackson, it's like old times having you back. I thought about you every day.
Oh, sure, Phil. I bet you didn't even know I was gone.
I did, too. You left on the day of Flat Top's funeral. You were gone all through Gravel Gertie, and you got back the day after the Brow paid his debt to society.
The Brow? Gravel Gertie? What are you talking about?
I bet you don't even know about the Summer Sisters being in that iron clamp.
The Summer Sisters?
How do you like that? The newspapers spend millions of dollars trying to educate people, and he don't even take advantage of it.
Well, I've been away. I don't know what's going on around here. Say, Phil.
Why, Jack, Phil was on the Kay Kaiser program.
Well, that must have been nice.
For 13 weeks.
13 weeks? Now I know you're a jerk.
What do you mean?
If you couldn't answer the questions the first week, why did you keep going back? That I can't understand.
Look, Jackson, you got it all wrong. They hired me to ask the questions. I was the professor.
Professor?
Yes, professor. P-U-R-F-E-Z.
I know how to spell it.
O-R.
Remind me to listen in Wednesday night. I want to hear Phil ask those questions.
Jack, starting Wednesday night, Kay Kaiser will be back on the show.
Oh, then I'll surely listen. Well, fellas, I hate to break this up, but I got to call for my sponsor, and I have to go over and see him. Oh, say, kids, before I go, I want to give you the souvenirs I brought you from the South Pacific.
Boss, you want a hammer to open that big crate?
No, not the crate. The souvenirs are in the valises.
Well, what's in the crate?
Never mind.
You're acting kind of funny about that crate, Jack. Why don't you open it?
I don't have to. The souvenirs are in the valises.
Then what have you got in that crate?
It's something I brought home for myself. I got it on one of the islands in the South Seas.
Well, open it up, Jack. Let's see what it is.
Don, it's nothing. You wouldn't be interested.
Rochester, give me that hammer. I'm going to open it up.
Here you are, Mr. Harris.
Phil, please. Phil, it's just a little thing I picked up on one of the islands. It's for me. Phil!
Well, it's open.
Phil, you have no right to pick up...
Hey, Jackson, what are you so excited about? There's nothing in this crate but a grass skirt.
Nothing but a grass skirt? Let me... Oh, darn it, she got away. Isn't that awful?
Why, Jack Benny, do you mean you actually tried to bring back a...
Mary, help is hard to get, and stop leering at me. Now, come on, Mary. We're going down to see my sponsor. See you later, fellas. I'll see you
Come out
come out wherever you are. I know you're not very far. How I wish you'd hurry, 'cause I'm inclined to worry. These arms of mine are open, you'll appear. Where are you, dear? Come out, wherever you are. Come out from under that star. Yes, and incidentally, mentally, I'm not up to par. So come out, wherever you are. Yes, and incidentally, mentally, I'm not up to par. So come out, wherever you are.
Here it is, Mary. Here's my sponsor's office, George W. Hill. Let's go in.
Okay.
And, Mary, please try and act nice, will you?
Oh, Jack, stop worrying. Even though he is your sponsor, you don't have to fall all over him.
Don't be silly, Mary. I'm going to treat him just like any other person.
But, Jack, you never brought a girl an orchid. Why bring him one?
Well, you know, Mary, a man in his position has got almost everything else. Come on, let's go in. Miss, will you please stop into Mr. Hill's office, step in and tell him I'm here?
Yes, sir.
Well, I haven't heard that side of it before. But continue. Your opinions interest
Pardon
me.
me, Mr. Hill.
Yes, Miss Bates?
Jack Benny is waiting in the outer office.
Oh, good. Tell him I'll see him in a few minutes. I'm in conference right now.
Yes, sir.
Now, as I was saying, your opinions interest me. I'd like to hear more of them.
Well, first of all, Mr. Hill, I don't want you to think that I have anything against Benny personally.
Oh, of course not, Mr. Allen.
You see, Mr. Hill, with Allen, it's 2 receptions to 1 instead of... I'd be the last one to try and get his job. I've always semi-admired Mr. Benny.
Well, after all, Fred, how could anyone dislike a man like Jack? A man who last year was affectionately nicknamed after General Patton. Old Blood and Guts Benny.
Oh, in that order. Old Blood and Guts Benny. You mean old Toupee and Wrinkles. Old blood and... Why, you know, Mr. Hill, last week his doctor took a sample of Benny's blood and sent it to the laboratory to be analyzed. It came back with a note saying, "Congratulations. Put an olive in this and you've got a martini." Blood, why, Benny wasn't delivered by the stork. He was brought by a leech.
Mr. Allen, hearing you talk, I get the impression that you don't like Mr. Benny.
Oh, I'm sorry I gave you that impression, Mr. Hill. I'm really very fond of Jack. He's one of my best friends. It's just that I hate to see him go back on the air and be a flop.
But what makes you think Benny will be a flop? He always gets laughs.
Mr. Hill. Anyone can get laughs who tells a joke, wiggles his ears, drops his pants, and then shows a Bob Hope movie on the seat of his underwear. And with Benny's red flannels, it looks like it's in Technicolor yet. How can he miss?
But, Mr. Allen, I'm a businessman. I don't care how a comedian gets his laughs, as long as he sells the product. And I think lots of people will sit by the radio, smoke a cigarette, and listen to Jack Benny.
Mr. Hill, that is an impossibility if I have ever heard one. Smoke a cigarette and listen to Benny. How in the world can anyone smoke and hold his nose at the same time? It can't be done.
You know, Fred, I'm a little surprised hearing all this. You see, when I hired Jack, I thought he had a large following.
No, he just looks that way when he's not wearing his girdle, mister. That large following is all Benny.
Well, look, Fred, perhaps it isn't too late. Do you think I could help the program if I got rid of Benny?
No, by all means keep Jack on the program, Mr. Hill. Just cut his part down a little.
Oh, cut his part down a little, huh?
Well, look, Mr. Hill, I know you're a busy man, and I want to run down the hall and see your assistant for a few seconds. I may drop back a little later.
Okay, Fred. You'll find Mr. Stauffer's office quicker if you go through that rear door.
I knew he'd be in the rear. Thank you. So long.
Now, let's see. Oh, yes.
Yes, Mr. Hill.
You may send Mr. Benny in now.
Well, hello, Mr. Hill. Sure glad to see you. Here, have a cigarette.
I'm already smoking one.
Oh, well, I'll have another. Mr. Hill, you know Mary. Mary, you know Mr. Hill. Now, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Hill,
Hello,
that you're
Mr.
one of
Hill.
the swell... now, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Hill... that
Hello,
you're one of-
Mary.
Now, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Hill, that you're one of the swellest guys I've ever met. Not because you're my new sponsor, but because you're one of the finest fellas in the world. One of the squarest, grandest guys.
Oh, Jack, stop pinching his cheek.
Oh, nervous. Well, Mr. Hill, here we are. Yes, sir, ready to get off to a great start on our new radio series.
Well, Jack, that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Yes, sir. Talk? To me? Is there wrong anything? I mean, anything wrong? Is there? Uh-huh.
No, Jack, nothing wrong. Just a routine talk. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
That's my chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was your chair.
Well, you should know. You're sitting on him.
Oh, yes. Silly me not to notice you, Mr. Hill. I'll sit here.
Now you're sitting on me.
I guess I am a little excited, Mary. I'll sit here.
All right, if you think you'll be comfortable on that ashtray.
Pardon me, Mr. Trey. I'll just get up. Is this your lighted cigarette, Mr. Hill? Sorry, I didn't see it, Mr. Hill.
Now, Jack, I wanted to talk to you about some things.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, guess who was sitting in this office just a few minutes ago?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea, Mr. Hill. Who was it?
Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? What was he doing here? What did he want? What did he say?
Well, Jack, for one thing, he said...
That's a lie! And when I see him, I'm going to get...
Now, Jack, that's no attitude to take. Fred doesn't dislike you. Why don't you try to like him?
How can anyone like a guy who looks like he does?
Oh, Jack, Allen isn't so ugly.
How would you know? You can't see his face until you lift the bags under his eyes. And with that pained expression, he looks like a hen trying to lay a square egg. Well, don't tell me about Allen.
Now, Jack, don't get excited. And please stop biting my nails.
If I ever meet that sneak face to face, I'll tell him a
Well,
thing.
Mr. Hill, I just dropped back to say goodbye, and, why, Jackie Benny.
Freddie, old boy.
Jack, old pal, it's certainly good to see what's left of you.
Thanks, Freddie. I was just telling Mary and Mr. Hill how much I've missed you.
Yes, sir, Jack. It's great being together again.
I'll say it is. Well, tell me, Freddie boy, what are you doing out here in Hollywood?
Oh, making a picture. I'm over at United Artists.
Oh, yes. I heard that Boris Karloff isn't there anymore.
I know, and I heard that since you've been with Warner's, the studio isn't there anymore.
Now, listen here, Alan.
Now, Jack, it's your own fault. You always have a chip on your shoulder.
I haven't got a chip on my shoulder.
No, he's right, Mary. That's his head. His head looks like a knothole with skin on it.
Now, that settles it, Alan. I've tried to be friends with you, but you won't have it that way. I'd punch you right in the nose if there wasn't a lady present.
I'll leave, Jack.
You sit down. Now, you listen to me, Alan.
And you listen to me, Benny. You'd punch who in the nose?
I'd punch you in the nose if it weren't for your wife and children.
I haven't got any children.
Then why aren't you in the Army? Answer that, civilian.
Jack, for goodness
You
sake.
keep out of this. Now listen, Alan, for the last time, I want you to mind your own business.
Jack, why don't you and Fred shake hands and
You
try
shut
to...
up. Now listen, I want to tell... Oh, my goodness. I said that to my sponsor. Mr. Hill, I didn't mean to say shut up to you. I meant just to say be quiet. I mean, please be quiet. I didn't mean it at all. I never think to say like that to you. Mr. Hill, don't stand there with your back to me. Freddie boy, please tell Mr. Hill I didn't mean it. It was an accident. It was all a big mistake. Fred, don't stand there with your back to me. Mary, tell Mr. Hill it was all a mistake. Tell him I'm sorry. Tell him anything. Just say something.
This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. It starts with the bugler blowing reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's the G.I. Jive. Rootily toot, jump in your suit, make a salute. Boo! Then you wash and dress, more or less. You go get your breakfast in a beautiful little cafe they call the Mess. Jack, when you convalesce, out of your seat, into the street, make with the feet. Read. Now, if you're a PFC, your duty is to salute L-I-E-U-T. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-T, the MP makes you KP on the QT. This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called Fluid Drive. Jack, if you still survive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk, fall on your bunk, clunk. G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called Fluid Drive. Jack, after you revive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk, fall on your bunk, clunk. Soon you're counting Jeeps, but before you count to 5, you'll be right back digging that G.I. Jive.
Mary, do you think Mr. Hill was really angry at me because of what I said?
Oh, no, Jack. He knew you were excited and nervous.
Gee, I hope so.
Say, Jack, what are you going to do about a new singer for our show? We have to get somebody since Dennis is in the Navy.
Well, I don't know, Mary. I thought maybe next Sunday I would talk to Frank Sinatra and see if I can make a deal with him.
Frank Sinatra?
Yeah.
But, Jack, he's got 2 programs already.
Well, then maybe he'll hire me. We'll get together some way. I'll ask him to drop over next Sunday. Good night, folks.
Everybody, it's time to sound off for Chesterfield.
Sound off! Sound off! Sound off for Chesterfield! From Maine to California, smokers are changing every day. All over America, there's a swing to Chesterfield with this great new thing. Mildness plus, no aftertaste. Mildness plus, no aftertaste. No unpleasant aftertaste in Chesterfield. That's right. Science discovered what you can prove. You better get into the smoking groove. For Chesterfield now sets the pace with no unpleasant aftertaste. Chesterfield. 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 Milder, 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 milder. Chesterfield. That's right. The best cigarette for you. That's right. The best cigarette for you. That's right. So here's what we want you to do. Right now. Yes, here's what we want you to do. Right now. Sound off. For Chesterfield. Sound off. For Chesterfield. Try a pack of Chesterfields. Do it. Today.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
The thick fog that clung to Los Angeles made searching for the girl who was going to kill herself slow and uneasy. But in the end, I'd have settled for that and more, because murder happened twice before I found the lady in mink.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Lady in Mink.
By Pacific Coast time, it was only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But the dense, billowing fog that was heavy over everything, like a huge, thick hand, said it could be midnight. And Los Angeles could be London in May, December. So when I got out of my car and walked toward the fuzz of red neon that marked the hotel cocktail lounge where I was to meet my new client, Grace Tyler, I felt all alone and a little sorry that I wasn't in some nice, cozy 9-to-5 business that would leave me heading for home now. And maybe an evening with people who like to laugh. But when I was inside the lounge, which was imitation hunting lodge and friendly, I perked up some. My client was young and almost pretty, with dark, shingled hair dressed in somber gray, and wore not enough makeup. Her eyes were swollen and red from crying. When I introduced myself, she tried to come right to the point.
Mr. Marlowe, I have to find my sister. She...
Oh, take it easy, honey. That won't do it. Who is your sister?
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Her name is June Drake, Mr. Marlowe, and she's in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I got this letter from her. Here.
Yeah. Trapped, no way out, take my own life. Hateful people, this is to say goodbye. Who's this Melnick she mentions? Do you know him, Mrs. Tyler?
No, I never heard the name Melnick before. I'm Miss Tyler.
Oh.
My sister was the married one, Mr. Marlowe. Her husband was Stu Drake. He died a few years ago.
I see. Have you been to the police with this?
No, because... Well, you see, Mr. Marlowe, June is... She's different. More full of fun than I am, and, well, she gets around, and sometimes with strange people. Dangerous ones.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Grace, what does your sister look like?
Well, she's about my height. Has long red hair, and she's pretty, Mr. Marlowe. Very pretty.
Aside from her looks, anything else? Car, clothes?
Clothes, yes, definitely. She always dresses well, except that she's overly fond of furs. Most of the time she wears a mink stole.
Stole, huh? Kind of a cape?
Yes, it is.
I see.
June has an apartment in Beverly Hills, Mr. Marlowe. 3300 Rexford Drive.
Mm-hmm.
I went there, but it was locked. The neighbor says she left for New York a week ago, and yet I...
Yet she couldn't have because this letter was mailed here in town only yesterday. Is that it?
Yes. Oh, please, Mr. Marlowe, do something. Here's $50. I'll pay more if only you'll hurry.
No, that'll do it. Where can I get in touch with you, Grace?
I'm staying here at the Beverly Crest Hotel. I don't live in Los Angeles.
Well, it's a starter. I think I'll try number 3300 Rexford Drive. I'll call you later. Goodbye, Grace. Outside, the fog felt about the same. But there was more of it, so I was 15 minutes getting to June Drake's apartment, which was a ground floor arrangement. Arty and about the size and shape of the ale bowl. I was only half that time outsmarting the cheap lock on the back door, drawing all the blinds shut inside, and turning on a single light. But then I was no place. There were clothes in the closets, prettier ones in the bureau drawers, and it went on like that for 45 more minutes. Everything just as it should be and no lead, until I was ready to leave. Then on a coffee table, I saw something that stood out in that nest for the idle rich like an ear-to-ear grin on an undertaker. It was a book of matches advertising Duke Gray's Billiard Academy, 3rd and Main, where particular pool players congregate. That and the name Melnick had to dovetail or I was licked. The next hour was a lucky one. I found the Duke himself who both knew and despised Melnick, whom he described as a hardly ever sober dirty word, front name Frank, who lived 3rd floor rear at the Palace Arms, a tired walk-up also on Main Street. So at exactly 9 o'clock, I walked the length of a filthy corridor, stopped and knocked the knuckles on my right hand almost raw before the door inched open, and a pair of shifty eyes and a puffy, pasty face blinked out at me.
Yeah? What do you want?
If you're Frank Melnick, conversation.
I'm not dressed for it, honest.
This isn't a social call. Mr. Melnick!
Hey, what do you think you're doing, shoving your way into my room? Who do you think you are?
Name's Marlowe. I'm looking for June Drake.
I don't know any June Drake, honest.
You don't convince me, Melnick. Now shake the fuzz off your brain and start remembering, or you'll find yourself in trouble up to your eyebrows.
Okay, I know her.
When'd you last see her?
3 weeks ago. Maybe a month ago. But she's an acquaintance from my hometown, that's all, honest.
You're a liar. June Drake would brush you off like a piece of lint, and you know it.
Listen, I'm as good as she is any day. Don't forget that.
Get your hands off me, Melnick.
Now, get out of here. Go on.
I told you once, Melnick, let go! Okay, now start talking. Give it to me straight the first time or I'll get real mad. Come on, get up!
Okay. There's a guy named Jaffe, Hugh Jaffe. He's June's boyfriend. That's all I know. Honest.
All right. What's this stuff, these clippings and these pictures here?
I used to be a photographer. Honest.
Until your lens got bloodshot, huh?
Yeah, on the Salinas Herald-Star.
All right, Melnick. What's Hugh Jaffe's address?
It's 2001 North Beechwood Drive.
Thanks, I'll try it. But if you're not telling me the truth, Melnick, I'll be back. Honest.
Yes? You want what, senor?
Mr. Hugh Jaffe.
He is not here. I am Margarita Jaffe, his wife. What do you want with him?
A few words, Mrs. Jaffe. Do you expect him soon?
Since he does not live here anymore, no.
Oh. You and Hugh are divorced, eh? I didn't know that.
And I did not say that. Now, what are you looking for?
June Drake.
What do you want to know about that?
I want to know where that is. Can you help me?
No, I cannot. I do not know and I do not care. But when you find her, senor, I hope you find her dead.
If I'd have followed the approved technique, I'd have lost a leg on the lady's threshold. And I was about to lean on a doorbell again to try once more for an address on Mr. Hugh Jaffe when I saw I didn't need to, because stuck over the mailbox was a letter forwarded to him at 41 Peacock Lane, Brentwood, California, which was a half-hour drive due west of Hollywood. 30 fog-filled minutes later, Hugh Jaffe and I exchanged introductions, and I stated my purpose. Then I stumbled behind him through a 2-inch thick rug that ended in an oak-panel library, where he cigared me, then settled back and waited. We looked at each other until it became embarrassing. Then he opened.
Marlowe, I wish I could help you, but I haven't seen or heard of June Drake in over 3 weeks.
Well, I was under the impression that you two were on closer terms, Mr. Jaffe, if you don't mind my mentioning it.
Not at all. We used to be, but all that's changed now. She was too expensive for me. A lovely creature, but terribly vain.
Now that she's out of the picture, you're going back to your wife.
No, I'm not. Frankly, Marlowe, my, shall I say, infatuation for June has completely destroyed everything Margarita and I ever had.
Which I suppose makes divorce the next step?
Sure, I wish it were that easy. She refuses to give me a divorce, Marlowe. Her way of striking back.
Yeah, I know what you're getting at. I had a brief chat with Mrs. Jaffe myself. Well, if you hear from June, get in touch with me, will you? I'll appreciate it.
Of course. I'll be happy to help in any way I can. And please, Marlowe, call me if you find her, Number here is Crestview 89122.
Yeah, I'll remember it. Even if I find her dead.
Dead? What do you mean? Why that?
Well, from where I stand, Mr. Jaffe, June Drake is dynamite. And that stuff can blow up right in your face, huh? When you least expect it. Good night. Sure, it was double talk, but sometimes swinging wide and praying for a lucky punch beats waiting in your corner. Besides, that was as far as I could go on the book of matches. So after slowly walking a block through the chilling fog, I found a phone, called my client, and brought her up to date on the Jaffe Triangle and my own contention that if June Drake didn't try actually to kill herself, Senora Margarita Jaffe might. That Grace wouldn't buy.
No, Mr. Marlowe, I can't believe that.
Now, maybe you just don't want to. But either way, there's still Frank Melnick. We've already met Grace, and believe me, he's got all the charm of a black widow spider.
What does this Melnick do, Mr. Marlowe? I mean, what work?
Yeah, he's a drunk. He used to be a photographer for some paper, the Salinas Herald-Star.
Salinas?
Yeah.
Why, Mr. Marlowe, June used to live in Salinas when she was married to Stu Drake.
You sure, Grace?
Positive.
Grace, how did June's husband die?
Stu?
Yeah.
He was killed in a car wreck. Drove it over a cliff.
Mhm.
June just got out in time. Nobody knew exactly how it happened. It was a terrible accident.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe, Phil?
You might as well face it, honey, because the chances are slim that that's the whole story.
What?
Look, Grace, suppose something else happened, like June being responsible for Stu's death.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and Melnick the photographer with a picture to prove it. You know, a small case of blackmail.
No, Phil, you're wrong. She wouldn't kill. I know that. She wouldn't.
Okay, she's your sister, honey. I'll do the dirty guesswork for both of us until we get some proof. And right now, that makes back to the hacienda of one Senora Jaffe my best bet. Because the lady there is both jealous and hot-tempered, a daily double that always runs in the money. So long, baby. When I got back to my car and pointed it at 2001 North Beechwood Drive again, I was feeling pretty low because no matter which way I added things, June Drake always came out a minus, which wasn't good. The sometimes lady had a real sweet sister. But then I told myself it was still the fog making the good look better and the bad worse, and to concentrate on my driving and the facts I had to go on. When I did just that, I took my foot off the accelerator and slammed it down onto the brake hard. It had suddenly occurred to me that I was going the wrong way. Because if I was right about Frank Melnick being a blackmailer and June Drake a killer, the Senora would keep a lot longer than the drinking man in the Palace Arms, third floor rear. I was only 3/4 of an hour getting back down to Main Street, but even as I started up the foul-smelling rickety stairs, a small voice inside kept telling me that I was too late. But a second later, as I moved quietly toward Melnick's door, two other voices, not so small and coming from the room in question, said otherwise. Said that Melnick was still around and as healthy as ever. But better than that his guest was the lady my client was paying me to find. A lady named June Drake. All of which made this a good time for my right hand and the .38 in my pocket to get together while I listened carefully. Then moved closer until I was next to the door. Oh, an empty gin bottle.
What was that? I don't know. Outside in the hall.
Open up, Melnick, before I blast my way in. Come on.
Marlowe, get out of here, June. Okay, wise guy, wait a minute.
For what? The lady's exodus? I warned you, Melnick. Get back.
Hey, what's the matter with you? What are you doing?
Looking for June Drake, remember? Now, where is she?
What are you talking about? I'm alone in here.
Yeah? You always talk to yourself in a high voice, don't you? That window to the fire escape there is always open on foggy nights, too, isn't it? Listen, smart guy, I want to know where she... Hey, wait a minute, the Smink stole here. Maybe it doesn't matter where she went. Maybe she'll be back after she thinks I'm gone.
I don't think so. You see, Mr. June Drake never left. She's right behind you, stupid. Yes.
Oh!
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, you'll find both pleasure and a chance for profit when you listen to Sing It Again, CBS's hour-long Saturday night cavalcade of melody, riddles, and prizes. Your chance for the greatest prize in radio, $53,000. When Sing It Again comes your way over most of these same CBS network stations later tonight, be sure you're listening. $53,000. It might be yours. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Lady in Mink.
Maybe June Drake had used the spiked heel of a shoe, maybe the butt of a pistol, but either way, it didn't matter because on the way to the floor, I'd bounced once off the sharp corner of an end table, and this was why all the lights in the world had gone out for me at once. Now, as they blinked on again one at a time, and I dragged myself hand over hand along the length of an iron bedpost until I was standing, I saw there was blood oozing from a cut on the right side of my face. But as the two rooms focused into one again, I forgot about the slightly battered Marlowe and concentrated instead on an open newspaper lying at my feet. Because written across it with an eyebrow pencil in firm but feminine hand were the words, "Grace, call off your private detective. It's too late to help me. I'm near the end. But before I go, I'm going to take the two people with me who have wrecked my life. Goodbye, June." At that, I started for the door and a hall phone to call the police. But then I stopped. Conscious for the first time of the half-circle of hushed, gaping faces in bathrobes that stood in the doorway. The gaping faces that weren't turned toward me, but over to a shadowed corner where, face down in a pool of his own blood, was the dead form of Frank Melnick. In the middle of his back, an ice pick, red to the hilt.
Lieutenant Ibarra's office. Sergeant Mooney speaking.
Marlowe, Mooney, where's Ibarra?
He had to go out of town.
Oh. Well, look, Mooney, I'm at a place called the Palace Arms on Main near 4th. Third floor rear. There's a man named Frank Melnick with an ice pick in his back. Very dead.
Know who he is, Marlowe?
Yeah, an ex-newspaper photographer. A drunk and, I think, a blackmailer in reverse order.
Any idea who did it?
Uh-huh. One June Drake. A red-headed lady in mink. Was out to kill herself just as soon as she tidies up her affairs a bit, which I think includes killing again. So if you'll put out a call for her... The mink, by the way, is a cape. The lady, young and about 5'6". I'll try to get to what I think is her next stop before she does. Call you later. When I got through to my client and broke the news, she gasped and kept repeating no in a small, strained voice that kicked at the lining of my insides no matter how fast I talked. So in one breath, I told her that I was going first for Margarita Jaffe, then her husband, either of whom could be next on June Drake's final agenda. Then I gave her the Crestview phone number that Hugh Jaffe had given me. Told her to call me there in an hour, hung up and ran for my car in 2001, North Beechwood Drive. Feeling punk. It was a minute better than midnight when I got there, and it was 10 wet, dripping minutes more before the door finally opened. A hatchet-faced housekeeper with a stocking on her head said that Mrs. Jaffe had left a half hour ago, saying something about meeting a woman. And the housekeeper would have said more, but I was already back in my car heading for Brentwood, number 41, Peacock Lane. There, the Oriental houseboy said the boss man was busy playing poker in the den. And something stronger than Esperanto, I made it clear that my business was more important. A minute later, a door opened on the far side of the room.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Well, aren't you working a little late tonight, Marlowe?
Murder isn't always done during office hours, Mr. Jaffe.
Murder?
Yeah, with a nice pick at that. Tell me, have you heard from your wife or June Drake tonight?
No, of course not. Why do you ask?
Because June Drake just killed a man named Melnick.
Killed a man? Why,
That's what, Mr. Jaffe?
that's hard to believe.
Why? Because it was a man? What were you expecting?
Don't be absurd, Marlowe. I was expecting nothing like this at all. It's a shock to me. Yeah, excuse me. I'll take it myself, Jung, in the dining room. Be with you in a minute, Marlowe.
All right, Mr. Jaffe, make it fast, will you? Love to listen on telephone.
Joan, listen to me. You don't know what... Wait a minute. The private detective here, I think, is listening in on the extension.
It doesn't matter anymore. Nobody can stop me now, Hugh. I'm leaving tonight. I only called to let you know that you don't have to worry anymore, that I won't be any...
Never mind that. Where are you, June? Tell me.
I'm out in Santa Ocean Way Hotel. But don't try to do anything, Hugh. It's too late. Much too late. Goodbye.
Pretty talkative.
Marlowe, you heard that, didn't you?
Yeah, I heard it all right. You heard that too, didn't you? And I didn't like it, Jaffe, so... Oh, don't bother. This one's mine. I'm expecting it. Hello?
Hello, I wanted... Oh, is that you, Marlowe?
Yeah. Look, Grace, your sister just called and... Well, it doesn't look too good, honey.
Oh, Grace called here. Oh, but Phil, where is she? Do you know? Is she all right?
No, she isn't Grace. Any way you look at it. Now, tell me, where are you?
At my place, the Beverly Crest Hotel.
All right, now stay there. I'll talk to you as soon as I can, Grace. Goodbye.
But where are you going?
Thanks for your cooperation, Jaffe. It's been a lot of help. I'll also talk to you as soon as I can. Believe me. When I got outside, piled into my car, and took off, I didn't know if I was racing to keep a mixed-up girl from committing suicide or going after a murderer who was scheduled to kill again. I was 20 precious minutes following the wriggle at Sunset Boulevard from Brentwood to Santa Monica, where it hits into US 101 that parallels the Pacific. And out there with the fog even thicker, I was 20 minutes again finding the Ocean Way Hotel. The landlady there was a fat henna blonde with a mouthful of gold and foul language. She said that she never heard of a June Drake until I lied that I was an L.A. cop and described the girl as a lot of red hair flowing over a mink stole who could be using any name. Then she told me that what I called June had just been a woman visitor a little while ago. At that, we started down a short corridor to a rented room, fast.
I wouldn't do this for no one but a cop. Brother, believe me, we both better be talking about the same girl. Raising a fuss at this hour of the night. It's a room there.
No light on. I thought you said she had a visitor.
Maybe the visitor went home. What do you expect? 2 o'clock in the morning.
Not a peep. Come on, open it up.
Open it up. Now he tells me. He's got my keys over on the other side in my room.
Okay, and then we'll get in the hard way.
You cut it out, you'll bust my door.
Take it easy, Blondie. You're in for a shock.
Oh, dear.
Okay, turn the lights on.
Oh. That's the woman that visited her.
Yeah. Spanish woman known as Margarita Jaffe. Ice pick and all.
I better get a little air over here by the window. I don't feel so good.
Yeah, and I better get to a phone and... Hey, there's a cigarette over there. It's still smoldering. She may not be very far away.
Brother, you said a mouthful. Come here and look.
What is it? What do you
Across the
see?
street there. Near the pier under that street lamp. Ain't that the one you're after?
Where? Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Red hair and mink stole
She's seen us.
Right out to the end of the pier.
She's running.
Call the cops. Blondie, sit tight. I'll see you later. By the time I got out to the street and across to where we'd seen her, she was already out onto the pier. I caught one glimpse of her red hair and then nothing but the fog that swallowed her up like she was made of smoke. I ran toward the spot where she had disappeared and tried to yell over the crash of the waves for her to come back when I heard it. After that, things happened fast. From somewhere, the cop on the beat, then Blondie, then a couple of scared kids who'd been necking in a car, and then more.
I knew it. Oh, I knew it. I saw her pass me a couple of minutes ago. Dressed too nice. I should have stopped her.
Mr. Chee-Jump.
Yeah. Officer, shine your light over there, will you? I thought I saw something move.
Okay, but in this fog, we won't be able to see much. Besides, with those waves and the undertow around here, she hasn't got a chance.
Maybe not. You never can tell. Huh? Hey, move the light over a little. To your left. Yeah, that's it. There on the piling.
I don't see nothing there. Just a greasy pole. Here, look. On that cross piece near the waterline on the piling. Was that hers?
Yeah, that was hers, all right.
What is it, mister?
That Blondie's a very valuable fur. A stole made of mink. I never could figure where people came from at 3 o'clock in the morning when something nasty happened. But they always do. Some come to help, some just to stare, and others maybe to see if they can take it. An hour after I'd heard June Drake scream, we'd found nothing but the stole. I couldn't take any more. Maybe it was still the fog. Maybe it was the thought that in a hotel room up in Beverly Hills, a sweet kid named Grace Tyler was waiting to hear from me, and I knew that sooner or later I had to call her. I lit a cigarette and started to walk across the ocean way in the nearest phone. But then, just as I was about to enter the hotel lobby, I stopped and slowly turned back toward the pier in the swirling cloak of ocean-covering fog. A crazy thought seeping into my mind like an ever-widening circle of ink into a white blotter. Until finally there was nothing but dark. I made my call to Grace and told her to get downstairs into a taxi and over to police headquarters where we had a long story to tell. An hour later, we were sitting in Ibarra's office, and Sergeant Mooney knew what had happened from the time I had first met Grace at 5 o'clock that afternoon.
Well, Marlowe, looks like June Drake meant what she said in that note. She took care of Melnick, Mrs. Jaffe, and then herself. Did they recover the body before you left?
No, Sergeant, they didn't. And I don't think they will.
You mean the undertow?
No, I don't. I mean something a little more treacherous.
What are you saying, Phil?
That this whole thing was a frame, Grace. The interested parties, Hugh Jaffe and your sister, June. The object, get rid of the difficult Mrs. Jaffe. The means, have June Drake kill her without keeping her intentions much of a secret, and then have June Drake pretend to kill herself. The result? The police never bother looking for June Drake, and when all is forgotten, June and Hugh Jaffe get together in some other city under some other name.
Oh, no. No, Phil, I don't believe that. I don't believe any of this. I can't. I won't. I don't see how you
Hold it, please, Miss Tyler.
I'm sorry.
Go on, Phil.
Well, this part's a guess at the moment, but I think it'll hang together. Mrs. Jaffe wouldn't give Hugh a divorce.
Jealousy?
Yeah, that and one idiosyncrasy. The Senora was crazy about money, and since he was doing the running around, a divorce would cost him much more than he was willing to pay.
Which means that although Miss Tyler here hired you, you fell into the stellar role of the patsy, the star witness. Who would always be close enough to later tell a story they wanted told, but never close enough to actually catch June Drake, who has already murdered twice tonight.
Right.
Then, Marlowe, big question. Where is June Drake now?
That is something I worked on all night, and I almost had the answer once. I almost caught June at Melnick's flat in the Palace Arms because I surprised her. She thought I was going to Mrs. Jaffe's house at the time, but I changed my mind. Remember, Grace?
What?
Oh, you must remember, baby. You were there. You're June Drake.
Well, Phil, now that we've picked up Hugh Jaffe and it's all over, I still don't see how you actually knew that Grace Tyler and June Drake were one and the same.
I was lucky, Mooney. When Grace called me at Hugh Jaffe's house right after she called as June, I heard a bell buoy in the background over the phone. But I didn't think much about it at the time. Yet Grace claimed to be at her hotel in Beverly Hills. It wasn't until I began to think of the whole thing as a frame that everything fell into place. The clues planted so I couldn't miss them all the way down the line. The book of matches, the mink, the red hair was a fall. And another thing, Mooney. Hugh Jaffe was much too surprised when I told him that June Drake had killed Melnick, a man. He expected the murder of his wife, Margarita.
Well, why did June kill Frank Melnick?
Because he was blackmailing her. You see, Melnick knew that June had murdered her first husband. June was stuck. She couldn't let her future husband know what had happened to her past one. So she included him in as victim number 2. Besides, that's the only final payment she can ever make to a blackmailer.
Mm-hmm. Then, Marlowe, June Drake is the real person. There never actually was a sister named Grace Tyler, was there?
No. No, I guess there never was a Grace Tyler. Ever. Good night, Sergeant. Outside, it was that strange time, between the end of one night and the beginning of the day that follows. When I looked up, I could see that the thick, heavy fog that had been with me ever since I'd first met the woman called Grace Tyler was lifting, breaking apart, so that here and there it was only thin, spiraling wisps above which there was the pale, gray promise of a nice tomorrow. As I walked along, it seemed to me that there was less and less fog, until by the time I'd gone a few blocks, I was sure that I could feel fresh air, cold against my face, and clean. I figured I might walk until the sun came up.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen, Lillian Baeff, Edgar Barrier, Whitfield Connor, Ann Morrison, Lou Krugman, and Jimmy Eagles. The special music is by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
An iron skull was their trademark. Their business was climbing walls, and it was all done on wheels at 70 miles an hour. But that was a cinch for the death cheaters until they felt murder with a feminine touch.
Sunday is a day when CBS brings you the tops in comedy, but it's also a day when you'll find big-hearted Danny Clover patrolling the Great White Way. Broadway is my beat, says Danny Clover, and every Sunday he brings you a new adventure along the main stem. On CBS Sundays, you'll also find Dashiell Hammett's one and only Sam Spade cutting another of his famous capers. Broadway is my beat, and the adventures of Sam Spade are regular Sunday features on most of these same CBS network stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents yours truly, Johnny Dollar. The next half hour has its baggage packed to take a trip with America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At insurance investigation, he is just an expert. At making out his expense account, he is an absolute genius.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Nutmeg State Casualty and Bonding Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during investigation of series of accidents affecting your policyholder, the Funfair and Weatherly Carnival shows. Or how I went for a spin on a case we might refer to as murder is a merry-go-round. Expense account, item 1, 25 cents. Purchase of billboard, theatrical magazine, to check the route of funfair and Weatherly carnival shows. Expense account, item 2, $68. Air and train fares to Talladega, Alabama. Item 3, $1.10. Cab fare in what was only a fair imitation of a cab from Talladega Depot to the dusty vacant lot which had overnight found itself wearing theatrical makeup. Brightly as the hot sun beat down on the midway, it couldn't help the layout of canvas and slats from looking beat up. A perspiring mechanic shot sparks of profanity back at an obstinate motor as he tried to get it to roll the giant hoop of a Ferris wheel. I asked him what he knew about the accident of a week before when a car dropped off the same Ferris wheel, badly injuring 3. He was charming.
Listen, pretty boy. Don't go getting nosy around here.
The Joe in charge of the electric scooter concession was just as sweet. On the subject of how come one of his scooters blew up a few nights back, sending a citizen to the hospital, he just didn't feel like talking.
If you ain't a cop, start moving. If you are, where's your warrant?
I was just asking the pilot of the giant airplane spin who he thought might have cut the cables the night one of his wallboard gliders took off across the carnival crowd, crashing and busting up a few more customers, when I got a canvasman's version of a sharp answer. A tent stake right behind my ear.
Well, those sleeping beauties waking up, huh?
Who are you?
I thought maybe you'd be sick of asking questions. First, maybe you better answer a few. Before you get up. Number 1, who are you?
A pilgrim from Hartford.
Never mind the double talk, wise guy. What's your name?
My name is Johnny Dollar, but right now I feel like 2 cents.
What's your big interest in those accidents you were asking questions about?
Strictly academic. I'm only representing the insurance company that's paying off on those accidents. Now maybe you'll tell me who you are and where I am.
I thought you guys were smarter. Dollar, I'll let you in on a little secret. Next time you want to find something out on a traveling show, get to the boss first. Asking a lot of questions around a circus or carnival lot is unhealthy.
Where is the boss, Miss Pepper?
Louise is in the other end of this trailer. She'll be right out. Okay, you can get up on your feet.
Oh, thanks. I hope you don't mind if I don't stay up on them. I feel more like sitting down.
Go ahead.
You still haven't told me who you are.
My name's Brennan.
Oh, yeah, Shanty Brennan. Yeah, you're the general manager of the show. They told me all about you. Louisa Pepper's right arm and strong arm. How long will she be?
She's getting dressed. Just finished taking a nap. We drove all night to get here. How about having a blast with me while you're waiting?
No, thanks. I haven't enjoyed a noon bottle since I was 2. But don't let me stop you.
Thanks. Oh. You sure you won't have one?
I'm sure. Brennan, the insurance company's been checking up on your show. The police chiefs in the last 10 towns you've played say it's a clean one.
We haven't got a pickpocket or a grifter on the lot.
But plenty of trouble, huh, during those past 10 stops?
At least once a night somebody's got hurt. But never any of us. It's always 1 or 2 of the townies, the citizens. Last night, a car on the whip cut loose. That sent 4 to the hospital.
4 more insurance claims for nutmeg state casualty and bonding, huh?
Yeah, and 1 more town we won't be able to play again for a couple of years. It's a wonder we didn't travel out of that town last night by rail, tarred and feathered.
For 10 straight nights now, you've had at least 1 big accident every night. What's your guess, Brennan? Has fate taken a steady job on your show, or is somebody out to get you?
Somebody's out to get us.
Okay, well, do you have any idea?
Oh. Why didn't you tell me we were entertaining a gentleman, Shanty? I'd have put on some more clothes.
It would have taken a lot more clothes to cover all there was of Louisa Pepper. She looked like an aging Cupid doll, but even in a carnival, she was no prize. I didn't like the look in her eye. It looked much too friendly. So right away, I decided to change the unspoken subject. Miss Pepper, I'm here on business, insurance.
Sorry, we're not buying any.
And I'm not selling any. The way things have been going, the insurance company I represent would probably like to buy some of yours back.
Oh?
Yeah. I'm from the Nutmeg State Casualty, investigating the accidents.
Hope you find out more than we've been able to, and fast, before we go broke. The word's traveling one town ahead of us. They got us pegged for a dangerous midway.
Have you been using police protection?
20 extra cops a night at $10 a cop. So, night before last, a guy winds up with a hammer to try and ring the bell and win a cigar. The top of the hammer flies off and almost brains a cop. Around this show, the police need protection.
I see what you mean. How are you fixed for people who don't like you? We got many to choose from?
Dollar, we treat our help fair and square. We know them all and trust them all.
Fire anybody lately?
Nobody. The only ones who left were floaters. But none of them had a beef.
Okay, Miss Pepper. Now think back. In all your life, who do you know who'd most like to see you have a real bad time?
Only one guy. And he's not around.
Dead?
As good as. He's in jail. Has been for the last 8.5 years.
That's a long time. How long did he go up for?
10 years.
What are you thinking, Dollar?
I'm thinking that with time off for good behavior, maybe he's not in jail.
Not in jail? Shanty, he's got to be in jail. He's got to be, I tell you. You've told me you were keeping...
All right, break it up, Louisa. If Carter Lacey had a voice as sharp as yours, he could saw his way out of jail. Okay, Dollar, you made a guess. How about seeing how good it is?
Sure. I'll find out if your bogeyman is still in jail, but I didn't catch that name.
Lacey. Carter Lacey.
And where's he been in the pokey?
Massachusetts State Prison, at Charleston.
Well, what did he go up for?
What's that to you?
Cut it, Louisa. Dollar, we sent Carter Lacey to jail for attempted murder. He tried to kill Louisa's niece, Myrtle.
Is she around?
He's running the snake show on the Midway. Dollar, how soon can you check whether Carter got out?
As soon as I can make a telephone call. But, Shanny, before I do, I'd like to elaborate on that guess I made. Now I'd not only guess that Carter Lacey is out of jail, but I'd also guess that he's been out a little over 10 days. Expense account, item 4, $3. Telephone call to Massachusetts State Prison, confirming both of my guesses. Carter Lacey had checked out of the Bay State's Hotel Greystone for bad boys 2 weeks previously. Item 5, $32. Telephone calls to various hotels in the last 10 towns the Fun Fair and Weatherly Carnival shows had played. Item 6, 10 cents. 2 nickels spent calling 2 hotels right here in Talladega. Then I dropped 1 more nickel in the telephone. Got the lucky number?
Yes, sir. We do have a Mr. Carter Lacey registered. Room 312. Shall I go?
And hit the jackpot. Expense account item 7, 65 cents. Cab fare to Sunshine Hotel. Tip the driver, $1. From the lobby, I call room 312. He invited me up. I invited him down. I knew I'd feel better talking to Carter Lacey with a lot of people around. They'd make nice witnesses if he suddenly got homesick for prison life and used me as his ticket back. I waited in the coffee shop. The waitress brought me a cup of coffee, and my palate went to work refereeing a one-sided bout between the strong Java and the weak cream.
Hello. Dollar?
All right. Sit down.
Thanks.
So you're Carter Lacey, huh? Have some coffee?
No, thanks. It keeps me awake nights.
How about your conscience? Having the same trouble with that?
My conscience deserves an 8.5-year rest. But it can't start its vacation until I even up a few scores.
Busting up carnivals.
Child's play. Look, Dollar, over the phone, you told me you're an insurance investigator. You can save your company a lot of money.
How?
Call them up and tell them not to insure the lives of 3 people. Because any minute now, 2 of them are going to be dead.
Louisa Pepper, Anise Myrtle, and Shanty Brennan.
Yeah, Dollar. I'm going to kill 2 of those people. The other one's still my friend who's going to help me do it. In case you don't know your law, Dollar, don't bother calling the cops. I can't be held for making a threat unless I put it in writing.
Well, Lacey, I don't know what your beef is against the people running that carnival, but those accidents have been hurting a lot of innocent bystanders.
Dollar, you're talking to a guy who really knows what it means. Getting hurt as an innocent bystander.
Expense account, item 8, $25. Retainer to local detective agency hiring shadow for Mr. Carter Lacey. Explanation, an ounce of crime prevention is worth a ton of trials. Item 9, $1.20. cab fare back for the evening's festivities at the Fun Fair in Weatherly Carnival, which was rapidly becoming more and more of a thrill show. Expense account, item 10, 30 cents. Down payment on ulcer, eating supper at what the Carney people call a grease joint. I made my way among the trailers that were lined up behind the midway, and as I looked for the one housing Louisa Pepper's snake-charming niece Myrtle, the burning sensation around my heart wasn't all caused by the hot dogs I'd just eaten. I've got a message from Carter Lacey.
What did you say?
I said I've got a message from Carter Lacey. For you and your Aunt Louisa, Shanty Brennan. You're the only one I haven't met yet, so I thought I'd deliver it to you first.
Where is he?
In town. Got any snakes in the trailer?
No, of course not.
All right, then. How about inviting me?
Are you the insurance guy they told me about?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, come in. What did Lacey say?
He said that he's going to kill 2 of the 3 of you.
Which 2? Didn't he say?
No, he didn't. He just said that 2 of you are going to get it. And that his one friend among you, the remaining one, is going to help him do it.
He'll do it. He hates us. I know he'll kill us. You say Louisa and Shanny don't know yet?
No, they don't. You're the first to know.
Well, then wait here. I'll run tell him. I'll stop back here before I go into the tent to do my next show. Grab yourself a drink. I'll be right back.
But she wasn't right back, and it's just as well she wasn't. She might have interrupted me while taking a sightseeing trip through the drawers in the trailer's built-in bureau. The piles of silky nothings that give gals that certain something didn't tell me anything I hadn't known about women before. But a little black book stashed among them did. I needn't have rushed my search, though, because Myrtle Pepper was still gone after 10 minutes. That's about the time I headed back to her Aunt Louisa's trailer, pulled open the door, and walked in.
You scared me, Della, barging in like that.
Mr. Dollar, I told you I'd be right back.
Did Myrtle here deliver Mr. Lacey's little love letters?
Yes, the fool. He always was a fool. He can't kill us.
You mean it's against the law?
I mean, it's impossible, that's all.
Look, Miss Pepper, you and your niece here are both plenty scared. While you're out shaking those cooch dancers you got working over on the Midway. Myrtle, have you told Shanny about Lacey's threat?
Yeah, I met him on the way over here. Asked him if he'd feed my snakes before showtime. They're dangerous to work with if they're hungry. Yeah, I told him. He said he'd join us here.
What did he say when you told him?
He said if Lacey had one of us helping him, then the 3 of us had better stick together so we could at least watch each other.
Smart man. He had a good idea. I see the 3 of you had better stick close to each other, beginning right now. Come on.
Where are we going?
Over to the snake tent. And when we get there, Myrtle, you'll be the only one of us who'll be among friends. The 3 of us left Louisa's trailer. We walked past the back of the shooting gallery concession right in the front of it. And along the back of the line of canvas shanties. We stopped at one. Myrtle pulled back the canvas flap, and I stepped in ready for anything. With the ladies not far behind me, I edged slowly over to the square red board fence set up in the center of the tent. There were danger signs splashed in white paint along the outside walls of the pit. I clenched my teeth and looked down to the wire mesh top at a slithering tangle of writhing, angry reptiles. And there, lying among them with a vicious red welt splashing his forehead, was Shanty Brennan. He was feeding the snakes, all right.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. But first, here is some news. 30 minutes of new thrills will be added to CBS 10 Great Sunday Night Entertainments this coming Sunday. At 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where you formerly heard Spike Jones, CBS will bring you screen star John Lund in an adventure-packed tale of a ship filled with terror and horror. This story, A Shipment of Mute Fate, starring John Lund, is the first of 3 special broadcasts from CBS' famous Escape series. It will be heard over most of these stations immediately preceding a familiar show which brings you a different kind of escape, The Jack Benny Show. And now, back to yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
I'd just seen a murder mystery where the actors had been hissing instead of the audience. The lead character in that snake pit wasn't going to win any Academy Award. The scene of the crime was no place for a man, let alone a woman, so I herded Auntie Louisa and her niece Myrtle out of the tent and back into the trailer.
Oh, poor Shetty. How horrible.
Yes, I was wrong, Dollar, when I said Carter Lacey couldn't do it.
What's going to happen to us?
According to what Lacey told me, Myrtle, what's supposed to happen is only going to happen to one of you.
What do you mean?
Well, he claims that one of you was in this with him, and that one knows she's safe. This may turn out to be an acting contest between you two.
What's that crack supposed to mean?
Well, the one who's safe wouldn't want anybody to know she feels safe, huh?
Oh. I wish I had learned to cry.
Louisa, you don't think it's me?
Well, I know it ain't me.
Oh, ladies, how about observing a moment of silence in memory of the deceased while I give you a few instructions? Okay. Have you got a gun in here, Louisa?
Yes, and a license to carry it.
Good. Where is it? The gun, not license.
I won't give it to you.
Well, if you don't, people might get to thinking that you're Carter Lacey's girlfriend and accomplice. Anyway, I don't want the gun to take with me. I want to leave it here. Where is it?
In that drawer right over there.
Which end of the drawer?
What's the matter with you, blind? You'll see it.
I'm not turning my back on you. Which end?
You'd make a lousy trapeze artist, Dollar. You don't take any chances. This end, toward me.
Thanks. Well, now where are the keys to the car I hitched to the front of this land yacht?
What are they for, Dollar?
Just another chance I'm not taking. With those keys in my pocket, this trailer won't be joyriding anybody off into the night. Where are they?
I'll get them for you.
Wait a minute, Myrtle. How come you know where Louisa's keys were?
Yeah, Myrtle. How come?
Because... Well, they're laying right there in plain sight.
Oh. Thanks. Now I'm going out and call the police. Louisa, I want you to get into that chair down at the other end of the trailer.
Okay, General. You got the gun.
And you, Myrtle, get on that bunk down at the other end.
I don't understand all this.
And now, ladies, while I'm gone, I don't want one of you gals to be knocking you off the other. But on the other hand, I can't leave you here without protection. So I'm leaving the gun right here on this table in the middle of the trailer. And if Carter Lacey comes knocking at your door, you can have yourselves a race for the gun. Expense account, item 11, 5 cents. Telephone call to the local police, plus another nickel spent calling a taxi. The cops arrived in 4 minutes, the cab in 15. Its driver had no siren to take him through the traffic lights. Item 12, $1.10. Cab fare on an exceedingly slow and torturous trip to the Sunshine Hotel. Tip to his kind of a driver, a nickel. I went up to the 3rd floor and headed down the hall to Carter Lacey's room, 312. I rapped for an entrance, but all that came back was an echo. The lock on the door was the soft touch type known to the trade as the burglar's friend, so I went in. Stars fell in Alabama? Oh. Stiffs fell in Alabama tonight. Oh, Operator, this is an emergency call. Let me have the Telegiga police, will you? Hello? Police department? This is the same guy who just called you from the carnival to report a murder. Yeah, well, you can send in the second team. I've got another one for you over here at the Sunshine Hotel. Room 312. A party's just been strangled. Yes, I'm sure. Lots of bruises and deep-set fingernail marks on the throat. Sure, I know who it is. The name of the deceased is Myrtle Pepper. Myrtle Pepper certainly has been a fast worker. She not only had beat me down to the hotel, she'd managed to get herself killed in the bargain. I dusted the room for information, which was obviously more than the floor mate had done for dirt, and came up with a kind of an eye-opener you don't drink. A pint-sized surprise in the form of some old newspaper clippings and Carter Lacey's prison release form. And what let him out let me in on something. I got out of the room into the elevator, and when I hit the lobby wondering where to start looking for him, I found him sitting there looking at me.
Hi.
What do you want to talk, Lacey?
I don't want to. But if you want to try and make me, what's the matter with right here?
Okay. I supplied you with an alibi today. I don't see him in the lobby.
That detective? He had stomach trouble. He got kicked in it. You can reach him at the city hospital. You know, in prison, I was a trustee. I get out, nobody trusts me.
Well, with that forecast you gave me this morning, what else?
Forecast?
Yeah. You predicted that you'll kill 2 people. Well, tonight the 2 people are dead. Shanty out at the carnival, and now Myrtle up in your room. What does that make you?
A good forecaster.
Or the killer, maybe?
Thanks for the maybe. Look, Dollar, I came to this town to take care of something. I took care of it. You want to yell cop? Go ahead. From now on, nothing bothers me.
Well, then stop chewing your nails. You told me this morning that one of those 3 people was working with you. There's only one left. And suddenly, Lacey, I don't believe your story.
Suddenly, I don't care.
Shanty Brennan lied to me this morning. He said that you went to prison on a charge of attempted murder. Your prison release papers say you went up for grand larceny.
You see what happens to bad little boys that tell lies?
I'm not through yet. I fished a bank book out of Myrtle Pepper's trailer, a 3-way joint account. Myrtle, Shanty, and Louisa. The first deposit, $60,000. The date, the same year you were thrown into the can for stealing $60,000. To me, that spells a 3-way split for them and a frame for you. Also to you, it spells a motive for hating all 3 of them.
So I lied to you. What are you going to do, wash my mouth out with soap?
From now on, I don't need any answers from you, including smart ones. But look, you'd better stick around. If the cops don't pick you up for murder, maybe the hotel will want to press charges against you for having an extra unregistered person occupying your room.
Who is it?
Johnny Dollar.
Oh, wait a minute. Miss Carter. They arrested him? Tell me, did he escape?
He's at the hotel, and the cops are on their way down there right now. I hope he's more talkative with them than he was with me.
You talked to him?
Yeah, I had a long, one-sided conversation with him. There's one thing I still can't quite figure out. Whether he really intended to kill Shanty and Myrtle or not.
Myrtle?
Yeah, strangled.
Myrtle. Oh, poor little angel. Of course he meant to kill him. He hated him. He hated us all.
Well, you can hardly blame a fellow for being annoyed, framed on a grand larceny trap by 3 old chums. But you've got the wrong idea, Louisa. What I meant was, did he ever really intend to kill them himself? Or did he just intend to set off the greatest chain reaction since the atom bomb, and just sit back and watch the 3 of you try to beat each other to it?
Well, that's crazy talk.
Yeah, like a fox, maybe. He made his threat to me knowing I'd carry it back to you. I say you because you're the only one left. You see, he set himself up as a patsy. He'd been framed by you once before. To me, it looks like Carter Lacey learned a few things about wrong people during that 8-year stretch. Namely, that they never trust each other.
You're absolutely nuts, Dollar. I think you'd better get out of here. Go peddle your insurance. The cops will take care of Mr. Lacey.
I don't think they will, Louisa.
Why not?
Myrtle was strangled. That's the kind of murder a man would commit.
Well?
But there was a set of deep fingernail marks on her throat. And Carter Lacey bites his nails. So maybe you'd better get yourself a manicure before the police arrive.
Thanks for the advice. Stand right there, Dollar. This time I got the gun.
Hold everything, Louisa.
Carter!
This is a standoff, Louisa. Point that thing someplace else before I point mine up your snoot. Okay, Dollar, get out.
What's the matter with you, Lacey? Are you cracking up? Well, your plan was going along fine. First, Myrtle tossed Shanty to her snakes. Then Louisa took care of Myrtle. There's only one left, and the state will take care of her for you.
That's not enough. There's one satisfaction I haven't enjoyed so far. That's hearing one of these pigs squeal.
Carter, we can still split the money in the show and get out of here?
The only one that's going to get out of here is Dollar. Beat it.
I beat it, all right. I was the only one in the trailer without a gun. I plunged into the darkness looking for something and came up with a tent rope, dashed back to the trailer door, and lashed the knob to the guide rail. I didn't want those gun-happy birds flying the coop. Just then, the season opened. I didn't know who was going to come out the worst in there, the hunter or the hunted. The only key I had to the situation was the key to the car, the one I'd picked up earlier in the day. car churned the trailer through the Carnival back lot and out into the highway. When I hit the cement, I started spinning the rubber. Just as we hit the streets of the sleeping city, things woke up. Whoever was left back there snapped a shot at me through the trailer's front window. The second shot was my cue to try to ruin their aim by playing rockabye trailer, swinging the car from one side of the street to the other. Just as the not-so-sharp shooter made another try, I picked up just what I was looking for, a game of tag with a police patrol car. Expense account, item 13, 15 cents, bicarbonate of soda. Those Midway hot dogs I'd had for supper were no thoroughbreds. Item 14, $35, cigars for night shift. Talladega police, for whom I had started things smoking. Item 15, $3, hotel bill. Oh, but never let it be said that I ever turned in a measly $3 hotel bill for myself. This was to check out of the Sunshine Hotel, the man who had checked out in the trailer at the hands of Louisa Pepper. Louisa Pepper, the only one who was a good bet to catch up with Brennan, who had been murdered by Myrtle. And Myrtle, who had been loused up by Louisa. And Carter, whom she had also carted out of this world, proving that when you start any kind of chain reaction, you should be careful, because you're never going to be sure where it's going to stop. Expense account total... What? Only $692.18. I must be slipping. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
The madman of music is moving. Yes, Spike Jones, formerly heard on CBS on Sunday, is already unpacking his famous collection of flit guns, dishpans, and other instruments, ready for tomorrow night's premiere broadcast as a CBS Saturday star. Hear the Spike Jones Show on most of these same stations tomorrow night at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, when it joins Vaughn Monroe, Gene Autry, Gangbusters, and Sing It Again as a regular Saturday night CBS feature. Listen in again next week when CBS brings you yours truly, Johnny Dollar, with Charles Russell as Johnny. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd, with music by Mark Warnow, and is produced and directed by Richard Sandville for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary 3-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated. But the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Lights out, everybody. It is later than you think.
This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual.
And once again, we caution you, these lights-out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
2 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents, 5 cents, 6 cents, 7 cents, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $2 million, $3 million, $4 million, $5 million, $6 million.
That's what's wrong with the world today. Money.
What are you talking about?
Say, look, Tony, ain't that the pretty boat?
The devil with the boat. What do you say about money?
Hey, you said that money was what was wrong with the world. Fellas get a lot of money, and then they want more of it. They get that, and they want more, and pretty soon that's all they think about is money, money, money.
Yeah? What do you think about that?
Money.
So what are you talking about?
You don't understand, Tony.
Hey, you don't understand yourself. All the time you talk. Go away, let me alone.
No, Tony, don't get sore. I was only talking.
Yeah, that's what's wrong. It don't make enough sense. Money's what's wrong with the world. You fool, you crazy in the head.
No, by Jiminy, I ain't crazy. I tell you, it ain't right. The man who works hard with his hands and don't think about money all the time can't have what he want to have.
Yeah. And what do you want to have, eh?
A farm, Tony. A little farm.
Huh? What do you say?
Yeah, a little stock farm. Someplace good, like Wisconsin or maybe Minnesota. I say something funny, maybe?
Farm, eh? That's funny.
That's not funny. For 13 years I work on the ship, and I've saved my money for farm. I don't like the money. I just want a farm for my wife and my kids, and then...
Yeah, I know. Not in 29, the bank she's go bust, and you back where you start, eh, actually?
I tell you, Tony, it ain't right. I work so hard, and my wife and my kids. They wait for me to bring the money to buy the farm so we could all be together.
Oh, shut up. I don't know why a smart guy like me wastes time with a dumb guy like you. Just because I work on the same ship with you don't mean I gotta listen to you shoot off your mouth all the time.
But I work so hard.
So what? Ain't the work gonna make a man rich, it's the break. Yeah, a break. Oh, I'm the best deep water diver in the whole Pacific. So what? I never get the breaks, so I'm still eating the ship, slopping, and walking the docks.
Yeah, Tony, that's what I say. Someday, when a man works hard...
Oh, shut up. You don't know what you talk about. You gotta get the dough, big dough. And you can't get a big dough with working. Someday the breaks is gonna come my way, and then Tony's gonna be a big shot. Tony ain't gonna take nothing from nobody. I'll grab that dough any way I can get it.
No, Tony. Money that ain't honest don't make a feller happy.
You lunkhead. Telling you, when I get a chance, I'm gonna get that dough if I have to make the devil my brother. I tell you...
All right, sailors, move on. No bumming around the docks.
Yeah, officer, we go.
Fat belly.
What's that you said?
No, officer, he don't say nothing. That is Mr. Tony, officer. He's the best deep water diver in the whole Pacific.
Yeah? Well, if he said what I think he did, he's going to be doing all his diving in the cane for about 30 days.
No, believe me, officer. Tony, he don't mean nothing what he says. He's a good man.
Shut up and get out of here, the both of you.
Come on, Tony.
And tell that big-mouth diver friend of yours to get a job and dive out of town, or I'll run him in.
Cut off his heart.
No, Tony, please. Come this way. We don't want no trouble.
Shoving me around. Me, Tony. Best man we ever put on a diving rig.
We go have something to eat, eh?
Shoving me around. Money don't make no difference, eh?
But I didn't say that, Tony. I said that work.
Well, the devil will work. Money, that's what you gotta get. Any other way but get it. Gary and you, they eat out your hand. They kiss your feet.
Come on, Tony, in here. We get a cup of coffee.
That's what they say, dog eat dog. I'm telling you, sweet, me, I'm gonna be the big dog and tell them what to do.
Yeah, sure. Come on in. I pay. It's nice and warm.
Dump.
What are you going to have, boys?
2 cups of coffee.
Well, maybe you like soups, eh? I got a nice hot soup.
No, we just want coffee, please.
And get the lead out of your pants.
Okay. 2 coffees.
Yeah. So what do you want to do for us get the farm, eh, Swans?
Yeah, my wife, she wants...
Who cares about your wife? The farm.
For 13 years, I've worked...
Okay, here you are, boys. Nice coffee. There you are. 10 cents, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, coffee is good when you're cold, eh?
Yeah.
You know, that guy was winning. He don't drink coffee tonight, I bet you, eh?
What guy?
Well, the guy was winning the sweeping stakes. You know, the seller sweeping stakes. What's the matter? Don't you hear it?
Yes, so what's this guy blowing about?
Well, I'm telling you. The seller sweeping stakes. Everybody is buying tickets. $3,000 first prize, you betcha. He's in the papers. He's winning. Yeah, boy, he's a lucky guy.
So who cares? Give me some more coffee.
Okay.
No, wait a minute, mister.
Yeah?
This fella that won, you say his name is in the paper?
Oh, yes, yeah, sure. Here, I got the paper here.
You get my coffee.
No, wait, Tony. I want to hear. Read it, master.
Okay. He say, a winner, first prize is somebody who give the name of farmer.
Farmer?
That's smart, Swans.
Tony, quick.
What's the He's sick. Hey, that's my paper.
Hey, Tony, come on, quick, come on.
Hey, crazy square hat waiting for me. Wait, you crazy fool. I'll smile you. Where you going?
Tony, listen, it's me.
Me what?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Farmer, that's the name I gave the man when I buy the ticket. I'm rich, Tony. I can get the farm.
Yeah. You mean you?
Yeah.
What he says in there, you?
Yeah, Tony, me. I buy sweepstake ticket long time ago. I win. Yeah.
Crazy in the head.
No, I tell you, I win. Look. Farmer, that's me. Tony, me. Oh, my wife, my kids, they'd be so happy.
No, wait. You ain't right. Huh? I mean, look, you have to give a number here.
Yeah.
Ticket number is 6933. You got that number?
Yeah, I gave name farmer. I know I did.
But the ticket, where's the ticket?
Yeah.
You don't get the money without the ticket.
Yeah, here. I put it in my pocket. No, she's not there.
Hold your pockets. Throw them out. If you lost it, I'm a good.
Well, no, I got it here. I got it, Tony.
Let me see.
No, please. 13 years I wait.
What's the matter? You ain't going to hold it. I just want to look.
Look. 6, 9, 3, just like I say in the paper. Yeah.
You did win.
Yeah, Tony, I win me. Oh, my honor. $3,000 and we wait so long.
$3,000.
I quit to see, Tony. I buy farm. Oh, my honor, my kids and me, we be the happiest people in the whole world.
$3,000.
I buy the best farm in all Minnesota. Come on, Tony, I go get my money.
No, wait.
Huh?
If you don't go now, it's pretty late.
But my money.
But no, I tell you, they be closing now. You better wait till tomorrow.
No, I can't wait. 14 years I wait. I got to get money.
But they're going to be closed, I tell you. Now, come on. We go on down dock and see what is the first about it.
Boat?
Sure. So right away, tomorrow quick, when you get the door for the ticket, you can catch a boat home to the wife and the kids.
Yeah.
That'd be good, eh?
Oh, yeah, Tony, yeah. Oh, my friend, I'm going to be so happy. All my life I've worked so hard. And now, $3,000.
$3,000.
Oh, and I give you what you need, Tony. You are my friend. I want you to have something, too.
Yeah. Hey, well, come on. Let's get down to the dock.
Yeah, sure, Tony. Anything you say. We go look at the ships in the water. When I get my farm, I won't get to seeing such things again, eh, Tony?
Yeah, no, of course not.
That policeman, I wish we meet him now, huh, Tony?
Well, what's the matter? Why you want the cop?
I'll show him we ain't no palms anymore. $3,000 this ticket is for. By giving a man's no palm with $3,000.
No. Well, you bet your life he's not.
She looked pretty.
Yeah. She's deep right here.
I don't care how deep the water is as long as I'm on top.
You swim?
No, that's a funny thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
13 years a sailor and I couldn't swim. Well, there's plenty of other fellas like me. And anyway, the man, he don't have to know how to swim to work a farm. Oh, that water, she's so dark and pretty.
Swenson.
Yeah?
Let me look at the ticket.
Ticket?
Sweepstake.
Oh, why, you think maybe she ain't good, Tony, huh?
Yeah.
I know she's good. Right away, when I heard that fella say the farmer in, I know that's me. Here, Tony, there it is. See, it say farmer on it. That's me, see?
Lean over it a bit there. I can't see.
Yeah, sure. You see the numbers? That says 6, 9... Tony, you...
Tony, what? My knife is shot you up good, my Swanson. So you can't swim, eh, Squid? Well, take you first and last. There. Hey, wait, Swanson. You forgot the sweepstakes ticket. Oh, okay, I collect for you, farmer. $3,000. At last I get a break.
Shut up your mouth. I ain't afraid of no butt. Excellent, pal. Oh, Tony, the best pal Sure, I'm a great guy. Got plenty of dough and know how to spend it, huh, boys? All right. You make too much noise. We'll wake up the bride, eh, Tony? Don't you worry about the bride. Tony, it's all right, eh? So now you go home and let me go up the stairs, eh? Maybe tomorrow night we go have some more fun, eh? All right. Kiss it for me. All right. Tony's a great guy now, eh? Sure, I'm a great guy. Everybody knows Tony is a great guy. The stays.
Tony, is that you?
Somebody waiting for somebody else?
Oh, Tony, I've been waiting for you. Let me help you.
Hey, go ahead. Don't need no help. Not me.
Oh, Tony, night after night.
Go ahead, me. I'm all right. Great guy, that's me.
You're spending all your money on those drunken fools.
Shut up your mouth.
Oh, careful.
I told you I don't need no help from nobody. Tony, he takes what he wants. Shut the door.
Yeah.
Now come here and give a great guy a kiss.
No, I...
Come here, you come.
No, wait, Tony, listen.
Don't want to listen to nothing.
But, Tony, the man said that...
Man? What man?
The man that was here. He's been here a dozen times since midnight looking for you.
Midnight? Who was he? What did you want?
I don't know. He wanted you. Oh, Tony, I was so afraid.
Afraid? Why was you afraid?
Well...
Well, answer me. Why was you afraid?
Well, he was so strange. He acted so funny.
What? You mean funny?
Well, he spoke so funny. As if...
As if what?
Well, as if his mouth was full of water.
You tried to make a joke with Tony, eh?
No, Tony, no. I'm not fooling. Really, I'm not. He said that...
He said something?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. He said, tell him...
Well, what did he say?
Well, I couldn't hardly understand him. He talked so funny. But I think he said, tell him I was here. And then I think he said, the farmer.
The farmer?
Yeah, that's what he... Tony, what's the matter?
What he looks like.
What's the matter, Tony?
What he looks like.
Well, he was tall and he looked like a sailor. And I think his clothes were wet. Oh, Tony, that's him again. That's the way he knocked before.
No.
Tony, what is it? You answer the door. I'm scared, Tony. You answer. You tell him to go away. Tony, don't stand there staring at the door like that. You're scaring me. Don't do it.
You go away. You're dead.
What?
Dead. You hear me? Dead. I killed you 6 months ago today.
Oh, Tony, no.
I throw you in the water 1,000 miles from here. You're dead. Dead.
Tony.
Scare my wife, but you don't scare me. You found me, I kill you again.
No, Tony, don't.
Swanson, go away from the door. I shoot. Connie, I don't want to shoot you. I shoot him through the door. Connie, get up. Connie.
Open up. Open up in there now. Open up.
Connie, I don't want to kill you. What's him, Connie? Him.
Open up now. Open up. It's the police.
You, Swanson, you think you got me, eh? You think you got me in a hot seat, eh? No, not me, Swanson, you squarehead. You forget the fire escape.
Stop! Come back here, I'll shoot you.
Listen, Mike. You gotta help me. You got me.
No, take it easy, Tony. Take it easy.
Every cop in a town. You shot me down like a dog.
Well, you killed one of them. What do you expect?
I'd kill them all. Nobody can stop me. Nobody. Oh, Mike. You're my friend. You gotta get me out of town.
How much dough you got?
I got nothing.
You lie in your teeth. You won the sweepstakes in Frisco, didn't you?
Sure, but I'm going to tell you, Mike.
No. Listen to me, cop killer. They got every road, every depot, every dock in this town covered. If it's free you want to get, then it's money it's going to cost you. Every cent you got.
You'll get me out?
So far out, there ain't a cop in the world can get you. Listen, at midnight tonight, the SS Probus is pulling out to go down through the canal and then over to the coast of Ireland to go hunting for gold.
Gold? You're crazy.
Watch your tongue, me bucko. Gold, I said, and gold it is. Only they're going under the sea for it.
What?
You heard me. Under the sea. $1 million in gold in the hold of the Tanya, sunk by a sub. And these boys are going there to dive for it.
Dive?
Yeah.
And if you decorate the mahogany in front of me with every cent you got in your pocket, you'll be on board that ship.
You hear that, Swenson? You diving for gold. $1 million. And me, I'm going to be on the board. Talk to me, Captain?
Yeah, Tony. Sit down.
She's getting pretty rough outside, Captain?
Yeah. That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah, I'm listening.
While you were sleeping before, the rest of the divers had a meeting.
Yeah?
Yeah. They looked over the weather reports, and they decided they ain't going to do no more diving. The white-bellied lot.
Wait a minute, Captain. You mean we going to turn it back?
Well, what else can I do? 3 months out here in the open sea. And when we finally do locate the wreck, every mother's son of them turns chicken on me.
So what's the matter? You want to talk to me?
Because even if you are a no-good rat, you're the best diver of the lot.
You keep talking.
Tony, listen. Under that buoy off the starboard, there's the Tanya with $1 million in gold bullion in it.
So?
Go down and get your hooks into it, Tony. And whatever you get, half of it's yours.
You mean half?
Sure. You get half. And I'll split the other half with the crew.
$1 million?
Yeah, Tony, $1 million. And you'll have half of it. You can do it, Tony. You can do it. You know you can.
See, she's getting rough.
But you never get the bends. They tell me you've gone down in rougher water.
Yeah, but I don't want she's cold. Half an hour, I'm finished. You're at the room with the gold. Who knows where she is?
Tony, listen. I know just where that gold is stored.
You trying to fool me, eh?
No, as God is my judge, I'm telling you the truth. Jake located the room on his last dive yesterday. He told me, only me about it.
So?
Don't you see, Tony, it's the chance of a lifetime. I got cold enough for one more day out here. If we turn back, we'll never locate the wreck again the way that sea's running. $500,000 in gold for you, Tony, right under your feet. Don't be a fool, man. Take a chance and go down and try to get it. And if you win, you've got the world right in your hand, Tony. Well, will you do it?
World. I'll get away from him.
Huh? Him? Who are you talking about?
Who's talking to you? What are you sitting there for? Get me a read. Get the pumps going.
Ready, Tony?
Yeah, give me the headset.
Here you are.
What are you standing there for? The helmet. Give me the helmet.
Okay.
The captain.
Yeah?
What's the matter? I told you to keep the deck clear. Only the men I want. The rest to go below, or I don't dive.
All right, Tony. All right, you men. Get below. Every white bellied one of you. Go on.
Here, hold up the helmet. Want to try on the phone. Hello? Well, why don't you answer me?
Okay, Tony, I hear you okay.
Here's the balance. Okay, I'm ready. Put the helmet on.
Okay.
Hurry up, you mugs. Hey, get them boards tight. You think I got all day?
All set, Tony.
Okay, put me overside. Now watch that pump. I come up and I cut your heart out. $500,000. Me. Work cold. Down. $500,000.
All right, Tony?
Sure, I'm all right. Let me alone.
Okay.
Down. What a dark. He came to me, Tony. Best diver. 50. $500,000. Listen up there. I'm on the bottom. You hear me?
Tony, listen. Captain says hurry up. Squall coming up.
Tell the captain if he take me off before I give a signal, I cut his heart out.
But, Tony...
Shut up, let me alone. Me. $500,000. Captain said gold was inside the door. Deck. $500,000. At the door, the captain said, me and the captain are 50-50.
What does he say, Art?
Says to leave him alone. He don't want to talk to nobody.
That no good rat. I was a fool sending him down.
He's on the bottom, all right.
But what's he doing? Has he found the gold? Has he found the strong room? How long's he going to stay down there? Talk to him, Art. Talk to him. Tell him he's got the whip.
Captain said he'll be right over Santa Lucia. Gold. A room full of gold. I'm rich. All the money in the world. Me, Tony, rich.
Yeah. All the money you want, Tony?
Who's talking? Answer me, who's talking?
What's wrong, Tony? Anything wrong?
You up there. I told you I don't want to talk. Somebody, you don't listen to me. What do you mean, all the money I want? What do you say that for, eh?
I didn't say that, Tony. I've been standing by up here.
Standing by up here? Wait till I get up there, I'll show you standing by. Wait till I get this headset connection with my teeth. I fix you so you don't bother me no more.
No. Wait, Tony. The captain says that...
So, now talk. Now talk all you want, you sourface. Me, I won't hear you. Me, I'd be alone with my gold.
No, Tony. Not alone.
You up there. You stop talking to me. Stop it.
I am gone here, Tony. With you.
Who says that? I broke connection. Nobody can talk to me. Nobody.
I will talk to you, Tony. I got much to talk to you.
It's in my head. That's what it is. In my head.
Not in your head. Look. Look straight ahead.
Squinch.
You know me, Tony? And me in the water almost a year?
No.
Close to the window in your helmet.
Oh.
You don't like what you see, eh, Tony? My wife, my children. They wouldn't like it either, would they, Tony?
Away. Go away.
No. Don't be in a hurry, Tony. We got plenty time. Plenty. I worked for 13 years. You remember, Tony? 14 years for farm. Now I don't work no more. I used to wait for you. You.
My hair. My hair.
You take away my wife, my kids, my life. Now I take a little hair, eh, Tony? You steal a little hair. Now I take off your helmet and come in with you, Tony, my friend. I come in.
No.
Captain, listen.
No.
Take him up, quick. Take him up. His air. Is he getting air?
Yeah, sure, plenty. Everything's okay.
Talk to him, Mark. Talk to him.
He don't answer, just yelling.
Maury, signal on the lifeline.
He's signaling us, Captain.
What?
Yeah, says everything's okay. Wants to be taken out.
But he's yelling, Captain. He's still yelling.
Haul him in, quick. Haul him in.
How about the decompression?
No, there's no time. We'll put him in the tank when we get him up. Something must be wrong. Yelling bloody murder on the phone is signaling okay on the lifeline. Hurry up, you men. Hurry up. Come on. Get him up. Get him up.
Come on. That's it. Pull that lever.
Quick. Haul him in. Here he comes.
He's not there. It's not him. It's something else on his line.
Captain, look. His airline, it's been chewed through by teeth. But what is it? What's tied to the lifeline where he was? Well, it's... Mother in heaven. It's a bar of gold.
Things couldn't be better, except walking 12 blocks to your service station just isn't for me. You got my new spark plugs in?
Just finished putting those brand new Autolite resistor spark plugs in your car. Guess she takes a big load off your arches, eh, Hap?
Sure does. My feet have the pep, but not the pickup. What are you listening to tonight?
Well, it's Thursday, Hap. I'm listening to the Autolite Suspense Show. Never miss it.
Well, here's where I rest my weary bones and listen to Agnes Moorehead.
Hey, Hap, here comes Frank Martin, the Autolite salesman, to join us. Hello, Frank.
Hi, Ed.
Meet Hap Horton.
Autolite spark plugs, batteries, and ignition systems.
The lifeline of your car.
Well, thanks, Mr. Horton, for the assist. And wait until I give you the real lowdown on those brand new Autolite resistor spark plugs Ed just put in your car.
Say it later, Frank. Here comes Agnes Moorehead.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.